The Vatican didn't refuse her to hide shame. It refused her to guard a truth about the Virgin Mary, so explosive it could shatter centuries of carefully kept silence. Deep in the shadowed crypts below St. Peter's Basilica, past iron gates and abandoned passages, rest secrets the Church deliberately kept hidden. Tales of a woman more powerful, more threatening than orthodoxy could permit. This is more than an ancient record. It's the forbidden story they never intended you to discover. If enigmas like these comfort your evenings, kindly subscribe to the channel. Many more lie waiting in the shadows. So make yourself comfortable, let your eyes drift closed, and allow the enigma to reveal itself. Tonight we uncover the concealed story of Mary. She has carried many titles: Virgin Monarch, God's Mother. Her image has graced walls, been shaped in marble, spoken to in devotion for almost 2 millennia. But when we strip away the honorifics, the golden diadems and the gentle garments of azure and ivory, what do we actually understand about her? Who was Mary, really? The Gospels mention her, but scarcely. She emerges in merely a few passages, frequently mute, positioned just beyond the central events. In most of these instances she utters almost nothing, and still the world has constructed complete theologies around the form of her quietness. But Mary wasn't created as sculpture. She was created in grit, in warmth, in the clamour of a settlement in Galilee. She travelled rough pathways, dressed in rough fabric, and existed under Roman occupation. She probably carried water from springs and crushed wheat manually. She was a Hebrew youth existing under an empire, under patriarchy, and under regulations that offered her limited options. She was likely 14 or 15 when she became promised. That was the tradition back then. Youthful, reserved, compliant. That is how she is typically portrayed. But what if that represents only a fragment of the narrative? There is a passage, scarcely acknowledged by most, where Mary calls on her relative Elizabeth. The elder woman senses the infant within her move, and Mary answers not with terror, but with verse. It is known as the Magnificat. Within it, Mary proclaims bringing down the powerful, of raising up the humble, of a reality inverted. It is not a gentle melody, it is a proclamation. It is not the tone of a trembling child, but of someone who perceives inequality sharply. That instant, frequently softened in Sunday services, may contain more of her reality than any portrait ever could. And here is where the narrative begins to divide. Certain ancient manuscripts, concealed for ages and never embraced by the Vatican, speak of a Mary who was considerably more than an inactive presence. In the Gospel of Mary, discovered in Egypt in the closing 19th century, she instructs the followers after Christ's passing. She consoles them. She clarifies enigmas even Peter cannot grasp. In that account, she is not merely the parent of a Redeemer, she is an instructor of concealed understanding, a sound of insight in a reality that dreaded women with sounds. The Church has consistently rejected these documents. They are not included in authorized scripture, they are labelled uncanonical or even blasphemous. But one must wonder, why? If these manuscripts were fabrications, why were they not merely abandoned? Why were they concealed, destroyed and forbidden? Perhaps it was not her quietness that rendered her holy. Perhaps it was her power. But power is not always acceptable in a woman, particularly in one who stands so near to divinity. The Vatican maintains the authorized account. The remainder rests interred in caverns behind secured entrances and in the inquiries we still venture to pose. The chambers of authority were not always constructed of stone. Long before the Vatican erected its soaring cupolas in Rome, choices that moulded the Church were murmured in flame-lit alcoves and contested in packed assemblies. One such assembly, conducted in the year 451, would permanently alter how the world perceived a reserved woman from Galilee. This was the Council of Chalcedon, and it was here, among parchments and sandalled souls, that Mary's position in paradise was confirmed. The Church was still emerging, but already shaking under the burden of conflict. Followers throughout the domain were separated over who Jesus actually was. Some declared he was completely God and completely man, two essences in one. Others maintained his heavenly aspect absorbed the mortal like flame devours parchment. But underneath all these disputes there was another inquiry. If Jesus was both mortal and heavenly, then what did that render his mother? The assembly collected bishops from throughout the Christian realm. Some had journeyed for seasons by vessel and by foot, reaching worn and worried. They arrived not merely to support their conviction, but to secure the destiny of the Church. The discussions were extended and intense. There were no amplification devices, no documented proceedings, only sounds ascending in stone halls and choices that would resound through eternity. It was determined that Christ had two complete essences, heavenly and mortal, joined without bewilderment. And that determination carried a consequence with it. If Jesus was completely God from the start, then Mary had not merely borne a man. She had borne divinity. She had not merely delivered an instructor, she had delivered God himself. With that comprehension, her position in the Church was raised beyond any other woman or any other mortal who had ever existed. But here is where the reversal rests. By granting her this heavenly function, the Church also started to regulate her representation. They could not permit Mary to be too mortal anymore. Her challenges, her uncertainties, her suffering, these elements were too near, too commonplace. They polished her into flawlessness, a representation, a sculpture, and in accomplishing so, they rendered her unreachable. From that assembly, forward, Mary transformed into something beyond a mother. She transformed into a seat for divinity, a container of holy enigma, a monarch without a sound. The Vatican would subsequently construct magnificent basilicas in her tribute, compose devotions to her, and position her in every section of Christian existence. But the woman underneath the honorific gradually vanished, and still, somewhere under the shaped stone and gold coating, the inquiry persists. Who was she before the Church elevated her? What was forfeited when they rendered her heavenly? These are the inquiries that history rarely addresses, but in the quietness between assemblies, between teaching and dedication, her narrative still remains, reserved and observing. The chambers of authority were not always constructed of stone. Long before the Vatican erected its soaring cupolas in Rome, choices that moulded the Church were murmured in flame-lit alcoves and contested in packed assemblies. One such assembly, conducted in the year 451, would permanently alter how the world perceived a reserved woman from Galilee. This was the Council of Chalcedon, and it was here, among parchments and sandalled souls, that Mary's position in paradise was confirmed. The Church was still emerging, but already shaking under the burden of conflict. Followers throughout the domain were separated over who Jesus actually was. Some declared he was completely God and completely man, two essences in one. Others maintained his heavenly aspect absorbed the mortal like flame devours parchment. But underneath all these disputes, there was another inquiry. If Jesus was both mortal and heavenly, then what did that render his mother? The assembly collected bishops from throughout the Christian realm. Some had journeyed for seasons by vessel and by foot. Reaching worn and worried, they arrived not merely to support their conviction, but to secure the destiny of the Church. The discussions were extended and intense. There were no amplification devices, no documented proceedings, only sounds ascending in stone halls and choices that would resound through eternity. It was determined that Christ had two complete essences, heavenly and mortal, joined without bewilderment. And that determination carried a consequence with it. If Jesus was completely God from the start, then Mary had not merely borne a man, she had borne divinity. She had not merely delivered an instructor, she had delivered God himself. With that comprehension, her position in the Church was raised beyond any other woman or any other mortal who had ever existed. But here is where the reversal rests. By granting her this heavenly function, the Church also started to regulate her representation. They could not permit Mary to be too mortal anymore. Her challenges, her uncertainties, her suffering, these elements were too near, too commonplace. They polished her into flawlessness, a representation, a sculpture, and in accomplishing so, they rendered her unreachable. From that assembly forward, Mary transformed into something beyond a mother. She transformed into a seat for divinity, a container of holy enigma, a monarch without a sound. The Vatican would subsequently construct magnificent basilicas in her tribute, compose devotions to her, and position her in every section of Christian existence. But the woman underneath the honorific gradually vanished. And still, somewhere under the shaped stone and gold coating, the inquiry persists. Who was she before the Church elevated her? What was forfeited when they rendered her heavenly? These are the inquiries that history rarely addresses, but in the quietness between assemblies, between teaching and dedication, her narrative still remains, reserved and observing. She has carried many titles: Virgin, Monarch, God's Mother. Her image has graced walls, been shaped in marble, spoken to in devotion for almost 2 millennia. But when we strip away the honorifics, the golden diadems and the gentle garments of azure and ivory, what do we actually understand about her? Who was Mary, really? The Gospels mention her, but scarcely. She emerges in merely a few passages, frequently mute, positioned just beyond the central events. In most of these instances, she utters almost nothing. And still the world has constructed complete theologies around the form of her quietness. But Mary wasn't created as sculpture. She was created in grit, in warmth, in the clamour of a settlement in Galilee. She travelled rough pathways, dressed in rough fabric, and existed under Roman occupation. She probably carried water from springs and crushed wheat manually. She was a Hebrew youth existing under an empire, under patriarchy, and under regulations that offered her limited options. She was likely 14 or 15 when she became promised. That was the tradition back then. Youthful, reserved, compliant. That is how she is typically portrayed. But what if that represents only a fragment of the narrative? There is a passage, scarcely acknowledged by most, where Mary calls on her relative Elizabeth. The elder woman senses the infant within her move, and Mary answers, not with terror, but with verse. It is known as the Magnificat. Within it, Mary proclaims bringing down the powerful, of raising up the humble, of a reality inverted. It is not a gentle melody. It is a proclamation. It is not the tone of a trembling child, but of someone who perceives inequality sharply. That instant, frequently softened in Sunday services, may contain more of her reality than any portrait ever could. And here is where the narrative begins to divide. Certain ancient manuscripts, concealed for ages and never embraced by the Vatican, speak of a Mary who was considerably more than an inactive presence. In the Gospel of Mary, discovered in Egypt in the closing 19th century, she instructs the followers after Christ's passing. She consoles them. She clarifies enigmas even Peter cannot grasp. In that account, she's not merely the parent of a Redeemer. She's an instructor of concealed understanding, a sound of insight in a reality that dreaded women with sounds. The Church has consistently rejected these documents. They are not included in authorized canon. They are labelled uncanonical or even blasphemous. But one must wonder why. If these manuscripts were fabrications, why were they not merely abandoned? Why were they concealed, destroyed and forbidden? Perhaps it was not her quietness that rendered her holy. Perhaps it was her power. But power is not always acceptable in a woman, particularly in one who stands so near to divinity. The Vatican maintains the authorized account. The remainder rests interred in caverns behind secured entrances and in the inquiries we still venture to pose. In the peaceful settlement of Nazareth, under a heaven that contained no portents or luminaries yet, Mary was promised. It was not a romance, not in the manner contemporary spirits might envision. There were no blossoms, no hidden correspondence, no furtive looks by lunar light. It was an arrangement, a pledge established between households. She was pledged to a man called Joseph, a woodworker with hardened palms and a tranquil nature. He was more mature, perhaps considerably more mature, though nobody understands with certainty. What is understood is that this instant, this promise, would transform into the entrance to something the Vatican would subsequently label a wonder and an enigma. In the customs of the period, promising was almost as binding as matrimony. From that instant forward, Mary was Joseph's in the perception of the regulation and the settlement. But they had not yet unified. That as well was included in the tradition. There was a postponement interval, sometimes seasons, sometimes extended, and in that opening, those unchronicled, unwatched periods, something occurred that transformed the realm. Mary became with child. The Gospel relates the narrative in merely a few passages, an angel, a communication, a heavenly pledge, but there is quietness surrounding everything else. Nobody depicts Joseph's reflections as he initially discovers the information. Nobody chronicles Mary's pulse when she comprehends the price. In a limited settlement like Nazareth, information travels swifter than breeze. A youthful girl, noticeably expecting before her matrimony, would not be received with gentle inquiries or compassionate looks. Disgrace would arrive initially, then murmurs, then peril. And here is where the narrative starts to descend into darkness, because there is so much we are not revealed. What did Mary communicate to her guardians? What did Joseph communicate to her? Did they accept her? Did she accept herself? Was there uncertainty before there was conviction? These are the inquiries that persist concealed, positioned between the phrases of Scripture, like grit captured in stone engravings. Joseph, based on the Gospel, intended to depart her discreetly, not to injure her, but to protect her. He did not desire to subject her to the consequence that could ensue. That selection alone reveals us something significant. He could have expelled her. He could have positioned before the settlement and requested retribution. But he selected quietness. He selected compassion. Then, as the narrative declares, a second communication arrived. This occasion to Joseph, another angel, another vision, and abruptly the trajectory of both their existences was confirmed. But what occurred in the periods that ensued? How did Mary exist, bearing a confidence that nobody would comprehend? Where did she travel? What did she contemplate? These seasons, these concealed periods between promise and delivery, are among the most enigmatic in all of Christian chronicle. The Vatican does not address them. Frequently, custom progresses rapidly from Nazareth to Bethlehem. But in those mute years before the infant was delivered, the actual trial started not in a feeding trough, not under luminaries, but in the reserved spirit of a girl and the reserved bravery of a man who selected to accept the unacceptable. In the peaceful settlement of Nazareth, under a heaven that contained no portents or luminaries. Yet Mary was promised. It was not a romance, not in the manner contemporary spirits might envision. There were no blossoms, no hidden correspondence, no furtive looks by lunar light. It was an arrangement, a pledge established between households. She was pledged to a man called Joseph, a woodworker with hardened palms and a tranquil nature. He was more mature, perhaps considerably more mature, though nobody understands with certainty. What is understood is that this instant, this promise, would transform into the entrance to something the Vatican would subsequently label a wonder and an enigma. In the customs of the period, promising was almost as binding as matrimony. From that instant forward, Mary was Joseph's in the perception of the regulation and the settlement. But they had not yet unified. That, as well, was included in the tradition. There was a postponement interval, sometimes seasons, sometimes extended. And in that opening, those unchronicled, unwatched periods, something occurred that transformed the realm. Mary became with child. The Gospel relates the narrative in merely a few passages. An angel, a communication, a heavenly pledge. But there is quietness surrounding everything else. Nobody depicts Joseph's reflections as he initially discovers the information. Nobody chronicles Mary's pulse when she comprehends the price. In a limited settlement like Nazareth, information travels swifter than breeze. A youthful girl, noticeably expecting before her matrimony, would not be received with gentle inquiries or compassionate looks. Disgrace would arrive initially, then murmurs, then peril. And here is where the narrative starts to descend into darkness, because there is so much we are not revealed. What did Mary communicate to her guardians? What did Joseph communicate to her? Did they accept her? Did she accept herself? Was there uncertainty before there was conviction? These are the inquiries that persist concealed, positioned between the phrases of scripture like grit, captured in stone engravings. Joseph, based on the Gospel, intended to depart her discreetly, not to injure her, but to protect her. He did not desire to subject her to the consequence that could ensue. That selection alone reveals us something significant. He could have expelled her. He could have positioned before the settlement and requested retribution, but he selected quietness. He selected compassion. Then, as the narrative declares, a second communication arrived, this occasion to Joseph. Another angel, another vision. And abruptly the trajectory of both their existences was confirmed. But what occurred in the periods that ensued? How did Mary exist, bearing a confidence that nobody would comprehend? Where did she travel? What did she contemplate? These seasons, these concealed periods between promise and delivery, are among the most enigmatic in all of Christian chronicle. The Vatican does not address them. Frequently, custom progresses rapidly from Nazareth to Bethlehem. But in those mute years before the infant was delivered, the actual trial started not in a feeding trough, not under luminaries, but in the reserved spirit of a girl and the reserved bravery of a man who selected to accept the unacceptable. It commences with a caller, unexpected and radiant. A presence not created of tissue, but of luminosity and stillness. The narrative labels him Gabriel. He does not rap. He does not pause. He merely materializes. And in that instant, Mary's existence and the realm's narrative curves in a direction nobody could have perceived approaching. This instant is recognized as the Annunciation. The angel informs her she is blessed, that she will produce a son, that his designation will be Jesus. But under the serene phrases transmitted through time, there is something additional, a strain, an enigma, one that the Vatican would subsequently encompass with splendour and dedication, but also strata of deliberate quietness. In every depiction, the Annunciation is serene. Mary rests with descended vision, a volume in her grasp, the angel's appendages arranged in reverence. But how does one answer when the regulations of existence are violated in a murmur? She was youthful, perhaps still an infant by current measures. She existed in a realm commanded by males, by clergy, by traditions that provided her limited selections. And still she is requested to declare yes to something inconceivable. An infant without a male, a delivery without clarification. There are no observers, no parchments, no sentries at the entrance. Just a girl, an angel, and a communication that contradicted everything she understood about her own frame and her position in the realm. What transpires in that instant is chronicled in a few elementary phrases. She requests how this can occur. She is informed the essence will arrive upon her. And then she consents. Permit it to be accomplished to me. But here is where the narrative descends between chronicle and representation. For ages, the Vatican has instructed this instant as the flawless illustration of compliance, the perfect of mute capitulation. But some have examined it distinctly. What if this was not inactive reception? What if it was engaged bravery? That is the reversal concealed in the creases of the narrative. Mary is not directed. She is requested. The angel pauses for her response, and she provides it. That instant of agreement, elementary as it may appear, was extreme in a period when women were infrequently requested anything whatsoever. Her sound mattered in the most significant instant of Christian conviction. Still, much about the Annunciation persists ambiguous. Where did it transpire precisely? Was it enclosed, as representation proposes, or external, under a fig plant, as some customs maintain? And what of the angel? Was he perceived by others? Was he detected, or only sensed? The Vatican maintains solid to the enigma, providing no specifications beyond the holy relation. And perhaps that is the purpose. Some narratives are not intended to be analysed, only maintained gently like the boundary of a vision. But in that vision rests an inquiry that still resonates. Did Mary comprehend what she consented to, or did she merely rely on the sound that summoned her designation? That reserved affirmation, expressed in a concealed section of Nazareth, would reconstruct the realm. And still the one who expressed it would persist enclosed in quietness, enigma, and astonishment perpetually. She is one of the most significant presences in all of Christianity, yet the Bible addresses her only in transition. Mary, the parent of Jesus, is available at the commencement, at the delivery, and at the conclusion, at the execution site. But in between, her phrases are limited, her behaviours brief, and her narrative mostly mute. For a woman whose designation would one period be engraved into stone barriers and invoked in 1,000 dialects, her attendance in Scripture is peculiarly reserved. This quietness is not a coincidence. The initial composers of the New Testament established selections, and those selections moulded what countless individuals would arrive to accept. Most of the Gospels concentrate on Jesus, his instructions, his wonders, his passing and his ascending. The narrative of his parent was never the focus, but that elevates a more profound inquiry. Why? Why would a presence so fundamental to the commencement of the narrative diminish so rapidly from its sheets? Some researchers propose that, in the initial periods of the Church, Mary's function was merely not as significant to the composers as it subsequently transformed to the devoted. She was the container, the one who bore the infant. Once that assignment was accomplished, their concentration shifted to the Son, not the parent. But that clarification seems too precise, too simple. There are murmurs, however, of another justification. A justification enclosed in confidentiality, sharp, formed by dread, and perhaps even concealed behind the substantial barriers of the Vatican itself. In the initial ages, there were numerous accounts of Christian conviction. Not all concurred on who Jesus was, and not all concurred on who Mary was either. Some initial Christian factions granted Mary a considerably greater function. In particular manuscripts that were subsequently prohibited, she is depicted not only as the parent, but as a spiritual navigator, even a foundation of confidential understanding. These manuscripts were interred, destroyed, or discreetly abandoned. They did not correspond to the account of the Church that would soon ascend to authority in Rome. And here is the reversal. It is feasible that the quietness in Scripture was not intended to eliminate Mary, but to safeguard her. In a realm where women were infrequently granted sounds, a woman who positioned too near to heavenly reality might have been threatening, too simple to reverence, too difficult to regulate, superior perhaps, to maintain her in the foundation, respected but remote, cherished but soundless. By the period the Vatican established into the influential organisation we recognise currently, Mary's representation had been reconstructed. She was no extended a girl from Nazareth. She was the monarch of paradise, the virgin parent, the presence of flawless compliance. Her actual existence, her uncertainties, her power, her feasible guidance was confirmed behind teaching, safeguarded by custom and mellowed by duration. The Bible reveals us limited about Mary, but that quietness may articulate more powerfully than any narrative. It summons us to perceive not merely to what was inscribed, but to what was omitted. In that reserved interval between the phrases, a very distinct Mary might still be anticipating to be discovered, before the Bible was inscribed, before the Vatican established its barriers, and extended before sculptures of Mary positioned in reserved sanctuaries. Her narrative existed in sounds. Individuals articulated it audibly. Mothers shared it with their children. Priests murmured it privately in prayer. For the first several generations of the new faith, there were no written volumes to preserve these holy narratives. They were passed from one voice to the next, much like the wind carries a flame from one candle wick to another. This is how the original church began, not with permanent documents, but with simple remembrance. People did recall. They remembered a young woman in Nazareth who saw an angel. They recalled the trip to Bethlehem, the unusual birth under the stars, the cautionary dreams, the flight into Egypt. They recalled her standing by the cross, silent yet firm. However, not every part was remembered the same way. In certain villages, they said Mary was raised within the temple as a girl, set apart from birth for holiness. In others, they spoke of miracles that occurred simply as she walked past. In regions further away, her story expanded even more. Some insisted she was never truly dead, but was carried into heaven by angels. Others believed she had taught the apostles after Jesus returned, offering them direction when they felt lost. These were more than just stories. They were deeply held convictions. Some congregations structured entire services around them. Others added them to local observances. Yet, not all of these customs were accepted when the church began to establish its fixed structure. This is where the deeper question arises. As the years went on, the leaders of the church started making selections. Which stories would endure and which would fade away? Church councils convened, votes were taken, and many of the spoken accounts about Mary, especially those showing her as wise, powerful, or strong, were omitted from the final written Gospels. The Vatican would later refer to these as apocryphal. This means they were not officially endorsed. But that label doesn't mean they were untrue, only that they were no longer deemed appropriate. Picture a world where the only documentation of someone dear to you is composed by outsiders long after they are gone. And imagine knowing that parts of their true story are absent, parts that once lived in the voices of people who actually knew them personally. That is essentially what happened to Mary. The fledgling church rapidly expanded, reaching across empires and major cities. As it grew, the need for centralized order became more important than the desire for spiritual mystery. What could not be completely controlled was seen as potentially harmful, and so much of Mary's vibrant oral tradition disappeared. Some remnants may still be tucked away in the Vatican's hidden archives. Some echoes may yet sound in the hymns sung by the oldest Christian communities, but the great majority of it is now gone. Still, that silence does not erase her. In fact, it might suggest something deeper. That Mary's narrative was once broader than we realize, shaped by countless voices before it was reduced to just one. And that somewhere in the quiet spaces between what was shared and what was silenced, her authentic story waits. In the canonical Bible, Mary is presented fully formed, a young woman already engaged, already chosen for her destiny. Her childhood years are left in the dark. No accounts, no personal memories, no moments from her early life are described in the scripture. But in the background of Christian history, there is an alternative text. It is not considered part of the Bible, yet it has survived for nearly 2,000 years. It is known as the Proto-Evangelium of James, and within its aged, yellowed pages lies a detailed childhood the Vatican never formally accepted. This antique writing, believed to date from the 2nd century, starts not with Mary, but with her parents, Joachim and Anna, a couple burdened by sorrow. They were advanced in years, without children, and felt dishonoured by their community. But one day, the story claims Anna experienced a vision. She would bear a daughter. Not simply any daughter, but one destined to transform the fate of the entire world. When Mary was 3, she was dedicated to the temple to be raised in spiritual holiness, kept away from sin. The text depicts her climbing the long temple steps without hesitation, as if she already understood her ultimate purpose. It says she lived there, receiving food from angels, spending her days completely in prayer and contemplation. It portrays her not just as selected, but as fully prepared, trained for a mission beyond this earthly realm. But here is the part that sparks both interest and concern. According to this narrative, Mary was not only pure in body, but in will and spirit. She did not just accept God's will, she was designed for it from the moment she was born. This idea would later support the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, the belief that Mary herself was born free of original sin, a doctrine that would not become official Vatican law until the year 1854. And yet this specific concept was already circulating in this forgotten book almost 17 centuries earlier. Why then was this story excluded from the Bible? Some commentators suggest it was because the text felt too mystical. Others maintain it appeared too late to be fully authenticated. But perhaps the truest reason is what the story itself represents. A Mary with a history, a Mary with a complete life before the angel ever arrived. A Mary moulded by holiness and deep mystery, not just by simple obedience. This version of Mary was more difficult to contain. The Proto-Evangelium of James was treasured by the earliest Christians. It was the basis for religious artwork, public worship, and even church holidays. But gradually, as the Vatican tightened its authority over Christian doctrine, this story was gently moved aside. It was never formally declared a heresy, but neither was it truly embraced. And yet it continues to exist. A text that refuses to disappear, a rare glimpse into a period when Mary's life was viewed as sacred on its own merit, not just as a prelude to someone else's story. The Church often speaks of Mary's willing acceptance. But this ancient book dares to ask what happened before that crucial yes. Who was she when no one was watching? Who educated her, and for what purpose? In the delicate pages of a gospel that has been mostly overlooked, we might discover the young woman the Bible decided to leave unmentioned. It is just one word, a single term that has been the foundation of countless paintings, prayers, church teachings, and beliefs held by billions of people. A word proclaimed in sermons, carved into church stone, and quietly repeated in the solemn areas of chapels. Virgin. For centuries, Mary has been defined as the Virgin Mother, the one who gave birth without ever having sexual relations with a man. But what if that word, so vital, so sacred, was never intended to convey what we currently believe it means? The mystery begins not in the city of Rome, but in ancient Israel. The Hebrew scriptures contain a prophecy in the book of Isaiah. It speaks of a young woman who will conceive and bear a son, and he shall be called Emmanuel. The term for young woman there is Alma. In Hebrew, this word simply means a girl who is old enough to marry. It does not necessarily mean virgin, but when Jewish scholars translated the Hebrew Bible into Greek hundreds of years before the time of Jesus, a subtle alteration occurred. In the Greek translation known as the Septuagint, the word Alma was rendered as Parthenos. This term can certainly mean virgin, but it can also simply mean maiden or just an unmarried young woman. Context is everything. But centuries later, when the writers of the Gospels utilized that Greek text, the concept of a miraculously pure birth had already become established. And here is the profound irony. The conviction that Mary was a virgin may have originated not with first-hand knowledge, but with a simple error in translation. By the era the early church was being established, the idea of a virgin birth carried immense symbolic power. It set Jesus apart, made him unique. It provided the church with something no other religion claimed, and it placed Mary at the very heart of a divine wonder. She was not just a mother, she was a miracle, a body untouched, yet filled with life. Theologians passionately supported it. Artists famously depicted it. The Vatican fiercely upheld it. But in the quiet understanding behind that powerful decision lies an unacknowledged disagreement. What if Mary was chosen not because of her physical status, but because of the quality of her inner spirit? What if the miracle was not one of biology, but of profound, unwavering faith? There is nothing shameful in a mystery. In fact, many older traditions in the early church considered mystery itself to be holy. But over time, mystery was supplanted by rigid rules. The word virgin became an absolute law. To question it was to challenge the entire doctrinal structure that rested upon it. Yet language is never as fixed as stone. It adapts, it changes meaning. And in the subtle ambiguities of translation, deeper truths sometimes hide. Even today, the Vatican maintains the traditional interpretation. It is taught as a foundational principle of the faith. But even among scholars and priests, there are ongoing quiet discussions, not about rejecting the miracle, but about seeking a more complete understanding of it. Was Mary a virgin in a literal physical sense, or in a deeper spiritual meaning? Was the word primarily intended to describe her biological state, her moral purity, or her immense courage? These questions do not diminish her story. They invite us to engage with it more closely, closer to the profound mystery, to the silence behind the specific words, and to the woman whose life continues to inspire not because she was physically untouched, but because she was spiritually fearless. In the earliest days of the Church, long before the Vatican became the formal centre of Christian authority, believers engaged in intense arguments, not with physical weapons, but with the power of words. And one of the most intense debates focused on a title, a single word that would determine how believers viewed Mary for centuries to come. That word was Theotokos, meaning God-bearer, the one who gave birth not just to a human man, but to the divine itself. But not everyone readily accepted this title. In the early 5th century, a fierce conflict erupted between two influential bishops. On one side was Cyril of Alexandria, a passionate champion of the belief that Jesus was fully divine from the moment of his conception. On the opposing side stood Nestorius, the Patriarch of Constantinople, who strongly advised against referring to Mary as Theotokos. He argued that she should instead be called Christotokos, Christ-bearer, the mother of the human Jesus, not the mother of God himself. To most modern listeners, the distinction may seem minimal, but for the early church, it represented everything. Nestorius feared that calling Mary the mother of God confused the distinct human and divine natures of Jesus. He worried it would inevitably lead to major theological errors, even to blasphemy. Cyril believed the complete opposite. If Jesus was truly God while still in the womb, then Mary could be nothing less than the Mother of God. The argument rapidly spread from pulpits to the imperial courts. Messages were exchanged constantly. Monks aligned themselves with one side or the other. Cities grew deeply divided and tense, and in the year 431, a major council was convened in the city of Ephesus to permanently resolve the theological issue. The council chambers were filled with bishops, each one bringing not only their personal faith, but also deep anxiety. Anxiety that the church might permanently fracture, fear that the wrong choice of word could permanently shape centuries of religious belief. Cyril acted decisively. Before Nestorius could even arrive at the meeting, Cyril forced an immediate vote, and with that action, the church formally proclaimed Mary as Theotokos. The title was made official, sacred, and permanent. But here is the critical complication. In securing victory in this specific debate, Cyril did more than just formally honour Mary. He also permanently sealed her entire story into official doctrine. From that defining moment onward, she was no longer merely the mother of Jesus. She was the mother of God, a figure elevated so highly, so sacredly, that very few people dared to imagine her as simply human anymore. And what happened to Nestorius? He was immediately exiled, formally condemned as a heretic. his followers were dispersed. But the theological debate never truly concluded. Even in the present day, some scholars continue to revisit those original arguments. They question whether the early church leaders acted too hastily, if perhaps both opposing sides grasped only part of the full truth, that Mary could authentically be both a mother to the human and an essential vessel for the divine. The Vatican now treats Theotokos as a fundamental sacred title ingrained in every prayer and belief. But behind that single word lies a fierce battle, a deep-seated conflict over language, identity, and ultimate power. A battle that profoundly shaped not only Mary's enduring image, but the very core of Christian theology itself. And in that quiet, ancient disagreement, we uncover the first major secret hidden within her name, one that reminds us that even the most sacred religious titles are initially forged in the intense fire of human argument. In the gentle ambient light of candles under the sweeping church domes adorned with paintings of stars and saints, Mary is remembered in two fundamentally different ways. A separation based not on belief but on simple geography. In the East, among the powerful churches of Constantinople, Antioch and Jerusalem, she remains the Theotokos, the God-bearer, often depicted enveloped in gold and profound mystery. In the West, within the growing cathedrals of Rome and the grand halls of the Vatican, she is the Virgin Mother, portrayed as gentle and perpetually sorrowful, traditionally crowned in pure white and deep blue. She is the same woman, yet not quite the same spiritual image. Following the Council of Ephesus in the year 431, Mary's title as Theotokos was made official across the entirety of the Christian world. But what resulted was not immediate unity. It was a gradual, quiet separation. The Eastern Church and the Western Church began to drift apart theologically, and Mary's specific role became one of the many subtle distinctions that pointed to deeper underlying divides. In the East, Mary is frequently viewed as a vast cosmic figure, a powerful connection between heaven and earth. Icons consistently depict her with a small child seated formally in her lap, not as a fragile newborn, but as a wise and holy king. Her expression is calm and still, her eyes wide open, as if she sees far beyond the limits of time. The Eastern liturgies honour her not simply for her humility and obedience, but for her intrinsic spiritual strength. She is revered as the one who provided the material body for the eternal Word, a sacred vessel of mystery wrapped in silent contemplation and profound awe. However, in the West, Mary's image slowly became softer and more emotionally accessible as the Vatican's power steadily increased. Her story became focused more intently on purity, quiet humility, and human suffering. She is typically shown kneeling humbly, weeping silently, or watching her son endure the crucifixion. In the popular paintings of the Renaissance, her hands are often shown folded, her gaze modestly lowered. She evolves into the ideal mother, full of patient sorrow and quiet pain. She is seen as a symbol not of ultimate glory, but of supreme sacrifice. And here is the subtle shift that many historians miss. These growing differences were not purely about theology. They were also very much about political power, cultural influence, and the strategic shaping of religious belief to align with local custom. In the East, where deep mystery and symbolic representation were highly valued, Mary was celebrated as a divine protector, sometimes even compared directly to the sacred Ark of the Covenant. In the West, where Rome defined and controlled doctrine through formal councils and standardized canon law, Mary's essential role became strictly defined, unquestionably holy, but carefully managed. The Vatican intentionally chose which aspects to stress: her virginity, her humble obedience, her direct role in human salvation, but deliberately not her autonomous voice or decisive action in the narrative. In doing this, they made her safe, beyond any theological challenge. But in the East, she remained closer to her ancient, mysterious origins. People sang to her not just as a compassionate mother, but as a powerful defender, a divine healer, and even the unquestioned Queen of Heaven. Over the course of time, this schism deepened dramatically. The Eastern Church and the Western Church finally formally broke apart in the year 1054. And though the reasons for the break were numerous, disagreements over language, authority, and ultimate power, Mary was consistently present in the background, a silent witness to a deeply divided church. Today, both the East and the West continue to honour her devotionally, but their two distinct spiritual portraits do not always align. Somewhere between the glittering gold of the icon and the deeply etched sorrow of the garden statue, the real Mary quietly waits, a woman whose life was moulded not only by her faith, but by history itself, by important decisions made in candlelit rooms where official doctrine was formally recorded and difficult secrets were carefully concealed. When Constantine became the powerful emperor in the early 4th century, the existing world of Christian faith was irrevocably changed. No longer a secretive belief system whispered in hidden underground tombs, it suddenly moved into the public light, formally embraced by a massive empire that had previously hunted its followers. With the single stroke of an emperor's decree, Christianity moved from the deep shadows into the very centre of imperial power. And along with it, Mary too began her rapid ascent. She was elevated not simply as a mother or a saint, but as a crucial symbol that would be used to serve more than just matters of faith. She would strategically serve the authority of the throne. Constantine recognized a fundamental quality in Christianity that others had previously ignored. It was far more than just a religion. It was an organizational force, a powerful mechanism to successfully unite diverse populations under a single set of beliefs, a single ruler, and a singular cohesive empire. And Mary, the renowned Virgin Mother, was positioned at the absolute heart of that unifying force. She was the ideal, pure, humbly obedient, and undeniably holy. Her image provided precisely what the empire desperately needed: stability, clear maternal values, and a sense of divine order. She possessed the ability to soften the hard political edges of war and governance with a pervasive sense of grace. Grand new churches began to be constructed specifically in her honour. The Basilica of St. Mary Major in Rome would soon rise to become one of the most magnificent. Mary's powerful image appeared not only within sacred places, but also in very public venues, on circulating coins, on military banners, and in popular songs. Her face, once remembered only in private prayer, was now strategically used to remind all the people who ultimately held power, both in heaven and on earth. But here is the critical factor that makes this specific moment in history so deeply significant. Mary's steady rise as a major sacred figure was not exclusively spiritual, it was fundamentally political. In a vast world ruled by all-powerful emperors, imperial authority absolutely had to appear divinely sanctioned. Constantine claimed he personally saw a vision before a crucial battle, a brilliant cross in the sky accompanied by the Latin words, "By this sign you will conquer." From that defining moment, his rule was firmly linked to heaven. And what better method was there to protect that claim than to formally raise up a holy mother, a woman who gave birth not just to a regular child, but to the very saviour of the world? The Virgin became far more than just a mother. She became a stable throne. As the Vatican steadily gained strength in the West and state-sponsored imperial Christianity took root in the East, Mary's respected name was constantly used to formally bless political decisions, to celebrate military victories, and even to emotionally calm the general population during periods of famine and warfare. Her image offered a deep, emotional comfort, but it was also a convenient tool for social control. It is easy to completely overlook the fact that behind every intricately painted icon and every passionately sung hymn was a deliberate choice. Someone consciously decided which specific image to use, which words to publicly speak, which part of Mary's complex story to share, and which part to permanently conceal. Constantine did not single-handedly create Mary, but he fundamentally helped to shape how the world would view her for centuries. Not as the simple girl from Nazareth, initially brave and unsure, but as a powerful queen. Holy, yes, but also immensely useful for maintaining control. Today, her name still inspires millions of prayers and continues to bring widespread comfort. But behind that pervasive comfort is a long and winding road that leads directly back to empire, to the politics of power, and to a specific time when one man's political vision changed not only a major religion, but also the identity of the woman who would become its most silent and powerful symbol. And in that powerful silence, one question remains. Was Mary uplifted purely by genuine love or strategically used by political ambition? And Mary, whether she sought it or not, was made the mother of a kingdom renewed. The breeze that once touched Nazareth now swept through great marble halls. The young woman who once fetched water in clay pots was now portrayed in gold. Seated on a heavenly throne above the clouds, she was still Mary. But for the institution of the Church and all the believers who followed its message, she had achieved a status much higher. She was now the Queen of Heaven. This royal designation was not given instantly. It developed gradually, much like a fog rising up the high walls of a church. Mary. Initially, Mary was simply respected as the one who bore Christ. She was later celebrated as holy, innocent, kept free from all sin. Over many centuries, this high regard intensified. By the time of the Middle Ages, Mary was no longer just the mother. She was the mother wearing a crown, a monarch above all earthly women, a queen over all angels. The Vatican, already the centre of Christian power, saw in this new title a way to deepen religious faith and create cohesion, unity. A Queen of Heaven was more than just a saintly figure. She represented a principle of order, perfection, and careful control. Her portrait could be seen everywhere. On military standards, during the Crusades, in glowing stained glass, in private whispered prayers, marked upon cold stone walkways. But there is a surprise here. The name Queen of Heaven did not originate only from Christian thought. It echoed an idea far older, something buried deep under layers of history. In ancient civilizations, goddesses had been known by that very name. In Babylonia, in Egypt, in ancient Greece. The whole sky had once been the domain of female deities. Ishtar, Isis, Hera. All were revered as compassionate, formidable, and sacred. And now, as the faith of Christianity spread across lands that had once honoured those names, a different queen appeared. The Church never claimed Mary was a goddess, but her elevation filled the void created by the passing of older forms of worship. It offered the people a nurturing mother figure once more, one they could offer prayers to, one in whom they could place their full trust. By the time the artistic Renaissance began, Mary's appearance was more regal than ever. Painters draped her in deep blue cloth with stars beneath her feet and angels at her side. She no longer walked on the ground. She floated. She no longer grieved openly. She reigned. The Vatican welcomed this growing devotion. It provided comfort, profound beauty, and great influence. Yet there were risks involved. Some worried that naming Mary a queen placed her too closely equal to Christ himself. Others feared that too much praise for Mary might overwhelm the devotion due to God. The Church, always cautious, let the title become popular, but kept it strictly bound by theological rules. And still, the common people sang to her. They placed garlands of flowers on her head. In the spring season they spoke her name before going to sleep. They trusted she could hear them, soothe them, and even save them from harm. Whether they were wealthy or poor, a soldier or a cloistered monk, many found in Mary not merely a queen, but a steady protector. But what was Mary's own opinion of all this? That question is never addressed within the official writings of church tradition. Her actual voice, just as it always was, remains barely audible. And yet her grand crown stays fixed firmly in place. So the humble girl from Nazareth became royalty, not because it was her personal desire, but because of the deep spiritual needs of others. She was a queen without a physical palace. Her crown was not crafted from gold, but from the collective human desire. And hidden behind that crown is a truth the Vatican rarely mentions aloud. Sometimes the most supreme honours arise from the profoundest. Silence. Long before the Vatican officially recognised Mary as the Queen of Heaven, another mother was widely revered beneath the night sky. Her name was Isis. She arose from the great temples of Egypt, where priests lit fragrant incense and sailors offered prayers for safe passage across the vast ocean. People murmured her name in quiet, hidden places of worship, transported her sacred image across harsh deserts, and firmly believed she could restore health to the sick, defend those who were lost, and gently guide the deceased. For countless centuries, Isis stood as the most cherished goddess of the ancient world. And then, almost without clear sign, she seemed to vanish. Or did she truly disappear? As the Christian faith began its spread throughout the vast Roman Empire, it travelled through many cities that had formerly knelt to Isis. The populace did not completely forget her. They had carved her likeness into stone, painted her image on walls, and referred to her as the mother of a divine son. She was frequently depicted holding her son Horus in her lap, a small child sitting upright on her knees, giving a blessing to the world with his very tiny hand. It is a visual composition that is familiar, perhaps too familiar to disregard. This is the point where the story takes a surprising direction. The very first religious artworks of Mary, discovered deep within the catacombs and engraved onto ancient marble, show her in exactly the same posture, a seated mother, a child held high. The face of the child looks peaceful. The mother gazes out directly, serene and fully aware. It is not absolute proof, but it leaves a faint impression, a faint sound, a connection that few in the contemporary world recognise, but one that many scholars privately acknowledge. As the Vatican's influence increased, it never confessed to adopting elements from older forms of worship. And to be clear, Mary is not the same as Isis. Christianity possesses its own origins, its own distinctive reality. But religion, much like spoken language, evolves through ongoing interaction. When people choose to change their faith, they do not always let go of the sacred images they once loved. Instead, they gradually modify them, and by doing so, they effortlessly carry fragments of one worldview into an entirely different one. This was not a calculated plan. It was an undeniable process. People who had once prayed to Isis discovered in Mary a new mother, not a goddess anymore, but a powerful queen, not a woman wielding magic, but one possessing pure grace. The change happened slowly, felt natural, and took very deep root in the soul. And the Church, whether they were fully aware of it or not, permitted this spiritual accommodation. Mary was elevated higher and higher, crowned with bright stars, praised with grand titles that had once belonged to another. Lady of the Sea, Mother of Sorrows, Queen of Heaven. The unexpected development, then, is not that Mary eventually replaced Isis. It is that the fundamental human need for a sacred mother figure never truly went away. It simply transformed its appearance. Even now, in secluded areas of the Vatican, there are scholars who carefully investigate this historical link. They describe it as a natural parallel, not a hidden conspiracy. But secrets often remain visible in plain sight. And maybe that is the common ground where Mary and Isis meet, not in formal church law, but in the deepest hopes of those who desperately required a mother to watch over them all. When the entire world felt overwhelming, Mary became the very heart of Christian piety. But her story, like a strong wind that crosses great seas and vast deserts, carries with it echoes of much older songs. melodies sung in temples now completely forgotten, where another great mother once cradled her divine child and promised the world that she would never let go. In the final book of the New Testament, where bizarre creatures emerge from the ocean and angels sound warnings on trumpets, a woman suddenly appears. She is manifested instantly, wrapped completely in radiant light, wearing the sun as her clothing, with the moon under her feet and a majestic crown of 12 stars resting on her head. She is in great distress, shouting out as she is giving birth, and for almost 2,000 years readers have persistently asked the same crucial question: who exactly is this woman? For many in the first centuries of the Church, and especially among the power structures of the Vatican, the definite answer was that this brilliant figure in the Book of Revelation must be Mary. Who else gives life to the one destined to rule all nations? Who else boldly confronts the dragon, the primal enemy, and remains standing secure in the light? But the full story is far more complex. The woman described in Revelation is never explicitly named. Some interpreters suggest she represents Israel, the people chosen by God. Others argue she represents the Church itself. And yet her image is so thoroughly saturated with symbols related to Mary that it is difficult not to see her as Mary. Agony in giving birth, magnificence in the skies, a crown made of stars. The early painters certainly thought so. They depicted her in shimmering gold, surrounded by attentive angels firmly crushing a serpent beneath her feet. And this is where the mystery becomes deeper. The Book of Revelation was composed during a time of extreme turmoil. The vast Roman Empire had launched a campaign against all Christians. Believers were being hunted down, subjected to cruel torture, and executed. The strange and poetic visions within this unique book were intended to provide reassurance, to remind the faithful that evil would ultimately be defeated. But the woman dressed with the sun is not merely a sign of future triumph. She is fundamentally a mother, vulnerable, weeping, caught directly in the spiritual storm that affects both heaven and earth. Why, then, would the Vatican choose to connect her so strongly to Mary? The reason lies in the spiritual role the Church needed her to fill. As Christianity expanded from a small group of scattered believers into a massive, powerful organization, Mary became the ultimate symbol of perseverance. She did not just witness pain, she personally endured it. The woman in Revelation confronts the dragon, yet she is supernaturally protected. Her male child is carried safely up to heaven. She then escapes into the empty wilderness and simply waits there. It is a powerful story of quiet resilience, of inner strength kept hidden. The unexpected discovery is that the visual representation which became one of the most widespread images of Mary may never have been meant to depict her at all. And yet, by the late Middle Ages, the association was firmly established. Specific church holidays honoured her as the woman of the Apocalypse. Prayers recited described her as being clothed in the light of the sun. Statues presented her standing securely on the moon with bright stars encircling her head. The Vatican willingly accepted this powerful image. It offered profound beauty, a sense of deep mystery, and a divine declaration of victory. Mary, once reserved and poor, now held dominion over dragons and cosmic stars. But beneath the profound beauty was a deep enigma. Was Revelation truly foretelling Mary's ultimate glorification? Or was her specific image subtly inserted into the sacred text long after it was actually written, crafted by faith, human anxiety, and countless centuries of spiritual need? No single person can provide a final answer. But perhaps that is the true strength of mystery. Not to give simple answers, but to gently draw us nearer, closer to the profound silence existing between various symbols, closer to the woman who shines in both darkness and light, a figure who was shaped by the heavens, by human history, and by the quiet, careful decisions of those who constructed the Church from aspirations, persecution, and unrevealed secrets. In the deep, dry sands of Egypt, Buried and silent for many centuries, a collection of forgotten texts once lay hidden. When they were accidentally discovered in the year 1945 near the quiet town of Nag Hammadi, they sent shockwaves around the world. These were not ordinary ancient scrolls. They were Gospels, sacred writings that were ultimately excluded from the New Testament Bible, and within their numerous pages were unique voices that had been silenced, names that had been softened, and crucial stories that had been significantly altered. Among these figures were the various Marys. Most people are familiar with just one Mary, the devoted Virgin Mother. But the first Christian communities were densely populated with many women who shared the name Mary. There was Mary of Bethany, the dedicated sister of Lazarus. There was Mary Magdalene, the woman whose identity and role has been continuously debated for hundreds of years. And somewhere between these different accounts, the powerful figure of the Virgin Mary was gradually formed, not from a single source, but from a compilation of memories, long-held traditions, and deliberate choices. The Vatican would later diligently protect the single, official version of her story. But long before those great walls were erected, Christians openly argued about which of the writings they could genuinely trust. Dozens of Gospels circulated freely among the various early churches. Some were abundant with poetic language and spiritual visions, others with very provocative ideas. And in quite a few of these, Mary plays an unexpectedly different role than the quiet one we recognize today. One of the most enigmatic writings is called the Gospel of Mary. Not Mary the Mother, but Mary Magdalene. In this particular Gospel, she is not merely a witness or a tearful mourner at the tomb. She is truly a teacher, a commanding leader, a person who receives hidden secret knowledge from Jesus following his death and is confident enough to share it openly, even when the male disciples express doubt in her. And this is the point where the critical shift begins. Some scholars suggest that over time, elements of Mary Magdalene's notable strength may have been subtly woven into the Virgin Mary's public image, while other traits, being too assertive, too influential, were completely discarded. As the Church began the selective process of determining which Gospels to include and which to discard, the stories that granted women too great a voice or too much legitimate authority were cautiously set aside. The Virgin Mary, humble and silently obedient, fit the hierarchical structure the Church was actively building. Mary Magdalene, being openly outspoken and full of spiritual mystery, did not conform. And yet the documents that survived in the Vatican's private archives and in the official Bible only offer a partial glimpse. It is specifically within these neglected Gospels that we discover scattered pieces of a much more extensive narrative, one where women named Mary talk, take action, lead, and sometimes even challenge the male figures surrounding them. Why were these female voices concealed? Some claim they were dangerously heretical. Others argue they were politically threatening, but perhaps they were simply too divergent from the idealized image the Church wished to maintain. An image of Mary as utterly pure, quietly obedient, and remaining a safe figure to elevate, as long as she never spoke too loudly or assertively. The Vatican protects numerous mysteries behind thick stone walls, but some of the most profound secrets were never actually locked away. They were just systematically left unread. In these newly discovered forgotten pages, we do not encounter one single Mary. We find many different ones. And in their collective diverse voices we start to grasp something that is closer to the true account. It is fragmented, delicate, and full of persistent questions that are still seeking an answer. In the arid hills near Akhmim, Egypt, a papyrus manuscript was hidden away inside a simple clay jar. For many centuries it remained undiscovered by learned scholars or religious priests, but was unexpectedly found by sheer accident. It was torn, incomplete, and written in the ancient Coptic language. The fragile pages unexpectedly revealed something very few people anticipated. This was clearly a gospel, but it was not composed by Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. It was simply titled The Gospel of Mary. Most people assumed it must be referring to the Virgin Mary, but it was not. This particular gospel belonged to Mary Magdalene, and what it disclosed was quietly transformative. In this unusual and gentle text, Mary is not portrayed as the tearful sinner many mistakenly believe her to be. She is not summarily rejected, not publicly shamed, nor is she merely an observer at the foot of the cross. She is something fundamentally different entirely. She is a source of profound spiritual wisdom. She functions as a legitimate leader. Following the crucifixion of Jesus, the various disciples are gripped by fear. They are unsure what they should do next. The fundamental worldview they deeply believed in has utterly collapsed, and in their great bewilderment it is Mary who courageously steps into the forefront. It is she who calmly comforts all of them. She advises them not to mourn excessively, but rather to go and proclaim the essential teachings they were given. Then, very calmly, she discloses something even more astonishing. She tells them that Jesus had personally appeared to her in a private vision following his death, not within a temple or before a vast public gathering, but to her in secret. She vividly describes a spiritual journey of the soul as it ascends through various obstacles of fear and intense desire until it finally attains profound peace. Her language is completely serene, yet not all those who hear her are satisfied. Peter, one of the most forceful leaders in the early movement, completely disbelieves her account. He becomes visibly angry. He fiercely questions why Jesus would choose to speak to a woman in such secrecy. Why would he choose to reveal such hidden truths to her and not instead to them? The emotional atmosphere in the room changes suddenly. The old hierarchical structure pushes back forcefully. And here is the subtle twist. Mary does not engage in a heated debate. She does not raise her voice at all. She simply and calmly states, "If I have spoken anything that is untrue, then please correct me. If not, then let the truth be accepted as the truth." Another disciple, named Levi, immediately speaks out in her defense. He argues that they should feel ashamed for questioning her credibility. After all, if the Saviour himself trusted her, who are they to express any doubt? This powerful gospel was purposefully excluded from the final version of the Bible. It was not meticulously copied into the large scrolls read regularly in the Roman churches. It was not officially taught by the powerful bishops. The Vatican over a long period chose a simpler, more straightforward narrative, one where Mary Magdalene was defined as a sinner who was eventually saved, not as a respected leader who was to be remembered. But in this unique, long-forgotten gospel, a very different picture persists. It is not the image of a tearful, passive saint, but of an authoritative teacher, of a woman whose powerful voice once resonated clearly in a room consumed by fear, and whose intentional silence today may actually be speaking louder than it ever did before. Not the person you initially believe, indeed perhaps never the one we were officially told she was. In the familiar pages of the New Testament, one particular name reappears frequently, like a quiet, comforting sound in a large gathering. Mary at the bottom of the cross, at the location of the empty tomb, sitting calmly at Jesus' feet, bringing fragrant oil, watching, patiently waiting. We hear the name so often that the specific identities start to run together. But here is the point where the confusion deepens, because it is definitively not always the same person. There are a number of women named Mary, and over time their individual stories have become deeply intertwined like complex hidden vines growing in the dark. The Virgin Mary, Mary Magdalene, Mary of Bethany, Mary, the mother of James, Mary, the wife of Clopas. Some of these women are clearly identified, others are barely mentioned. And as the early church began its process of documenting the official narrative, confusion inevitably arose. For many centuries, people firmly believed Mary Magdalene was the immoral woman who washed Jesus' feet with her tears. But the Bible never explicitly makes this claim. That woman is left unnamed in the text. The Vatican itself later conceded that this was a mistake, but the powerful visual image had already become permanently fixed. The weeping sinner, the prostitute who was transformed into a saint. A storyline that was far too dramatic to simply discard, and so the distinct identities blurred. Mary of Bethany presents another enigma. She appears only a few times, but each moment is filled with gentle compassion. She sits quietly at Jesus' feet, while her sister is busy working. She pours costly perfume directly onto his head, preparing him for burial. Her actions are subtle, but incredibly profound, and yet even she has been repeatedly mistaken for Mary Magdalene over and over again throughout history. Then there is the Virgin Mary, the specific mother of Jesus. Her narrative, so fundamentally important and yet so understated, is often eclipsed by the more dramatic stories of the others. During the first centuries of the Church, believers found it incredibly difficult to differentiate between these women, their common name repeating like a series of echoes. And without the benefit of modern record-keeping, even the bishops sometimes struggled to remember who was who. And here is the critical twist. This ongoing confusion was not solely an accident. It proved to be incredibly useful. By deliberately merging the various Marys together, the Church successfully generated a single, easily manageable composite figure, one that could be conveniently shaped to perfectly align with its intended message. The grieving mother, the deeply repentant sinner, the quietly humble servant. Different women with very different roles, all compressed into one shared name, one singular image. As the Vatican's influence solidified, it made efforts to carefully untangle the specific confusion. Church councils were convened, scholars intensely debated, but the damage to the clarity was already done. The Marys had already merged completely in the minds of the general populace. Religious art, public sermons, and enduring traditions all carried this persistent ambiguity forward. And even today, the majority of everyday believers do not fully grasp how many women named Mary actually walked alongside Jesus. The actual truth is, we may never fully recover each of their complete individual stories. Too much time has elapsed. Too much specific detail has been lost, carefully edited or simply pushed out of sight. But perhaps that is truly a fundamental part of the overall mystery. Maybe the enduring power of the name Mary lies precisely in its multiple faces, each one quietly holding a piece of a larger truth, each one historically misinterpreted, yet still vividly remembered. A choir of individual women sharing one single name, standing quietly and often overlooked in the vast shadows of history. And as we attempt to fully separate them, we encounter not chaos, but a far deeper, more essential question. What other crucial elements have we deliberately simplified in our relentless need for quick simplicity? And what significant discoveries might we make if we choose to look at them again? There was a definite time in the very earliest era of the Christian narrative when the number of voices was far greater. Men and women gathered secretly in concealed rooms inside isolated desert caves on high, exposed hillsides. They spoke of Jesus not as a figure permanently carved in lifeless stone, but as someone they had personally known. He was a phenomenal healer, a wise teacher, a profound spiritual mystery that had completely altered the course of their lives. And among these passionate voices were numerous women. They were strong, deeply insightful, and completely full of spiritual passion. Mary Magdalene, Phoebe, Junia. These are names that were gently whispered in private letters and in Gospels that are now either completely lost or carefully sealed away. But as the entire church grew larger, the range of acceptable voices severely narrowed. Authority gradually began to concentrate heavily in Rome. Bishops assumed the title of fathers, formal councils were regularly convened, Christian doctrine was meticulously shaped like cold stone under a sculptor's precise tools, and slowly, deliberately, one by one, the stories that simply did not conform were pushed aside, forgotten, not because they were fundamentally untrue, but because they were often seen as being inconvenient. In the deep shadows of the Vatican's imposing marble architecture, a profound silence descended and settled over specific names. Mary Magdalene's unique gospel was consciously excluded from the final Bible. The Gospel of Thomas was also left out, despite where Jesus speaks clearly of the divine spark residing inside every single human soul. The Gospel of Philip, where the relationship between Jesus and Mary is tender and deeply complicated. These specific texts were publicly labelled as dangerous heresy, but they were not simply destroyed. Some were cleverly hidden away, others were intentionally buried. They were not truly erased, but were buried deep enough that future generations would eventually forget they ever existed. And here is the modern twist. In our current age, we have unexpectedly rediscovered them. From the dry, dusty sands of Nag Hammadi in the year 1945, a local farmer unearthed very old scrolls that had not been read by anyone for well over 1,000 years. These extraordinary lost gospels contained teachings that felt unfamiliar and even quite strange. But they also provided an active voice to those who had been overlooked. Women who boldly led, women who passionately taught, women who dared to question authority. The Vatican has never fully accepted these texts as official. It firmly adheres to the traditional biblical canon that was decided in the early centuries, a canon that was moulded by church councils and validated by centuries of formal tradition. And yet some learned scholars within those very walls know the fundamental truth. The early church was not a single unified voice, it was a complex chorus. And somewhere along that long historical path, Rome made a conscious choice regarding which specific verses to retain. This selection was not always motivated by malicious intent. Sometimes it was simply a pragmatic decision focused on achieving organizational unity. The world was a place of peril and uncertainty. The church desperately needed a coherent framework. It required absolute clarity. But in forging this definitive structure, it sacrificed nuance. And because of that loss, many unique perspectives vanished. It is impossible to fully grasp what the faith could have become if those perspectives had been preserved. If Mary had been revered not just as a mother, but as a sage. If women had been granted positions of spiritual authority from the very start. If the message of the gospel had been permitted to remain an unfolding dialogue, not a decree cast in stone. Yet, we can pay attention now. We have access to the scattered fragments. We can discern the contours of narratives that were once suppressed. And we must remember that history is not solely recorded by the victors. It is frequently refined by those in power. The Vatican safeguards countless riches, but perhaps its most valuable secrets are the voices it elected not to acknowledge, the ones that still resonate behind the masonry, silent, expectant, and overflowing with grace. In the nascent stages of the Christian narrative, there was a moment when a multitude of voices spoke. Men and women convened in concealed rooms, in desert crevices, and on wind-whipped slopes. They spoke of Jesus not as a static, sculpted image, but as a living memory, a healer, an instructor, an enigma that had transformed their existence. And among these voices were powerful women, insightful and passionate. Mary Magdalene, Phoebe, names murmured in letters and gospels that are either gone or sealed away today. But as the church expanded, its chorus diminished. Authority began to consolidate in Rome. Priests became recognized as fathers. Councils were convened. Dogma was meticulously shaped, like stone beneath a craftsman's tool. And gradually, little by little, the stories that did not conform were set aside, forgotten. Not because they were flawed, but because they were inconvenient. In the shadow of the Vatican's polished marble, an eerie silence descended upon certain names. Mary Magdalene's Gospel was excluded from the established Bible. The same fate met the Gospel of Thomas, where Jesus discusses the divine spark within every individual spirit, and the Gospel of Philip, which depicts the relationship between Jesus and Mary as intimate and layered. These writings were labelled as heresy, but they were not destroyed outright. Some were concealed, others were interred, not obliterated, but buried deep enough that subsequent generations would forget their existence. And here lies the modern revelation. We have rediscovered them. From the desert sands of Nag Hammadi in 1945, a local farmer unearthed ancient scrolls unseen for over a millennium. These rediscovered Gospels presented teachings that felt alien, even unsettling. But they also gave expression to the forgotten women who led, who taught, and who challenged. The Vatican has never fully integrated these texts. It adheres strictly to the canonical selection defined in the first centuries, validated by official councils and reinforced by long-standing tradition. Yet some scholars within those very walls comprehend the truth. The primitive church was not a single doctrine, it was a symphony. And somewhere along the timeline, Rome decided which movements to preserve. This was not always an act of malice. Sometimes it was merely a pursuit of cohesion. The world was characterized by peril and disorder. The church required a solid foundation. It required unambiguous direction. But in establishing that structure, it forfeited complexity. And in that exchange, countless perspectives were silenced. We cannot truly know what might have been if those original voices had been sustained. If Mary had been revered not solely as a mother, but as a mentor. If women had exercised leadership from the beginning. If the divine message had been permitted to remain an active dialogue, not a collection of final statements. But we are able to listen today. We can study the surviving remnants. We can perceive the outlines of history's once muted. And we must remember that the narrative of the past is not only written by those who succeed, it is frequently edited by those who govern. The Vatican possesses many ancient holdings, but perhaps its most vital secrets are the voices it chose to ignore, the ones still echoing in the stone, quiet, watchful, and filled with grace. In the faint glow of nascent Christianity, before the Vatican established the rigid boundaries of orthodoxy, multiple spiritual paths existed. Some traced through arid landscapes, others through subterranean chambers, and some journeyed into mystical dimensions where the visible world was merely an illusion. These were the paths of the Gnostic seekers who believed ultimate divine truth resided deep within the human spirit. And in much of their scripture, one motif recurs endlessly. A divine presence, a mother figure, a female embodiment of insight, luminescence, and mystery. They named her Sophia. Sophia translates to wisdom, but for the Gnostics, she represented more than a word. She was an entity, a cosmic energy, a mirror of the divine hidden within the human spirit. At times she was a beacon cutting through the darkness. At other times, she was the diminished figure, cast down into the physical realm, severed from the ultimate perfection above. Yet, even in her struggle, she remained a guide, a restorer, a testament that what is fractured can still be sacred. This vision of the feminine divine was not intended to compete with God. It was a counterpart, a reflection, a means of asserting that the sacred did not belong exclusively to the male voices of rulers, priests, and prophets. The divine could also manifest in the form of a woman, and this is where the enigma deepens. In some Gnostic documents, particularly those recovered near Nag Hammadi in 1945, Mary Magdalene is deeply connected to this concept of wisdom in visions and spiritual discussions. She is not a docile follower. She is the one who grasps, the one who perceives, the one who retains the memory. One surviving text describes a conversation between her and Jesus, focused not on rules or ceremonies but on inherent spiritual knowledge, on the light interred within the soul, and on the path back to that light through understanding and genuine love. This was not the type of teaching that could be easily codified into law. It was subjective, esoteric, and, to many fledgling bishops, inherently subversive. That was the crucial element. The feminine divine within Gnosticism did not demand altars or grand temples. It called for spiritual awakening. And awakening is challenging to regulate. It does not adhere to hierarchical authority. It does not wear a crown. For the burgeoning church centred in Rome, this presented a serious threat, and so Gnostic scriptures were prohibited, their adherents branded as heretics, their symbols erased from public view. But the Gnostics left behind more than just banned writings. They raised enduring questions. Why is wisdom consistently personified as female in ancient texts? Why did so many early Christians conceive of a divine mother alongside the Father? Why do the Vatican's confidential archives still house copies of Gnostic texts they once officially condemned? Perhaps the solution lies in the subtle power of the feminine divine. Not clamorous, not forceful, but persistent. She is found not on elaborate thrones or elevated pulpits, but in inner reflection, in stillness, in the unexplored margins of Scripture. We are instructed not to read, Sophia, Mary. The nameless voice carried on the wind. They are not entirely lost. They are simply awaiting our recollection. By the advent of the 4th century, the world was undergoing swift transformation. The Roman Empire, once persecuting Christians, began to favour the religion. In 313, Emperor Constantine enacted legislation granting Christians the freedom to practice their faith without fear. By 380, Christianity had been declared the empire's official religion. The church was no longer hidden in burial grounds or meeting in private homes. It was ascending to authority, one structure at a time, one altar at a time. And deep within this ascent, the Vatican started to accumulate more than mere followers. It gathered knowledge, sensitive knowledge, fragile truths that required cautious stewardship. Within musty repositories and dimly lit chambers, church leaders maintained texts that most believers would never encounter. Some originated from the Middle East, some from the Egyptian deserts. Others were passed on confidentially from teacher to student. These records presented a far more expansive view of the Christian faith, one where women preached, spiritual insights dictated doctrine, and Mary was more than a quiet maternal figure on the periphery of the narrative. The Vatican was aware of the Gospel of Mary. They knew of Sophia, the female aspect of divine wisdom. They knew that believers in faraway regions spoke of Mary Magdalene not as a redeemed sinner, but as a spiritual master, and they recognized the influence these narratives held. If left without control, they could radically alter the future identity of the Church. And here is the paradox. Rather than obliterate all these texts, the Vatican preserved certain ones, not for the purpose of instruction, but for surveillance. Not to follow, but to analyse. In the vast libraries of Rome, behind massive entryways and under the strict supervision of copyists, these so-called heretical writings were duplicated and systematically catalogued. Even as they were officially banned from public circulation, they were never truly eliminated. The 4th century was marked by a struggle for control, not just belief. The Council of Nicaea, convened in 325, brought bishops together to establish the foundation of Christian belief, the nature of Jesus, which books belonged in the Bible, what would be deemed absolute truth, and what would be rejected as dangerous. The importance of Mary, both the Mother and the Magdalene, became a debated topic behind closed doors. Could the established church tolerate a spiritual vision where a woman possessed private, sacred knowledge? Could it accept the notion that ultimate wisdom might be conveyed through a feminine voice? The eventual verdict was negative, but not because the concepts were untrue. It was because they were too complex. Unity demanded simplicity, and simplicity required deliberate silencing. So the Vatican determined what to incorporate, what to discard, and what to retain in secret as a contingency. Not every decision was harsh. Some were purely pragmatic, others were political, but all carried profound consequences that resonate to this very day. By the close of the 4th century, the definitive shape of Christianity had been established. And yet, in secluded corners, the Vatican retained the fragments it left out, observing, waiting, perhaps with the understanding that truth, like sunlight viewed through stained glass, often reveals itself gradually and never in one blinding flash. Far removed from the ornate marble of the Vatican and the officially sanctioned books of the Bible, there exists a less prominent world of spiritual writing. These are the apocryphal texts, narratives once passed down quietly from community to community, painstakingly copied by hand in private, and read by early Christians who were not yet constrained by official pronouncements about what was authentic and what was forbidden. Within these lost Gospels, letters, and profound visions, Mary, the Virgin Mother, assumes a different character, one far more active and at times more enigmatic than the representation maintained in the privileged halls of Rome through the authorized scriptures. In those texts, Mary is reserved. She listens, she accepts, and she only speaks if addressed directly. But in the unofficial accounts, a notable change occurs. Her expression becomes clearer, her decisions become stronger, her influence grows deeper. Consider the Proto-Evangelium of James, a document from the 2nd century. It was not selected for the Bible, yet it still shaped Christian practice for hundreds of years. Here, Mary's history begins even before her actual birth. Her mother Anna offers intense prayers for a child, and when Mary arrives, she is not merely a gift, she is a miracle. By the time she is 3, she is committed to the temple, raised within its sacred structure, fed by heavenly beings and kept separate from the everyday world. The Vatican never adopted this narrative into its formal teachings, but its influence lingers within Catholic tradition, showing up in certain feast days and church artistry. Other writings push the boundary even further. In the Gospel of Pseudo-Matthew, Mary is not just devout, but wise beyond her age. She speaks with clarity, provides support to Joseph, and carries a quiet sense of authority even in hazardous situations. In certain stories, she commands angels. In others, she navigates challenges that parallel those faced by the ancient prophets. And here is the subtle difference. In these apocryphal accounts, Mary is not only a mere vessel, she is a figure of sacred power on her own merit. She brings healing, she speaks her mind, she takes the lead. Some texts even imply she was chosen long before her time, not solely due to her moral purity, but because of her inner resilience. The Vatican, as it established its doctrine, was aware of these narratives. Many were duplicated in religious houses, quietly shared, even as they were officially deemed unauthorized. The Church never totally dismissed them, but it never fully embraced them either. Why? Because these versions of Mary were hard to manage. They did not align with the simple portrayal of the obedient mother. They were more intricate, more relatable, and more profoundly spiritual. The Church opted for the interpretation that best supported its expanding institutional framework. A silent Mary was simpler to instruct from. A dynamic one was more challenging to justify. But those neglected pages remain, kept safe in aged libraries, echoing through tradition and offering a glimpse of a different, joyful figure whose story may still be unfolding just below the surface of what we think we understand. Not eliminated, not fabricated, just waiting, as profound truths often are. The year was 325. A warm wind blew through the streets of Nicaea, a small community in what is currently modern-day Turkey. Inside a large meeting hall, bishops from all corners of the Roman Empire gathered. They wore long ceremonial robes. They conversed in Greek and Latin. Their purpose was to establish guidelines, decisions that would irrevocably shape the future of Christianity. It marked the first major assembly of the Church, convened by Emperor Constantine himself. And among the numerous choices finalized behind those substantial doors, one was not officially recorded. One transpired subtly. Mary began to disappear from view. The Council of Nicaea was intended to settle disagreements. Who was Jesus, truly? Was he completely divine, completely human? Something in the middle. The discussions were intense. Entire communities were split over the meaning of a single term. But while everyone focused on the nature of Christ, something else occurred in the periphery. The female figures of early Christianity, many of them named Mary, were excluded. At that point in time, followers still recalled Mary Magdalene not just as a witness, but as a teacher. Some referred to her as the apostle to the apostles. Others recounted stories of her visions, her knowledge, her command. The Virgin Mary, too, had a more extensive history in early writings, one that depicted her as a holy child brought up in the temple, guided by heavenly beings. And yet, when the bishops sanctioned the 4 Gospels that would become official, Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, these more comprehensive narratives were left out. And here is the subtle difference. The Council never voted against Mary. They never declared her irrelevant. They simply chose a structure for Christianity where she had little opportunity to speak. The bishops were constructing an organisation, and that structure required clear lines of authority. Power would originate from Rome. Teachings would be delivered by male figures. The stories that granted spiritual authority to women, those circulated in clandestine gospels and desert correspondence, were gently set aside. Some bishops voiced opposition. In the East specifically, there were still congregations that respected Mary's voice, but they were distant from Rome. Their messages travelled slowly. And as Latin became the official language of the Western Church, their narratives faded. The Vatican's power grew. The silence surrounding Mary intensified, and yet her image never truly vanished. She remained in the background of artistic depictions, holding the Christ child. She stood in sculptures wearing a crown of stars, but her narrative had been transformed. No longer the courageous follower, no longer the visionary, simply a mother, just a symbol, beautiful but motionless. What the Council of Nicaea determined was not just theological, it determined memory. It decided which fragments of the past would be preserved and which would be allowed to dissolve like old writing left, exposed to light. But Mary, in all her manifestations, was not that easily forgotten. She persists in antique scrolls hidden in desert caves, in quiet traditions handed down through generations, and in the private chambers of the Vatican, where unread documents still rest under lock and key. Not eliminated, not invented, just waiting for someone to inquire why she was marginalised and what her complete story might have entailed. She gazes down from painted ceilings and coloured glass panels, enveloped in blue and framed by golden light. The Virgin Mary, gentle, silent, pure. She is the Mother of God, the Queen of Heaven, the grieving figure who witnesses her son's death. Her representation is ubiquitous. In large cathedrals, in small worship rooms, in Vatican mosaics, and at roadside altars. But behind her calm expression lies a more intricate truth, one shaped not only by belief, but by organisational power. From the earliest periods of the Church, male leaders recognised a key factor. Mary deeply resonated with people. She provided comfort. She embodied the mystery of the divine becoming human. But they also observed another aspect. Her story could be leveraged not against the faith, but for institutional control. The Virgin Mary was moulded into the perfect woman, compliant, soft-spoken, always agreeable. Her speech, when permitted, was carefully regulated. Her private thoughts were never written by her own hand. Her prayers were conveyed through the statements of priests. And gradually, her image became a mechanism, not solely for reverence, but for order. And here is the subtle difference. This depiction of Mary, so universally admired and cherished, dictated to women what they were not supposed to be. If Mary's perfection came from her being a virgin, what did that suggest for every woman who was not? If her holiness stemmed from her silence, where did that place the women who dared to express themselves? The more flawless and untainted her image became, the more estranged actual women felt from her. Within the boundaries of the Vatican, this specific version of Mary was protected and widely disseminated. Her purity was taught as absolute fact, her modesty as an essential virtue, her quiet nature as profound wisdom. Yet many initial Christian communities had remembered a different Mary. A Mary who posed questions, who offered leadership, who spoke with boldness and insight. That Mary was harder to govern, so she was softened, revised, covered up in layers of blue fabric. This transformation did not occur instantly. It happened gradually, over centuries, as the Church's influence expanded. It required a symbol both to inspire and to maintain structure. Mary became that symbol, and yet her representation was only a partial truth. In many apocryphal works, Mary is more than just gentle. She is formidable. She defends her son before royalty. She confronts temptation. She teaches with knowledge drawn from divine revelations. These stories were not included in the Bible, but they never entirely disappeared. The Vatican was aware of them. Some are even stored in its archives, sealed away, preserved, but seldom discussed. So the question is, what happens when the most recognized woman in Christian history is only presented through the perspective of men? What is lost when her image holds more value than her own expression? The true Mary may still be waiting, not in sculpted figures or hymns, but in the narratives we were never taught, the ones that were suppressed, obscured, or quietly overlooked. She is not less sacred for being complex. She is more so. And perhaps the fundamental puzzle of Mary is not the extent of her obedience, but the extent to which she was altered to make submission appear divine. She stands at the focal point of cathedrals and echoes through centuries of devotion. The Virgin Mary. She is both accessible and remote, tender and powerful, mortal and sacred. But there is a perplexing element at the core of her story, one that has puzzled theologians for generations and still lingers behind the Vatican's concealed archives. Mary is described as the most influential woman in Christian history, yet her perceived strength originates from her quietness. She is held in the highest regard, yet she speaks almost nothing. She is the Queen of Heaven, yet she is primarily commended for her submission. This is the Marian paradox. She is unblemished, pure, a representation of ultimate innocence, and concurrently she is the conduit through which all grace is believed to flow. In Catholic tradition, Mary is not just the mother of Jesus. She is the intermediary, the advocate, the woman whose earnest prayers can alter the course of destiny. But how can one be so powerful while having so little control over her own narrative? The Vatican's teachings have frequently relied on this careful equilibrium. They present Mary as the ideal embodiment of compliance. She never resists. She never questions. She grants her permission, then recedes behind the splendour of her Son. But here is where the narrative shifts. In many older writings, some of which are still maintained in the Vatican archives, Mary is more than merely passive. She debates with heavenly messengers. She sings bold anthems of social uprising. In the Gospel of Luke, her Magnificat is not a quiet melody. It is a powerful demand against inequity. She speaks of the powerful being humbled, of the wealthy being sent away empty-handed. These are not the phrases of someone vulnerable. These are the phrases of someone acutely aware of the world's harshness and willing to confront it. And here is the subtle difference. The Church chose to emphasize Mary's virginity but frequently disregarded her pronouncements. The more Mary was elevated as the perfect woman, the more her physical being became the main emphasis. Not her statements, not her insight. Her absolute purity became her most defining characteristic, and everything else faded behind it. This left believers with a puzzling image, a woman cherished but not emulated, revered but not truly listened to. She became a fixed image rather than a developing character. Yet, even within the Vatican, not all have concurred. Some scholars have quietly suggested for years that the paradox is not a weakness, but a hint that Mary's quietness was not passive surrender, but deliberate planning. That her purity was not about her body, but about her detachment from the world's failings. And that true strength sometimes manifests as profound stillness. Mary remains one of the most mysterious figures in religious history. The Vatican refers to her as holy. Millions call her mother. But between those designations lies a tension that has never been fully resolved. She is chaste, yet formidable, quiet, yet unforgettable. And somewhere within that contradiction, the reality of her influence continues to shape the world. Gently, persistently, like water sculpting rock. She was designated as pure, untainted, and superior to all others. The Virgin Mary became the definitive representation of holiness. Her face radiated from artwork, her hands were clasped in devotion, and her story was shared repeatedly in places of worship globally. The Vatican elevated her higher than any other female figure in Christian history, but as her innocence was praised, another inquiry began to surface quietly, like smoke ascending into the shadows. Was this symbol of purity meant to inspire reverence or to enforce submission? The Church's deep focus on Mary's virginity was a critical matter. Her physical form was declared pristine before, during, and after the birth of Jesus. This instruction became official policy, fiercely protected by religious leaders and councils. It went beyond mere belief. It became an integral part of the institution's identity. To question it was to challenge the very core of the faith. But here is the subtle difference. The more Mary's purity was celebrated, the more it was utilized to shape the expected conduct of women universally. She was held up as the ideal female, not because of her courage or wisdom, but because of what she refrained from doing. She did not speak out forcefully. She did not seek authority. She did not deviate from the prescribed course. The Vatican claimed her holiness, but only within stringent boundaries. Behind this radiant portrayal was a calculated strategy. By presenting Mary as the flawless example, the Church also established limitations. It instructed women that holiness necessitated quiet submission, compliance, and sexual restraint. Anything deviating from this was regarded with suspicion, and yet the original Mary, if her earliest accounts are accurate, was far more complex. She questioned the angelic messenger, she proclaimed messages of justice, she stood at the base of the cross when others retreated. Her bravery was substantial, but that aspect of her story became obscured, buried under layers of decorative gold and precise doctrine. Even in the Vatican's own artwork, the change is noticeable. Earlier depictions of Mary show her standing firm and clear-eyed, but later she appears smaller, more passive, her gaze lowered, her hands folded. Always reserved, always stationary. It was as though her power had been moulded into something gentler, something more easily managed. And so the question remains, was Mary's purity a divine truth to be honoured or a mechanism of social control? Some historians suggest that the Church's intense focus on her virginity was less about theology and more about institutional organisation. It helped maintain order. It established fixed roles, and it placed men squarely at the centre of spiritual authority. Women could offer prayers, they could provide service, but they could not deliver sermons. Not as Mary Magdalene once did, not as the forgotten Marys of early Christian tradition. The Vatican has never directly addressed this inquiry, but in the silence surrounding it, echoes remain. Mary's image still floats high above marble altars, but her voice, the one filled with courage and passion, may still be waiting for someone to look past the symbol and ask who she genuinely was and why. The truth may have been concealed beneath the aesthetic all along. By the time the medieval world began weaving its tales into stained glass and devotional songs, the Virgin Mary had already transcended her scriptural role. She had become an archetype, a powerful legend, a silent presence in the minds of royalty and common people alike. From the winding avenues of Rome to the cold stone monasteries of England, stories about Mary circulated verbally, transcribed in manuscripts by monks who believed her touch could cure illness and her voice could calm turbulent weather. These were not the Marys of the 4 canonical Gospels. These were accounts filled with mystery, wonder, and a deeper, more ancient quality than formal doctrine. Some believed Mary walked the earth in disguise, appearing to ordinary people in dreams or to soldiers before a conflict. Others spoke of her intervening to save the souls of those condemned at the very brink of hell, gently retrieving them from the flames. Initially, these narratives might seem like simple morality tales for weary travellers, but there is a more profound question hidden in the pauses between the text. Were they simply folk tales, or were they overlooked fragments of something older? One tale, passed down through the centuries, recounts a monk who violated his vow and fled the monastery in disgrace. As he wandered the wilderness, overwhelmed by sadness, a woman dressed in blue appeared and guided him back. She did not speak, but her presence brought calm to his turmoil. Upon his return, the other monks were astonished. He had been absent for decades, but to him it felt like only a few days. The woman he swore was Mary. And here is the subtle difference. Some of these accounts align with older writings not included in the Bible, narratives hidden in ancient repositories and locked away in the Vatican's vast collection. The Transitus Mariae, for example, describes Mary's last moments surrounded by angels, ascending into heaven by a divine radiance. It was never incorporated into the official canon, but its message persisted, transmitted through generations, moulded into devotional music and sacred artwork. The Vatican has never formally declared most of these medieval stories either accurate or false. Instead, it permitted them to exist alongside official doctrine so long as they supported the Church's overarching message. Mary evolved into a guardian, a sovereign, a link between the heavenly and earthly realms. Her legend expanded, but her inherent mystery deepened. Was the Church fostering her image or subtly directing it? In medieval Europe, devotion to Mary was so powerful that entire towns claimed to possess a fragment of her garment, or a droplet of her milk, or even her tears. Pilgrims journeyed for weeks to offer prayers at her shrines, convinced that she could intercede in matters both spiritual and deeply personal. So were these tales merely imaginative stories driven by longing and fear? Or were they remnants of earlier beliefs dismissed by councils and scholars, only to re-emerge in popular song and story? Ultimately, the boundary between popular legend and established law may not matter. What matters is that people continued to tell them. And in every hushed telling, Mary endured, not only in gilded statues and carved marble, but in the quiet, sacred chambers of the human spirit. In the remote regions of France, deep within ancient worship places weathered by time and smoke from burning candles, stands a particular statue. Unlike others, her complexion is dark, nearly black, and her eyes hold a stillness that feels more ancient than the rock itself. She is known as the Black Madonna, and she is not unique. Across Europe, tucked away in valleys, natural caves and mountain chapels, there are more than 500 images of Mary with skin as dark as midnight. Some are sculpted from wood, some painted on walls, some are so old no one remembers their origin. But all of them prompt the same question: why is she black? The Vatican has proposed explanations. Some suggest the colour resulted from smoke from the candles. Others assert it was the natural deterioration of the paint, a gradual darkening over time. But these explanations seem inadequate, particularly since the shrines were designed to safeguard the images, not compromise them. And here is the subtle difference. In many of these locations, the Black Madonna was not simply tolerated. She was deeply venerated, believed to possess extraordinary power, thought to grant healing, protection, and even hidden insight. Pilgrims travelled great distances to kneel before her. not out of confusion, but out of profound, quiet faith. Some academics speculate the Black Madonna represents something much older. Long before the Church established its dominance in Rome, the European territories were home to various earth goddesses, figures associated with fertility, preservation, and the sacred feminine. Sculptures of women with rounded figures and commanding eyes were discovered buried in the earth, placed in ancient temples, or passed from individual to individual. When Christianity expanded, it did not always succeed in eliminating these older customs. Sometimes it subtly integrated them, and in the case of the Black Madonna, it may have simply given them a new identity. There are unverified suggestions, neither confirmed nor refuted, that some early sanctuaries dedicated to the Black Madonna were once places of worship for Isis, the Egyptian mother goddess. Isis was frequently depicted holding her divine child, just as Mary would be portrayed centuries later, and both were called the Queen of Heaven. Could these dark depictions of Mary be remnants of something much older? Something the Vatican chose not to eliminate, but to conceal in plain sight. There are accounts of Black Madonnas being discovered in unusual circumstances, excavated from the ground, found inside hollow trees, or revealed through prophetic dreams. In many instances, the people who found them attempted to relocate them, but the statues would inexplicably return, sometimes miraculously, to the precise location they were first found. Local people believed it signified that she had personally chosen that area, and once a place was chosen, no one dared to dispute it. Today, the Vatican acknowledges the existence of these shrines, but rarely discusses their deeper implications. The official stance remains, she is still Mary. Her skin tone does not diminish her holiness. But those who pray before her often sense something else, something primal, something unspoken. The Black Madonna does not require justification. She stands quietly in her shadowed alcoves, wrapped in profound mystery, and welcomes those who seek her, not with definitive answers, but with a sense of wonder. In the very core of Vatican City, beneath layers of historical development and Latin rituals, Mary is identified as the Virgin Mother, the Queen of Heaven, the sorrowful and reserved woman who bore the Son of God. Her name is invoked in every liturgical service, her image displayed in nearly every place of worship. But what many are unaware of, even among the devoted, who light candles at her shrines, is that she is also revered far outside the Church's boundaries. In fact, she holds a position of remarkable significance in another sacred text, the Quran. Not only is Mary mentioned in the Quran, but she is referenced more often than any other woman. Her name appears consistently, not as a supporting character, but as a central figure. And here is the part that surprises many believers. She is the only woman in the entire Quran whose personal name is explicitly stated. Not Eve, not Sarah, not even the wives or daughters of the prophets. Only Mary is named in the faith of Islam. She is called Maryam, and her narrative is recounted with meticulous detail, deep respect, and even reverence. She is described as being selected above all women. She is pure, devoted, and resilient. The Quran describes how angels communicated with her, how she retreated to a secluded spot, and how she gave birth to Jesus, known in Arabic as Isa, by the divine will of God, without an earthly father. The event is sacred, filled with quiet contemplation, hardship, and mystery, much as it is depicted in the Christian Gospels. And here is the subtle difference. For centuries, the Vatican has carefully managed Mary's portrayal. It has dictated how she is understood, how she is represented, and what her role is in human salvation. But in Islam, Mary is honoured without the same institutional constraints. She does not belong exclusively to a single church. She is not used primarily as a symbol of passive obedience. She is simply a woman chosen by the Almighty, and her inherent strength is not obscured in the Quran. She speaks, she struggles, she even expresses fear for her life. But she is consoled by divine messages, by miracles, by the direct presence of God himself. In many respects, she is more fully realized there than in some Christian traditions. The Vatican has never dismissed Mary's importance in Islam, but it has rarely discussed it openly. Perhaps because it blurs the distinctions between what is Catholic and what's not. Perhaps because it shows how broadly her story has been accepted, how deeply it resonates not only with Christians but with Muslims as well. And so a quiet truth exists between the pages of two major faiths. Mary serves as a connection, not a barrier. She is the understated figure who unites what many perceive as fundamentally separate. Her narrative spans deserts and oceans, transcending language and doctrine. And whether spoken in the formal language of Latin or the flowing cadence of Arabic, her name carries the same gentle weight. Mary, the most frequently mentioned woman in the Quran, a fact the Vatican may not actively conceal, but seldom chooses to emphasize. She was not consistently reserved. She was not consistently mild. In the very first centuries of Christianity, Mary was not merely a mother to be adored. She was an imposing figure, a presence that inspired caution in the minds of rulers and influenced the movement of large groups across territories. There was a time, long before her image was delicately carved in marble and displayed in elaborate sanctuaries, when Mary was perceived as a challenging force. In the bustling streets of Constantinople, large groups chanted her name. They carried her likeness into conflict, believing she would defeat their adversaries. In Egypt, she was secretly invoked by women who blended ancient reverence for goddesses with Christian hymns. Even in Rome, well before the Vatican became a centre of institutional power, Mary's name resonated through softly lit chambers as something beyond pure. It was powerful. And here is the subtle difference. For a period in history, Mary was viewed not as a symbol of compliance, but of resistance. One of the oldest devotional songs still chanted today is called Sub Tuum Praesidium, which translates to Under Your Protection. It dates back to the 3rd century, a period when followers of Christ were facing persecution. In that vulnerable environment, Mary was not a gentle, maternal figure. She was a shield, a safeguard, a fierce guardian who stood between the faithful and danger. She was also called upon during outbreaks of disease, during seismic events, during dangerous ocean voyages. Her name was whispered when all other options were exhausted, when hope was nearly gone. But the more influential she became in the consciousness of the people, the more of a potential threat she seemed to those in charge. The early male religious leaders began to carefully manage her image. Her true strength was reframed as simple purity. Her natural courage was presented as quiet acceptance. The challenge she once represented to male-dominated systems was replaced by something more palatable, something that could be managed. And still, she pushed back. In the medieval era, there were reports of Mary's statues weeping blood or turning their gaze away from dishonest religious officials. Monks claimed to have visions of her, issuing warnings against excessive material desire. Within the church, there were private discussions that she appeared not only to revered saints, but to ordinary women, to rural people, to the marginalized, to those the Vatican largely ignored. What would be the implication, after all, if the most influential woman in Christian history spoke directly to the underprivileged? What if she did not wait for official sanction? What if she chose to reveal herself without permission? To some, she became a challenge not to their fundamental belief, but to their institutional control. And so her story was softened, shaped, and pruned like a garden plant. The wild, untamed aspects were removed, the edges were smoothed over. But the resonances persist in old songs, in hidden writings, and in the quiet determination of those who still sense her presence not as a soft murmur, but as a powerful resonant force, Mary, in her most authentic form, was never meant to be confined. She was challenging because she reminded people that the divine could communicate through a woman, and even today that remains an idea the Vatican has never fully come to terms with. She was not consistently reserved, she was not consistently mild. In the very first centuries of Christianity, Mary was not merely a mother to be adored. She was an imposing figure, a presence that stirred caution in the minds of rulers and influenced the movement of large groups across territories. There was a time, long before her image was delicately carved in marble and displayed in elaborate sanctuaries, when Mary was perceived as a challenging force. In the bustling streets of Constantinople, large groups chanted her name. They carried her image right into conflict, certain she would conquer their enemies. In Egypt, women prayed to her in secret, blending ancient goddess customs with Christian worship songs. Even in Rome, long before the Vatican solidified its authority, Mary's name echoed in rooms lit by candles as something far beyond mere purity. It held immense power. And here is the paradox. For a fleeting time in history, Mary was viewed not as a symbol of passive obedience, but as a sign of resistance. One of the oldest hymns still recited is called Sub Tuum Praesidium, Under Your Protection. It originates in the 3rd century, a dangerous era when followers of Christ were hunted. In that precarious world, Mary was not a tender mother figure. She was a bulwark, a guardian, a fierce force who shielded the faithful from the blade. Her help was also sought during outbreaks of disease, during seismic events, and during violent storms at sea. Her name was a private plea when all other options were exhausted, when hope seemed nearly extinguished. But the greater her influence became in the minds of ordinary people, the more menacing she appeared to those in charge. The early church leaders, exclusively men, began to meticulously redefine her role. Her natural strength was rebranded as chastity. Her inner courage was reframed as silence. The danger she once represented to the rule of men was substituted with something far more palatable, something that could be managed, and yet she continued to defy. Throughout the medieval era, stories circulated of Mary statues that bled or deliberately turned their gaze away from dishonest bishops. Monks reported visions of her, cautioning against excessive greed. Within the church itself, there were murmurs that she appeared not just to holy figures, but to regular women, to farmers, to outsiders, to those the Vatican simply did not notice. What would it signify, after all, if the most powerful woman in Christian tradition spoke directly to the poor? What if she chose not to wait for institutional endorsement? What if she chose to reveal herself without official permission? To some, she became a challenge not to belief but to centralized power. And so her narrative was gently diminished, shaped and pruned like a wild vine, her untamed nature removed, the edges meticulously smoothed. But the memory still resonates in old devotional songs, in obscure writings, and in the quiet determination of those who still sense her presence not as a soft whisper, but as a mighty roar. Mary, in her original form, was never meant to be confined behind walls. She was perceived as dangerous because she was a reminder that the divine could communicate through a woman. And even today, that remains a concept the Vatican has never completely accepted. In the lengthy hallways of the Apostolic Palace, beneath ornate ceilings, and between rooms holding centuries of hidden knowledge, a pope once lived who feared the voice of the Virgin Mary. Not her intercessions, not her icon, but her escalating influence beyond his oversight. Her presence had incited uprisings, ignited spiritual revelations, and drawn the impoverished and marginalized toward her with a devotion so profound it bypassed the church organization entirely. By the close of the Middle Ages, her holy sites had sprung up across Europe. Her likeness was carved in rock, covered in gold leaf, and transported into villages where priests did not always follow. Women swore she visited them in their sleep. Shepherd boys described her radiance in the darkness. And in the stillness of these visitations, a communication was received, a caution, a consolation, or sometimes a demand for transformation. And this is what worried the central authority in Rome. The Pope at that time was a man of sharp intellect and tired eyes. His position granted him the earthly voice of God. But he knew Mary's voice resonated further than his own. She was reaching souls that his official pronouncements and decrees could not touch. So he started to limit her, not openly, naturally. The Vatican would never speak against the Mother of God, but subtly, through careful doctrinal texts and restricted rituals, her appearances were filtered. Her devotional songs were shortened. Her miracles, if not validated by a bishop, were declared false. And here comes the unsettling detail. He even tried to outlaw certain titles for Mary that had gained popularity among mystics and common folk. One in particular generated anxiety within the Curia, co-redemptrix. The notion that Mary shared in the act of salvation, that her suffering held more than symbolic weight, was viewed as a threat to the all-male priesthood's sole claim on divine grace. To elevate Mary too highly was to risk destabilizing the entire hierarchy of church governance. Behind closed doors, papal advisors debated how to manage the escalating popular piety. Should they issue more dogma to fix her identity? Should they only approve specific sanctioned apparitions? Or should they simply saturate the believers with images of her, meek and silent, her eyes looking down, her mouth shut? The Pope chose a tactical silence. He permitted Marian worship to continue, but only on conditions he could dictate. And yet, Mary had never needed permission. In the very year his directives were being written, a young peasant girl in a faraway mountain settlement claimed to have seen the Virgin engulfed in light in a field. She was poor, uneducated, and dismissed by the local clergy. But the vision attracted crowds, and soon the Vatican faced a choice. Suppress the girl or endorse the miracle. They dispatched investigators. They eventually erected a chapel, and in doing so, they confirmed what the Pope had attempted to deny. Mary could not be silenced, not by official theology, not by mandate, not even by the one who held the keys to St. Peter's throne. Because the Mother speaks where she chooses and when she does, even the walls of the Vatican must yield and pay attention. She was present at the very beginning, in the earliest assemblies of followers before the Vatican's grand marble architecture and gilded ceilings. Women sat alongside men in simple candle-lit rooms, sharing food and reciting prayers. Some led congregations, some instructed on scripture. Some opened their homes as places of worship. The accounts were passed down from one person to the next. Of Phoebe, a deaconess who delivered Paul's letters, of Junia, an apostle mentioned in his writings, and of Priscilla, who clarified doctrine for learned men. These were not just helpers, they were leaders, but as time went on, their names began to fade away. As the Church expanded and sought imperial status, its structure started to shift. Power concentrated at the top. Authority became centralized in Rome, and the female voices once integral to the very bedrock of the faith were subdued, then eliminated. Not through explicit condemnation, but through revisions, through exclusions, through marginal notes. By the time the Vatican was established as the epicenter of Christendom, the official history of women's initial roles had almost disappeared. They were not featured in sermons, they were not depicted in teaching robes or crowned with intellectual authority. Instead, they were confined to two restrictive archetypes: the Virgin, untouched and quiet, or the penitent woman, remorseful and broken. And here is the surprise. Even as their public influence was systematically removed, women remained the spiritual core of the Church. It was they who maintained the perpetual light in the darkest centuries. It was they who filled the sanctuaries, cared for the ill, raised the next generation of believers, and transmitted the essential stories. but their place at the sacred centre was taken away. They were instructed to pray, not to preach, to obey, not to govern. Within the Vatican's official documents, countless women appear only as incomplete records. Nuns who established educational institutions, mystics who challenged papal authority, healers who were never granted sainthood. Some recorded powerful revelations of God, yet their writings were obscured beneath male interpretations. Some were eventually canonized, but their biographies were edited to emphasize compliance over spiritual insight. One of the clearest instances of this quiet erasure is seen in the councils that established church law. In every chamber where core beliefs were settled, where gospels were chosen, and where Mary herself was declared Theotokos, no woman was permitted a seat at the table. They were spoken about. They were never granted a voice to speak for themselves. Even the image of the Virgin Mary, the most revered female figure in Christian history, became a mechanism of containment. She was raised high, but not to inspire boldness, but rather to encourage passivity, humility, and submission. Her strength was acknowledged, but never shared. The Vatican's narrative is not characterized by loud rejections of women. It is characterized by subtle disappearances, by unshared stories, by questions that were never raised. And yet, beneath this manufactured silence, the underlying reality persists. From the concealed depths of the catacombs to the quiet corners of convents, women have always been present, observing, anticipating, and occasionally whispering the memory of what was once rightfully theirs. It was contained inside a sealed document hidden deep within the Vatican for more than 4 decades. Only a few high-ranking men knew its precise contents. Fewer still understood why it carried so much weight. But those who read The Third Secret of Fatima, the final message supposedly delivered by the Virgin Mary to 3 children in a tranquil Portuguese village, found their perspective on the world permanently changed. Lucia, the eldest of the 3, was directed by Mary to commit the secret to paper and transmit it to the pontiff. She complied in the early 1940s. The envelope was delivered to the Vatican under a strict vow of secrecy. Pope Pius X received it, read the initial lines, and then deposited it in a secure drawer inside his private office. He never mentioned it again. The critical question is why. When the Vatican finally made the contents public in the year 2000, the message seemed ambiguous and symbolic. It depicted a cleric in white traversing a ruined city, stepping over corpses and debris before being shot down on a hill by military personnel. The Church claimed this vision was a foretelling of the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II in 1981, but many people remained sceptical. This is where the enigma deepens. Cardinals who had reviewed The Third Secret before its release hinted at something much more unsettling. One referred to it as a major ordeal for the Church. Another stated it would fundamentally challenge the faith of believers. Yet another advised it should never be officially released. Why such deep-seated fear over a vision of martyrdom? Some academic experts believe the version shared in 2000 was incomplete, that the authentic secret included Mary's own words warning of future betrayals inside the Vatican structure, a widespread decline of faith among leaders, a time when profound spiritual darkness would invade the holy sanctuary. It was not the depiction of suffering that terrified the Vatican hierarchy. It was the implication that the threat would originate not from external forces but from within its own ranks. Lucia herself expressed uncertainty about whether the full message had been made public. In correspondence written later in her life, she referred to details that were absent from the Vatican's published account. References to widespread confusion, systematic deception, and a spiritual breakdown that would fundamentally threaten the stability of the Church. And here is the core mystery. Rumours suggest that 2 distinct versions of the secret were recorded, one containing the visual description and one containing Mary's direct verbal commentary. The vision was eventually shared. The direct verbal message is allegedly still concealed today. Vatican officials maintain that absolutely nothing has been withheld. But the enduring secrecy surrounding the document has created a persistent shadow of doubt. What exactly was Mary cautioning against? Why did it take 40 years to reveal a prophecy intended for the world? And perhaps, most profoundly, if the remainder of her words were ever released, would they restore hope to the faithful? Or would they bring the entire Vatican institution to its knees? In the winter of 1531, an indigenous man named Juan Diego walked across the rolling hills near Mexico City. The morning was chilling, quiet, and enveloped in the thick, seasonal mist. He was on his way to attend Mass, as he had done countless times before. But on that particular day, something fundamentally changed, something miraculous. According to the traditional account, the sky parted, and a woman appeared. She was not a deity from the Aztec temples, nor did she resemble the European saint images painted by Spanish missionaries. She had darker skin, gentle eyes, and wore a shawl covered with what looked like stars. She identified herself as the Virgin Mary, and she requested Juan Diego to construct a church for her directly on the hill of Tepeyac. He did as he was asked. He went to the local bishop and recounted the entire event. But the bishop did not believe his story, not the first time, not the second time. It was only when Juan Diego opened his tilma, his simple cactus fibre cloak, and roses fell out onto the floor in the middle of winter that the bishop finally paid attention. And on the coarse fabric itself, the woman's image had miraculously appeared, not applied with paint, not sewn with thread, but somehow imprinted into the fibres like a heavenly vision permanently fixed in time. This image, recognised today as Our Lady of Guadalupe, would go on to reshape the course of history. It quickly became a powerful emblem not merely of religious faith but of revolutionary spirit. People hailed it as a genuine miracle. Scientists attempted and failed to explain how the image was formed. And for many, the message was unambiguous. Mary had arrived not as a queen of a European power, but as a loving mother to the poor, the native population, the forgotten. And now we come to the unsettling irony. As the devotional practice grew, so did its political usefulness. The Spanish Church, which had severely struggled to convert the indigenous peoples of the New World, now discovered that the Virgin of Guadalupe opened more doors than any conventional sermon. The Vatican soon formally acknowledged the miracle. Shrines were erected, religious services were held, and gradually the identity of the Church in the Americas began to transform. But some historians raise a more difficult question. Was the event truly divine, or was it a form of political manoeuvring? There is historical evidence that the exact location where Mary appeared had previously been a sacred site dedicated to an Aztec goddess named Tonantzin. Some suggest the story of Juan Diego was deliberately shaped to merge the old native beliefs with the new Christian faith, thereby making mass conversion easier. Others argue the story was preserved through oral tradition and only recorded years later with significant editorial changes. Even the tilma itself has been the subject of intense debate. Researchers from various nations have analysed it. Some assert it defies all scientific explanation. Others quietly speculate it may have been subtly altered or enhanced over the centuries. Yet every time someone attempts to cast doubt on the core story, the image itself remains mysteriously untouched, unaged, and seemingly unchanged. Whether one accepts the literal miracle or perceives a deeper political strategy, the fundamental truth is that the Virgin of Guadalupe gave Mary an entirely new voice. And once again the Vatican was forced to follow where she led, not to issue orders but to play catch-up, because whether through genuine faith or through political fire, her story always finds a way to resurface. The year was 1917. The globe was consumed by the fires of World War, and Portugal was shaking under political turmoil. Whispers of coming starvation and revolution filled the air, a palpable sense of fear hung like smoke. And in the small, unassuming village of Fatima, an event occurred that would alter the trajectory of Vatican history forever. 3 young children, impoverished and without education, were watching sheep in the fields outside their community. Their names were Lucia, Jacinta, and Francisco. They were not known for telling falsehoods, nor for imaginary tales. Yet they claimed to have seen a lady, shining brighter than the sun, standing above a small tree. She wore robes of white. She smiled gently without moving her mouth. She instructed them to return every month on the 13th day, and they faithfully obeyed. Crowds began to gather around them. First a few dozen, then several hundred, and eventually many thousands. Some came filled with hope, others with skepticism. But the children, steadfast and resolute, recounted what the lady had said: that the world must repent for its sins, that Russia would spread its harmful influence, that something terrible would unfold unless people returned to prayer. She also spoke of secrets, and here the controversy begins. The Vatican would later formally designate these as the 3 secrets of Fatima. The first was a terrifying vision of hell, the second a strong warning about the impending war, about Russia, and the necessity of dedicating that nation to Mary. The third remained concealed, locked away, and was not disclosed for over 80 years. On October 13th, the lady promised a conclusive sign. Tens of thousands of people stood in the pouring rain, waiting. And then the impossible happened. The heavy clouds suddenly broke apart. The sun appeared to spin violently in the sky like a gigantic wheel of fire. People cried out in panic. Some dropped to their knees in prayer. Others believed the sun was actually falling toward the earth. When the phenomenon ended, the ground was completely dry. Their clothing, which had been soaked, was now warm and clean. The Vatican conducted a quiet, thorough investigation, and decades later declared the apparitions worthy of belief. But the third secret, the final message Mary gave to the children, remained sealed in the Vatican archives until the year 2000. That year, the Vatican finally released what it claimed was the complete, final secret. It described a bishop in white, struck down by bullets and arrows in a devastated city full of the dead. Many interpreted this as a clear prophecy of the attempt on Pope John Paul II's life, but others were not convinced. Some argued the real secret warned of deep corruption within the Church, of betrayals occurring at the highest levels of authority. A few even feared it spoke of terrible future calamities still awaiting humanity. And here lies the central dispute. One of the original visionaries, Sister Lucia, later indicated there were additional words from Mary that had not yet been made public. The Vatican maintained that the entirety of the secret had been revealed. To this very day, some believe a more profound message is still being concealed in the archives behind those heavily guarded doors. Whether the events were purely prophecy, purely political, or a combination of both, Fatima became more than a mere miracle. It became a dividing line between spiritual certainty and institutional fear. And once again, Mary stood at the centre, speaking uncomfortable truths that even the Vatican could not fully suppress. It was stored inside a sealed envelope hidden deep within the Vatican for over 4 decades. Only a few high-ranking men were privy to its exact content. Fewer still understood the deep significance of it. But those who did read the third secret of Fatima, the ultimate message supposedly delivered by the Virgin Mary to 3 children in an obscure Portuguese village, never viewed the world quite the same way again. Lucia, the oldest of the children, was directed by Mary to document the secret and then forward it to the Pope. She fulfilled this command in the early 1940s. The document was delivered to the Vatican under a strict security and silence protocol. Pope Pius XIII took possession of it, read the opening lines, and then carefully locked it away in a drawer inside his private desk. He never publicly spoke about it again. The lingering question is simply why. When the Vatican finally disclosed the contents in the year 2000, the message presented seemed deliberately vague and heavily symbolic. It recounted a cleric in white traversing a ruined, destroyed city, walking past bodies and wreckage before being fatally shot on a small hill by soldiers. The Church officially stated this vision was a precise prophecy of the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II in 1981. But many people remained deeply unconvinced. This is where the enduring mystery lies. Cardinals who had personally reviewed the third secret before the year 2000 hinted at something far more unsettling. One described it as an immense tribulation for the entire Church. Another claimed it would shake the fundamental faith of the people. Still another warned adamantly that it must never be released to the public. Why such extreme apprehension over a vision predicting martyrdom? Some scholarly researchers suggest the version released in 2000 was deliberately incomplete, that the authentic secret contained the direct words of the Virgin Mary herself, warning of future systematic betrayals within the Vatican, a catastrophic decline of faith among key leaders, a dark era when spiritual gloom would penetrate the sanctuary. It was not the tragic vision of suffering that terrified the Vatican hierarchy. It was the alarming suggestion that the imminent danger would arise not from external threats, but from internal breakdown. Lucia herself appeared to express doubt about whether the entire message had been fully disclosed. In her later written communications, she referenced elements that were completely absent from the Vatican's published account. Details concerning widespread confusion, systematic deception, and an overarching spiritual emergency that would strike right at the heart of the Church structure. And here is the final, compelling twist. There are persistent rumours that 2 documents detailing the secret were actually written, one containing the visual description and one containing Mary's own direct verbal explanation. The vision was made public. The explicit words are allegedly still being hidden to this day. Vatican spokesmen insist that absolutely no part of the message has been held back. But the deep, unsettling silence around the secret has left behind a corrosive trail of doubt. What vital warning was Mary truly trying to deliver? Why did it require 40 years to release a vision intended for the entire world? And perhaps the most haunting query of all, if the rest of her crucial words were ever finally revealed, would they successfully rally the faithful back to hope? Or would they ultimately force the Vatican itself to its knees? The morning light streams down over the ancient rooftops of Rome, bathing the sturdy walls of the Vatican in a warm golden glow. From the outside, it projects an aura of tranquility, antiquity, firmness, and self-assurance. But deep within, concealed behind heavy carved doors and echoing halls, there is a complex question that even the most powerful men in their robes struggle to resolve. When someone alleges that the Virgin Mary has appeared to them, who ultimately determines if that event is genuine? The procedural answer on paper is straightforward. The Vatican follows a set protocol. A small select group of theological experts, bishops, and sometimes scientific specialists convene to meticulously examine the specific case. They actively search for evidence of deliberate fraud, mental instability, or any direct contradictions with established doctrine. They scrutinize the exact messages that were reportedly delivered. They evaluate if these messages align with official church teachings. If the event appears benign or spiritually beneficial, it may be granted official approval. If it does not, it is usually quietly dismissed. But the real-world outcome is rarely so neat. There is no formal courtroom, no video evidence, no objective way to quantify the divine presence. Some apparitions, like those at Lourdes and Fatima, are embraced wholeheartedly. Others, seemingly just as powerful and sincere, are allowed to fade into obscurity. A woman weeping in a rural field, a child witnessing a strange light in the surrounding trees. Some are readily believed, some are dismissed entirely. And in the vast majority of cases, the individuals making the final determination have never personally visited the site. This is where the true mystery begins. For countless generations, narratives of Mary appearing to the impoverished, the young and the otherwise unknown have circulated globally, reaching from war-torn communities to remote, quiet mountains. These spontaneous visions often arrive with highly urgent messages, strong warnings, desperate pleas, or prophetic statements. But occasionally they also present a fundamental challenge. Some apparitions directly question the competence of church leadership. Some hint at severe future conflicts within the Vatican organization itself. And those are the specific cases that are most frequently suppressed. Why? Because if Mary genuinely speaks, then where does the final power reside? With the Pope? Or with the peasant girl who claims to possess a divine vision? There have been documented instances where local bishops formally declared an apparition authentic only to have their decision subsequently overturned by Rome. In other periods, popes have simply chosen to remain silent, quietly observing as popular belief organically expands without their formal endorsement. One notable example occurred in the 20th century. A woman in Japan claimed to be receiving repeated messages from Mary, including a stark warning of fire descending from the heavens. Her accompanying statue even appeared to weep tears. Scientists investigated and concluded no deception was involved, yet the Vatican never granted full explicit approval. Why the reluctance? Some speculate it was too politically sensitive. Others suggest the timing was considered premature. And here comes the surprising final detail. In private letters and personal diaries, some popes have admitted to personally believing in apparitions that were never officially sanctioned. They held the conviction privately, but chose not to state it publicly. Because within the Vatican structure, belief is not just a matter of spiritual faith, it is a concentrated form of institutional power. To officially approve an apparition is effectively to share that power. To officially deny it is to maintain total control. And so, underlying every vision of the Virgin, there is a crucial question far larger than the miracles themselves. It is the fundamental question of who is authorized to speak on behalf of heaven, and who ultimately decides which specific truths the world is permitted to hear. The morning sun falls over the ancient rooftops of Rome, touching the immense walls of the Vatican with a warm, pervasive golden light. From the exterior it appears perfectly composed, ancient, rock-solid and completely self-assured. But deep within, concealed behind heavy carved wooden doors and echoing whispering halls, there is a fundamental and challenging question that even the most powerful men in their sacred robes struggle profoundly to answer. When someone comes forward and claims that the Virgin Mary has appeared to them, who exactly makes the determination of whether it is authentic? The official procedural answer on paper is simple and clean. The Vatican maintains a formal and rigorous process. A small specialized group of theologians, regional bishops and occasionally scientific experts assemble to meticulously analyze the case's merits. They actively check for any telltale signs of deliberate fraud, mental instability, or any explicit contradictions with fundamental church doctrine. They carefully review and scrutinize the exact messages that were reportedly delivered. They formally ask if these messages fully align with established church teachings. If the alleged event seems spiritually harmless or broadly beneficial, it may be granted official approval. If it does not meet the criteria, it is routinely and quietly forgotten. But the resulting truth is seldom so straightforward. There is no official court of law, no video recording, no clear objective method to measure the presence of the divine. Some major apparitions, such as Lourdes and Fatima, are embraced with genuine institutional joy. Others, which are seemingly equally powerful in their impact, are left intentionally in the shadows. A solitary woman weeping in a remote field, a child reporting a mysterious light in the trees. Some are immediately believed, others are universally doubted, and for the most part the decision-makers who determine authenticity have never personally been present at the site. This is where the profound mystery truly takes hold. For generations, compelling narratives of Mary appearing directly to the very poor, the very young, and the completely unknown has circulated around the globe, from war-ravaged villages to isolated mountainsides. These powerful, spontaneous visions often arrive carrying extremely urgent communications, strong warnings, desperate supplications, and clear prophecies. But sometimes they also carry a pointed challenge to the established order. Some apparitions openly question the moral authority of the church leadership. Some speak directly of severe future struggles and challenges within the Vatican itself. And those are consistently the specific cases that are most frequently and abruptly silenced. Why? Because if Mary is truly speaking directly, then who holds the ultimate spiritual power? Is it the Pope, or is it the peasant girl with an undeniable vision? There have been numerous documented situations where local bishops formally declared a specific apparition genuine, only to have their decision completely overruled later by the central authority in Rome. In other circumstances, popes have deliberately chosen to maintain complete silence, quietly observing as popular belief and devotion grows organically without their formal, explicit blessing. One key instance happened in the 20th century. A woman living in Japan claimed to be receiving a series of messages directly from Mary, which included a severe warning of catastrophic fire descending from the sky. Her nearby religious statue even began to appear to weep. Scientists examined the statue and concluded that no earthly trickery was involved. Still, the Vatican never granted it full official approval. Why the persistent hesitation? Some suggest it was deemed too politically inflammatory. Others believe the Church felt it was simply too soon to judge. And here is the essential final twist. In private personal letters and intimate diaries, some popes have openly admitted to privately believing in apparitions that were never officially sanctioned or approved. They believed in the events personally but would not declare it publicly. Because within the entire Vatican system, belief is far more than mere faith. It is an economic and institutional power structure. To formally approve an apparition is, in essence, to willingly share that immense power. To formally deny it is to successfully retain all control. And so, behind every single vision of the Virgin, there is a critical question that is far larger than the miracle itself. It is the perpetual question of who is officially permitted to speak for heaven and who ultimately determines exactly what truth the global populace is allowed to perceive. It often begins with the quietest murmur. In the secluded countryside, a child suddenly perceives a woman clothed in intense light. An elderly man hears an inexplicable voice while kneeling in dedicated prayer. A religious statue mysteriously sheds tears without any known explanation. Word begins to circulate quietly. Crowds soon begin to congregate. Dedicated pilgrims make the journey to the site, and before long, a formal letter is delivered to the Vatican. A thorough, discreet investigation is then launched, quietly. A local bishop is instructed to form a committee, medical doctors are brought in, psychologists along with specialised theologians join the inquiry. They pose extremely careful, precise questions. They meticulously record their notes. For a time, it genuinely feels like the Church is actively listening, that it sincerely desires to understand precisely what has occurred. But then the initial momentum slows. The crucial investigation files mysteriously disappear. The formal committee is abruptly dissolved. Rome ceases to reply to further inquiries, and the devoted people who sincerely believed they had witnessed a profound miracle are left to grapple with the silence. This unfortunate pattern has occurred numerous times. In a small, remote Italian town in the early 20th century, a woman claimed to be receiving direct messages from the Virgin Mary on an almost daily basis. She was poor, deeply pious, and had absolutely no obvious motive to lie. The messages she meticulously recorded warned of coming global conflicts, of deep-seated corruption within the church hierarchy, and of a severe impending trial of faith. A local parish priest genuinely believed her account. he immediately sent her extensive writings to the Vatican, and a formal investigation commenced, but the resulting reports were never officially released. The woman was formally instructed to stop speaking about the visions. Her original writings were quickly locked away. Years later, a number of her specific predictions did materialize. Another highly publicized case occurred in the remote mountains of Spain during the 1960s. 4 very young girls claimed that the Virgin had appeared to them hundreds of separate times. They recounted seeing angels, receiving cryptic messages, and even experiencing moments when time itself seemed to momentarily stop. Photographs were taken at the site. Film footage was captured. The events garnered immediate worldwide attention and interest. A formal commission was eventually established, but the Vatican maintained an official, strict silence. The Commission's official findings were repeatedly delayed and then ultimately dismissed. Despite the persistent, overwhelming public interest, the Church never provided a clear, final answer. Even today, many of the key documents related to the case remain sealed. Why the persistent secrecy? Here is where the persistent mystery grows deeper. Sometimes the messages reportedly delivered during these Marian events speak universally of peace and simple prayer. But other times they speak in grave terms of divine judgment, of clear and present danger operating from within the Church itself. And those are invariably the cases that seem to simply vanish without explanation. It is not just an issue of personal simple belief. It is a critical issue of institutional control. If the Virgin is truly seen actively warning the faithful about serious internal matters the Vatican would strongly prefer to keep strictly hidden, what then becomes the official response? And here comes the final, alarming twist. There are disturbing and persistent stories of the investigators themselves being silenced, local priests being suddenly reassigned, and primary witnesses being strictly told not to speak further. In certain documented cases, reports were said to have been irrevocably lost in unexpected floods or accidental fires, but others strongly whisper that they were intentionally buried. Because sometimes the inconvenient truth is not directly denied. It is simply and effectively hidden away. There may be hundreds of boxes in the Vatican archives right now filled with first-hand testimonies and photographic evidence, locked away behind thick stone and deep shadow. And the ultimate question remains unanswered. What precise conclusions did those early investigations reach? And what vital truth was so absolutely frightening that the Vatican deliberately chose profound silence over full public revelation? The full answers may still be there, simply waiting just beyond the threshold of the light. It was the warm summer of 1981 when 6 frightened children in the small, obscure village of Medjugorje, in what is now modern-day Bosnia and Herzegovina, came urgently running down a rocky hillside with wide, terrified eyes and trembling hands. They passionately claimed they had seen the Virgin Mary, not just once, but repeatedly. And she was reportedly still appearing to them almost every single day. The extraordinary news spread rapidly and internationally. Soon pilgrims from every corner of the world began to pour steadily into the small village. They knelt devoutly in the dust. They openly wept. Some claimed they received instantaneous physical healings. Others claimed they heard the Virgin speaking clearly directly to their own hearts. What made Medjugorje fundamentally different from previous major apparitions was the astonishing frequency of the visits. Most visions of Mary happen briefly, often only a single time, but in Medjugorje she continually returned, and that is precisely where the complex dilemma for the Church began. The local presiding bishop was immediately sceptical and unconvinced. He closely questioned the children extensively. He openly doubted the reported messages. The Vatican initially remained completely silent, but as the sheer size of the crowds grew exponentially, Rome realized it could no longer simply ignore the phenomenon. A formal high-level official investigation was eventually launched. The exact messages that were being shared widely were perplexing. Some were overwhelmingly full of hope and calls to prayer. Others carried stern warnings of division within the Church and even future divine punishments. Some accounts even strongly hinted that certain parts of the Vatican structure were no longer heeding God's will. Those specific words caused serious discomfort among officials, and yet people kept flocking to the site. By the year 2000, millions had personally visited the holy location. Testimonies of spiritual change piled up. Reports of profound conversions, physical healings, and inner peace were numerous. Still, the Vatican persistently refused to grant Medjugorje official, formal approval. The official response insisted the incidents were under review. That declaration became a recurring theme, year in and year out. Yet, beneath the surface, progress was quietly underway. In 2010, a specialized committee was formed in Rome, comprising experts from the fields of medicine, faith, and the mind. Their work focused on the individuals claiming to have had visions. They analysed the content of the claimed messages. They went as far as testing the now adult children during the appearances, monitoring both their brain function and heart rate. The findings were inconclusive. A portion of the commission members found the earliest events credible, or at least impossible to dismiss with a rational explanation. Other members felt that subsequent communications had become overly concerned with political matters, too closely tied to internal church affairs. A few observers questioned if the visionaries, now grown, had developed such an intense belief in their experiences that the actual authenticity was no longer relevant. And here is a sudden turn. In 2019, Pope Francis authorized official pilgrimages to the site of Medjugorje for the first time. This was granted not because the Church had confirmed the authenticity of the visions, but because of the genuine spiritual impact on visitors. People were engaging in prayer, receiving the sacrament of confession, and changing their lives. Despite this, the Vatican has never officially recognized Medjugorje as a legitimate Marian appearance site. It exists in an uncertain status, too influential to be dismissed, too enigmatic to be fully endorsed. Somewhere behind locked doors, the completed final dossier waits. It might be sitting in a desk, awaiting the perfect moment to be revealed, or perhaps waiting for the world to simply forget. But the central mystery endures. If the Virgin Mary truly communicated at Medjugorje, what was the true intention of her message? And why does the Holy See still seem unwilling to provide a definitive answer? Some suggest that the Vatican's most guarded truths are not protected in metal vaults, but reside in the gap of silence between what is officially declared and what is quietly concealed beneath centuries of organisational prudence. And this tension is most pronounced when considering Mary, the Virgin, the Mother, and possibly the one who foretells the future. In 1917, the three young shepherds of Fatima described apparitions given to them by a woman enveloped in light. She gave them 3 prophetic secrets. 2 were quickly made public. These concerned global conflict, the rise of communist influence and suffering across the world. But the third was treated differently. That part was sealed and transported to Rome, where the Vatican kept it hidden for over 80 years. The world pleaded, speculated, and agonized over the content of the final secret of Fatima. When the Vatican finally made it public in 2000, they stated it was a symbolic vision, a high-ranking cleric in white being shot amidst a barrage of bullets, a devastated world, and a landscape covered in crosses. But the announcement felt incomplete. Even dedicated believers were left confused. There were no explicit statements attributed directly to the Virgin. No names were mentioned, no specific dates given, only symbolic imagery. Cardinal Ratzinger, later to become Pope Benedict XVI, proposed that the prophecy had been fulfilled during the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II in 1981. But this interpretation did not convince everyone. Some scholars pointed out that Sister Lucia, the last survivor among the Fatima children, had once indicated that the secret included a stern warning from Mary regarding a decline in faith, even reaching the highest ranks of the religious leadership. If that account was accurate, why was that specific detail excluded? Why was it absent from the official published text? This is where the doubts began to surface. Was there an additional hidden component of the secret that was never disclosed? And even more controversially, did it contain a prediction regarding Mary herself? Some persistent rumours suggested warnings that the Church would eventually minimise her importance, that her role would be lessened, and that a new theological perspective would emerge where the sacred feminine would be viewed not as holy but as potentially disruptive. This seems strange, even unlikely. However, in the years since the secret's disclosure, there has been a subtle change. Mary continues to be honoured, certainly, but her prophetic words, her claimed appearances, and her reported miraculous actions are handled with greater reservation, scrutinised more closely, and given approval more reluctantly. Is it possible the Church is apprehensive about what she might reveal next? Here is the deeper consideration. What if the part that was withheld was not about the collapse of the world, but about the institution of the Church itself drifting away from Mary? What if it cautioned that by silencing the Mother, the Church risked losing its own spiritual core? The Vatican has never confirmed this idea. It may never offer confirmation. Yet, in remote European communities, elderly clergy and quiet spiritualists continue to discuss it. A forgotten prophecy, a mother's voice suppressed, and a religious authority more fearful of her message than of the world's skepticism. It always starts with a simple statement, a low-spoken phrase uttered by a young person in a field or recorded by a secluded nun who believes she has witnessed something beyond earthly reality. The words initially seem straightforward, but as time passes, their meaning begins to shift. People start to wonder if there was more to the communication. In numerous reported Marian apparitions, the resulting messages are heavy with metaphors, featuring visuals of extreme heat, overflowing water, shadows, or even monstrous figures. The language used is often gentle and poetic, but just beneath the surface, an underlying intensity seems to flicker, a hidden significance. The most well-known of these messages originated from Fatima, where in 1917 3 children stated they saw the Virgin Mary. She gave them visions depicting the underworld, global conflict, and a mysterious third secret that the Vatican kept concealed for over 80 years. When it was finally published in 2000, many people found the contents unsatisfactory. The authorized text described a bishop in white being overcome by gunfire, a ruined city, and angels gathering up the spirits of the deceased. But this disclosure generated more questions than it settled. Certain people close to the Vatican reportedly hinted that the complete secret had not been made public, suggesting the message was too explosive, and that it spoke not merely of a global war but of an internal crisis within the Church itself. Others maintained that the wording was a form of code, not intended for immediate understanding. This concept of coded prophecy is not a new one. Over time, as history unfolds, the pattern becomes clearer. In the 17th century, a Spanish nun named Sister Mariana documented visions of a severe crisis within the Church that would only manifest in the 20th century. She wrote of priests abandoning their sacred promises and a wave of disbelief engulfing Rome. At the time, her writings made little sense to anyone, but following the moral failures of the late 20th century, her warnings were re-examined, and they were understood in a new light. One after another, prophecy began to resemble a recurring structure. In Italy, spiritual believers reported that the Virgin warned of an ominous shadow entering the centre of the church, a phrase that some interpreters believe signifies profound confusion, internal division, or even spiritual deterioration. In France, the apparition at Les Salettes included the stark phrase, "Rome will lose the faith and become the seat of the Antichrist." The Vatican called this an error in transmission, but the words persisted, and this is where the mystery deepens further. What if these communications were never intended to be literal? What if they were deliberately veiled in ambiguity? Not to hide the truth away, but to protect it. A truth accessible only to those with the spiritual insight and the willingness to truly comprehend. The Vatican's archives contain thousands of pages documenting these alleged messages. Some have been released to the public, others remain permanently sealed. The faithful are generally advised to concentrate on devotional practices, but some individuals feel compelled to look deeper, to interpret the subtext. Because sometimes true prophecy is not announced with a loud crash. Sometimes it is concealed in a quiet suggestion, waiting for the right moment. Some say the Vatican's most carefully guarded truths are not secured in impenetrable vaults, but exist in the unresolved silence between a publicly stated position and the truth that is kept hidden by historical caution. And nowhere is this uncertainty more profound than with the subject of Mary, the Virgin, the Mother, and the potential prophet. In 1917, the 3 shepherd children in Fatima recounted visions given to them by a luminous female figure. She entrusted them with 3 secrets. 2 were made known relatively quickly. They spoke of large-scale conflict, the expansion of communism and human suffering across the globe. But the 3rd was distinctly separate. That portion was sealed and sent to Rome, held secretly by the Vatican for more than 80 years. The global community inquired, pleaded, and speculated about the true nature of the 3rd secret of Fatima. When the Church finally published it in 2000, they claimed it described a vision, a bishop in white being struck down by gunfire, a city in ruins, and a mass of crosses. But there was a persistent sense of something missing. Even devout Catholics were left feeling confused. There were no direct quotations from the Virgin herself, no precise names, no calendar dates, only abstract images. Cardinal Ratzinger, who later ascended to Pope Benedict XVI, asserted that the prediction was fulfilled by the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II in 1981. But not all accepted this explanation. Certain scholars highlighted that Sister Lucia, the last living witness from Fatima, once stated that the secret contained a specific warning from Mary regarding the weakening of religious conviction, even within the highest echelons of the Church. If that claim was correct, where was that section of the document? Why was it omitted from the official announcement? This is when the quiet doubts began. Was there a fundamental part of the secret that was intentionally kept private? And, taking a step further, did it include a prediction concerning Mary herself? Some sources claim there were premonitions that the Church might someday de-emphasize her role, that her significance would be downplayed, and that a new form of theology would emerge, one where the sacred feminine principle would be seen as a threat, not as an element of holiness. This idea sounds peculiar, even improbable. Yet, in the decades that have passed since the secret was released, a subtle change has occurred. Mary is still given honour, that is true, but her direct messages, her visionary appearances, her reported miracles are treated with greater scepticism, subjected to more stringent investigation, and accepted much more slowly. Is it plausible that the Church is apprehensive about the content of her next message? Here is the core contradiction. What if the concealed prophecy was not about the imminent destruction of the world, but about the religious institution itself gradually abandoning Mary? What if the warning was that by silencing the Mother, the Church sacrifices its own spiritual integrity? The Vatican has never confirmed this scenario. It may never do so. However, in isolated regions of Europe, aged priests and humble mystics continue to discuss this possibility. A truth that was lost, a mother figure silenced, and a church that exhibits more fear of her spiritual influence than of the world's doubt. She seems to manifest when the global situation is dire. In 1914, precisely as the First Great War was tearing across the European continent, unusual reports began coming from a village in Belgium. Children claimed to observe a figure of a woman in white hovering above the treetops. She remained silent, simply observing, her expression one of profound sorrow. The local community, destabilized by fear and famine, referred to her as the Virgin. Soon after, masses of people arrived at the fields of Béau and Banneau, kneeling on the wet earth, engaging in prayer, while the sounds of distant artillery fire echoed through the atmosphere. These were not singular, isolated occurrences. Repeatedly, whenever nations entered conflict and humanity seemed to lose its moral compass, Mary seemed to reappear, not in an ostentatious display, but in humble, suffering communities. And her constant directive was always the same: turn away from your current path. Dedicate yourselves to prayer. Seek forgiveness. The end of days is closer than you realize. By 1937, the world was on the brink of another major war. In that same year, in a small Polish town, a nun named Faustina Kowalska reported seeing both Jesus and Mary. Her visions were deeply unsettling. She foresaw an impending catastrophe that would saturate the world with bloodshed. Not long after, tanks from the Nazi regime moved across Europe. The warning had been given, but few had heeded it. Then came the nuclear age with Hiroshima. After the atomic bomb was dropped in 1945, one of the only structures near the blast zone to survive was a Jesuit residence. Inside, a statue of the Virgin was undamaged, while everything surrounding it was reduced to ash. The priests who lived there, miraculously unharmed, later attributed their survival to divine intervention. Others dismissed it as sheer luck, but those who believed saw it as a profound sign. Global conflict had unleashed a deeper spiritual force, and Mary was central to it. Amidst the tension of the Cold War, in 1953, another apparition occurred, this time in a small residence in Syracuse, Sicily. An inexpensive plaster image of the Virgin began to shed tears. Scientists examined the tears and confirmed their authenticity. They were real human tears. Crowds flocked to the site. Some immediately labelled it a fabrication, others knelt in reverence. But the most striking element was the timing. It happened just as the anxiety surrounding nuclear conflict reached its peak intensity. The Vatican dispatched investigators, and, while they provided a cautious approval, they offered no explanation as to why this Marian image had wept or what the tears signified. Here lies the fundamental question: what if these events were not intended merely as sources of comfort, but as urgent warnings? What if Mary's appearances during periods of war were not solely to bring tranquility, but to indicate a much more ominous spiritual reality? A call that the institutional church was not always able to control. A signal that spiritual devotion and earthly power were diverging. And what if the Vatican was aware of this? There are still undisclosed files regarding reported Marian visions that occurred during wartime. Some were witnessed by military personnel, others by young people, but many were quietly dismissed without any public statement, as if the truth they contained was too great to be absorbed. She arrived cloaked in radiance, but her message possessed the intensity of fire. And during times of conflict, her silence often carried more impact than the sound of explosions. It follows the same sequence every single time. An ordinary village, a sudden bright light, a child or a local person falls to their knees and claims to have seen her, Mary, the Mother of God, standing before them, whether in a grassy field, a dark cave, or even a simple kitchen. People gather. At first, a handful, then hundreds, sometimes even thousands. They offer prayers, they weep, they embrace belief. But universal acceptance is not guaranteed. In many of these situations, the Vatican does not rush to offer its approval. In fact, the Church often adopts the opposite approach. They observe, they wait, and on occasion they issue a rejection, stating that the vision is not genuine, that the Virgin did not appear there. Or even worse, They suggest that the person who claims to have seen her was influenced by a presence, not from a divine source, but from somewhere darker. In 1961, in the remote mountain village of Garabandal in northern Spain, 4 young women claimed to be seeing the Virgin Mary. For several years, these visions continued, involving intense moments where the girls entered deep trances, their eyes fixed on something visible only to them. They spoke of imminent warnings, divine retribution, and a future where Rome itself would be profoundly disturbed. Crowds arrived to witness this, but the Vatican never granted its official approval. To this day, Garabandal remains in a state of ambiguity, not officially condemned, yet not officially endorsed, simply held in abeyance. Why is this the case? That question has troubled many. In certain instances, it seems the very content of the message is the difficulty. When Mary speaks only of unconditional love and harmony, the Church is receptive. But when the message becomes critical, when it addresses moral decay, potential threats within the religious hierarchy, or impending difficult times, the doors of acceptance begin to close. This censure is directed not only at the person reporting the vision, but at the message itself. In the 19th century, a woman named Melanie Calvat reported visions of Mary in the French Alps at La Salette. Initially, the Church recognized the event, but years later, when Melanie published an extended version of the message that spoke of a future pope departing from the core faith, the Vatican's response turned cold. Her writings were banned from publication. She was effectively silenced, yet the faithful continued to share the story in hushed tones. What if the deeper reason for the Church's reluctance is not that the appearances are fabricated, but that they contain an uncomfortable truth? Here is the final thought. Throughout history, events of genuine spiritual mystery are not always celebrated by institutions. They are often met with apprehension, not just by secular governments, but by the Church itself. This is especially true when the Virgin appears without official authorization, outside of established control, and speaks truths that the Vatican is not prepared to fully confront. As a result, the visions are categorized as private revelation. The messages are obscured by administrative processes, and those who claim to have seen her, those who assert they heard her voice, are left to bear the burden of that experience alone. The Church may not always issue an outright denial, but sometimes its deliberate silence resonates more powerfully than any official rejection. And in that silence, a profound question persists. If the Virgin Mary were to return with a new message today, would we even be permitted to hear it? The historical purpose of the Inquisition was purportedly to safeguard the ultimate truth, but history demonstrates that it frequently feared unexplained phenomena more than it feared doctrinal error. In the secluded communities of medieval Europe, stories of the Virgin Mary emerged organically, like natural life. Some narratives detailed miraculous cures, others quietly spoke of visions, apparitions, and mysterious voices heard in the dark. Women, in particular, frequently claimed to have seen her, a luminous white figure, sometimes weeping, often silent, but always observant. And in many of these accounts, Mary did not just appear visually. She spoke. She delivered warnings, offered emotional support, or disclosed secrets that had the potential to challenge existing power structures. This is precisely when the Inquisition intervened. During the peak of its influence in the 13th and 14th centuries, the Vatican's Inquisition acted with focused intensity. Its declared objective was straightforward: to preserve the purity of the Catholic faith. But in reality, it did more than just suppress doctrinal dissent. It controlled which spiritual narratives were allowed to circulate. It managed the forms of popular devotion, and it began the process of transforming Mary into a figure who was non-threatening, compliant, and functionally useful to the institution. One of the most subtle ironies in this period of history is that the Inquisition rarely targeted the figure of Mary directly. Instead, it focused its attention on those individuals who claimed to have an intimate, unauthorized connection with her. Women who prayed with fervor, monks who depicted her in strange ways, mystics claiming they heard her voice during sleep. A woman named Marguerite Porete was burned in the year 1310. She had authored a book on the soul's fusion with God, a connection that seemed to totally bypass the Church. Although her book was not focused on Mary, Marguerite frequently spoke of a sacred feminine energy, one many people saw reflected in the Virgin. She was branded a danger. And then there were the Beguine laywomen who lived in religious groups, yet without taking vows. Many of them openly referred to Mary as both a mother and an instructor. They were not priests. They held no institutional power in the Church. But their autonomy, their profound dedication, and their intimate connection to the Virgin made them a threat. The Inquisition accused many of them of false revelations, arrogance, or spiritual rebellion. Not for rejecting Mary, but for embracing her too deeply, too personally. Their writings were confiscated, their voices disappeared from history. What makes this even more enigmatic is that some of these women's visions had uncanny accuracy, warnings about pestilence, about conflict, about church corruption. Were they merely insightful, or had they witnessed something the Vatican desired to keep concealed? Here lies the core of the mystery. The Inquisition may have talked of heresy, but its actions reveal another kind of fear. The loss of authority over belief, over the holy image of Mary, over a figure capable of inspiring uprisings not just of faith, but of political control. So the narratives were altered, and the Virgin, once untamed and passionate, became reserved, delicate, and motionless. Not because she herself changed, but because the Church did. Long before it was established as official doctrine, the concept of the Immaculate Conception generated quiet conflicts within the Vatican's fortified walls. It was not a theological disagreement about miracles or apparitions, but about something far more fundamental, something much more perilous to power: the question of flawlessness. Could a woman be born without sin? And if so, what were the implications for the men who governed the Church? The phrase Immaculate Conception does not refer to the virgin birth of Christ. It speaks of Mary herself, that from the very moment she was conceived in her mother's womb, she was untouched by the original sin, that she was completely pure. Yet the Church was never fully in accord. For centuries, theologians debated privately and in public forums. Some found the idea beautiful, even necessary to explain Mary's crucial role in human salvation. Others deemed it perilous, even sacrilegious. If Mary had been made perfect from the outset, was she truly still human? Did she still require God's grace? Or was she something else entirely, a kind of link between humanity and divinity? By the time of the Middle Ages, devotion to Mary was intensifying. Artists painted her with halos of stars surrounding her head. Poets hailed her as a sovereign. And in modest sanctuaries, regular people began to direct their prayers, not just to Jesus, but straight to her. It was not long before the Vatican took notice. A Franciscan friar named John Duns Scotus stepped right into the controversy. During the 1300s, he forcefully asserted that Mary had been protected from sin by a special grace from God given before her birth. It was a clever theological maneuver, not that she had no need of being saved, but that she had been granted salvation in advance, a divine exception. The Dominicans strongly disagreed. For many generations, the two monastic orders argued, clashing in academic halls and grand cathedrals. One bishop reportedly claimed that believing in the Immaculate Conception was mere superstition, no better than an old legend. Another whispered that those who rejected it lacked respect for the divine feminine. Beneath these words, a larger struggle was unfolding: power. If Mary had been made flawless, what did that suggest about her authority within the Church, about women, about the true nature of holiness? It took until the year 1854, nearly 1900 years after her life, for Pope Pius IX to finally declare the Immaculate Conception as binding Catholic doctrine, not through a general council or agreement, but simply through his own supreme authority. The timing was highly significant. That very year, revolutions had swept across Europe. Old empires were failing. The Church desperately needed a symbol of steadfastness, of utter purity, of divine approval. And so Mary was elevated once more, crowned not by heavenly beings, but by political necessity. What had once been a quiet personal belief became a powerful instrument in a battle of ideas. And the woman at the very heart of this, she remained silent. But her stillness spoke louder than all their pronouncements. In the long, flickering corridors of early Christian thought, there was a question no one could truly escape. Where exactly did sin originate? And if it began with a woman, could redemption also begin with one? The teaching of original sin was traced back to Eve, the first woman who chose the fruit in the garden and forever altered human history. From that event, as the Church explained it, all mankind carried a defect passed down through the very act of birth. And for many centuries, this narrative was used to define women not as sacred, but as inherently flawed, as the very access point through which sin entered the world. Yet Mary stood in stark, silent opposition to all of that. She was not outspoken, she never argued for her own position. Still, she defied that ancient story with every breath she took. A woman who said yes, where Eve had said no. A woman who carried divine life, not destruction. And so slowly, the Church began to struggle with a profound mystery that would not vanish. Could the one who gave birth to Christ have inherited the same flaw he had come to cleanse? It was more than just a theological query. It was a clash of fundamental images. Eve was condemned, Mary was praised, but both were women. And within that tension lay a deeper secret, one the Vatican would simultaneously study and try to restrict. Because if Mary was truly free from original sin, then she stood separate from every other human being. And if that was fact, why was it so? Some claimed it was because she was specifically chosen. Others speculated that she was created differently, that she was born with a quality the rest of humanity had lost. That quiet speculation was not forgotten in dusty old manuscripts and hidden writings. Early scholars described Mary not just as a mother, but as a perfect mirror, a reflection of what humanity was intended to be before the fall. This meant she was not just without sin. She was, in some inexplicable way, the starting point of a new creation. But this concept raised troubling doubts. Could a woman genuinely possess that level of spiritual influence? Was she a unique exception or a direct challenge to the established order? The Vatican responded with careful, measured language. Mary was humble, Mary was obedient, Mary was pure, always pure. And by repeating these exact words relentlessly, they kept her safely on a high pedestal, revered but fundamentally unreachable, worshipped but ultimately voiceless. Yet even that positioning created a paradox. If she was truly flawless, why did she remain so utterly silent? If she was handpicked by God, why was her role so understated in Holy Scripture? That was the paradox no one could fully resolve. Perhaps the silence was not truly hers. Perhaps it belonged to those who were telling her story. And in that silence, something was consciously buried, not only about Mary, but about grace itself, a grace that resembled her, a grace that arrived not through rigid law or military force, but through tenderness, endurance, and the quiet strength of a woman who simply trusted. In the quiet chambers of the Vatican, beneath the exquisite painted ceilings and behind the massive, heavy doors, a profound fear has persisted for many centuries. Not a fear of foreign enemies or impending wars, not a fear of theological heresy or damaging scandal, but a fear of one single woman. Mary, the Virgin, the mother of Jesus, is widely celebrated in formalized prayer, in sacred art, and in glorious song. But even as magnificent statues of her grace, the altars, and her sacred name is murmured constantly by the devout, not all popes have been comfortable with the extent of her influence. For some in power, she was more than just the Mother of God. She was a figure situated too near the seat of authority, too surrounded by mystery, and too intensely cherished by the common people. In the earliest beginnings of the Church, her life story was still being carefully moulded. It was profoundly unclear exactly where she belonged within the strict hierarchy. Some early popes deliberately avoided even mentioning her name in their sermons, choosing instead to focus entirely on Christ. This was not born of superior devotion, but out of fear. Fear that her rapidly growing influence could overshadow the very structure of male power the Church was actively building. One pope in the 6th century, Pelagius II, deliberately refused to approve a new Marian feast day that had been proposed by bishops in the East. His reasoning was subtle, yet it carried a clear message. Too much public celebration of Mary, he warned, would lead the faithful into doctrinal confusion. They might dangerously forget the clear difference between simple reverence and outright worship. That deep-seated fear only intensified during the medieval world as popular Marian shrines began to attract tens of thousands and reports of her visions spread like a wildfire. Popes struggled desperately to maintain control. The faithful did not wait for Rome's formal approval. They firmly believed the Virgin had personally appeared to them. They believed she spoke, she healed, and she warned of future events. Some popes grew deeply uneasy. They questioned the authenticity of these apparitions, not because they doubted Mary herself, but because they feared her powerful voice speaking outside their own authority. Then came the Renaissance, with its popes wrapped in unimaginable wealth and political power. Behind their closed doors, their trusted advisors warned constantly about the explosive growth of the Virgin's popular cult. Her image was portrayed as soft, but her spiritual influence was undeniably sharp. She inspired popular rebellion, intense devotion, and even unauthorized prophecy. And perhaps worst of all, she seemed to belong to everyone, from powerful monarchs down to the poorest peasants. Mary was being claimed without the Church's permission. Pope Benedict XIV once commissioned an extensive study on Marian miracles, not with the intention of embracing them, but to aggressively limit their proliferation. He feared a church that submitted too easily to raw emotion and personal dreams. His completed reports were buried deep within the Vatican archives, remaining unseen by the public for centuries. The ultimate irony, of course, is that the harder the popes tried to contain her, the more her presence expanded. Mary could never be truly silenced because she never shouted. Her true power was quiet, her message was gentle, and yet she profoundly moved the hearts of millions. And perhaps that is the most fundamental fear, not that Mary was too aggressive, but that she was simply too beloved. A woman with no earthly throne, no weapon, no official crown, and yet possessing more lasting influence than the Church ever dared to admit. In the long, winding corridors of Vatican history, some of the most significant messages are not proclaimed loudly, but whispered. Not openly debated, but quietly enacted, not challenged, but slowly, inexorably accepted. These are the silent revisions of core dogma, the changes made not with a sudden storm of thunder, but with a careful, soft turn of the scribe's pen. And at the centre of many of these profound shifts was one single powerful figure, Mary. Dogma is universally assumed to be fixed, final, and eternal. But even eternal concepts bend and yield under the relentless weight of time and institutional pressure. In the earliest centuries of the Church, Mary's exact role was ambiguous. Was she merely a mother, a pre-selected vessel? Or was she something far greater? The people firmly believed she was profoundly holy, but the Church hesitated. Every new honorific bestowed upon her was weighed heavily not only by faith but primarily by fear. Too much widespread reverence and the delicate balance of male power might suddenly shift. it all started subtly. Councils convened behind locked doors. Scribes carefully adjusted the scriptural language. A title was discreetly added here, an inconvenient clarification quietly removed there. No large public announcements, no passionate, fiery sermons, just deliberate, careful edits. By the time the faithful observed the final outcome, it seemed as if it had always been precisely that way. In the year 1854, the Vatican formally declared the Immaculate Conception to be dogmatic truth. It was not a brand new idea, but it was a politically bold move. The belief that Mary had been born without sin had been a subject of intense debate for centuries. Now it was mandatory law, but very few people understood how many dissenting voices had been silenced along the way. Theologians who openly disagreed were quietly removed from positions of influence. Their published works were buried deep within the archives, never to be cited again. Later, in the year 1950, the Assumption of Mary was declared official dogma, that she had been taken, in both body and soul, directly into heaven. But where was the hard evidence? It was not found in the Bible, nor in the very oldest Christian texts. It was a belief founded upon centuries of apocryphal stories, local legends, and grassroots devotion. And yet the Vatican established it as doctrine without explaining the specific urgency of the moment, or why it had waited so incredibly long. Each time this happened, the faithful obediently accepted it. But behind the scenes, persistent questions lingered. Why these specific dogmas and not others? Why not officially declare Mary co-redeemer, a title that many devout people begged for? Why keep that particular door decisively shut? The answer likely resides in control. Mary's public image had always precariously walked a narrow line between raw power and perfect purity. The more sacred titles she accumulated, the more real authority she seemed to command. And that made the male hierarchy extremely nervous. Silent doctrinal edits allowed the Church to carefully shape her story without triggering open rebellion, without ever admitting that fundamental change was still truly possible. There are confidential files in the Vatican Library that are sealed off, not because they pose a danger, but because they are highly inconvenient. They contain early drafts of doctrine, suggestions that were never publicly approved, and arguments that are now completely lost to time. These are the subtle fingerprints of the silent, powerful edits, the faint traces of a truth that could have been established. And so the complex story of Mary, her official titles, her reported miracles, and her ultimate message continues to subtly evolve. Not always in the bright light, sometimes deep in the shadow. In the space between what is clearly said and what is deliberately omitted. In the dimly lit, candle-lit halls of early church councils, powerful male figures gathered to determine not only theology, but the course of human history itself. Behind the closed, heavy doors of great basilicas and papal palaces, they fiercely debated not just about the nature of God, but about something far more destabilizing to their established order, a woman. Not merely any woman, but the one whom millions already revered as Holy Mother, the Queen of Heaven and the Gate of Light. Her name was Mary, and to some within the Church, she seemed perilously close to being divine. That profound idea terrified them. The Vatican understood early on that deeply held ideas possess immense power. Too much power placed in the wrong hands could instantly overturn everything, and what could possibly be more unsettling than a divine feminine figure in a world structured entirely around male authority? Christianity was not born in stillness. It was brought forth in a sudden rush of fire, in blood, and in deep mystery. And from its very start it had women occupying its heart. Women who ministered healing, women who taught spiritual lessons, women who stood firm when even the male disciples abandoned the cause. But when the Church transformed into a rigid institution, it was forced to choose what to preserve and what to systematically erase. Mary could not be fully removed. Her intense popular presence was far too strong. People prayed to her, they painted her image, they were visited by her in dreams. So instead of completely erasing her, the Church chose to meticulously redefine her. She would be quiet. She would be utterly pure. She would be perfect, but deliberately passive. Her immense power would be wrapped tightly in silence, her profound holiness rendered officially safe. But the sacred stories passed on in small villages were not always silent. In some isolated corners of the world, Mary healed the sick and openly defied kings. In others, she spoke directly with angels and issued warnings of impending disaster. She became a figure not just of quiet comfort, but of immediate action, a voice of crucial warning and, at times, open rebellion. If the Church were to permit her to achieve divinity in her own right, what would that imply for its entire structure? What would become of the priesthood, the ultimate authority of the Pope, the very foundation of male leadership? A divine woman would instantly demand an equal seat at the highest table, and she would undoubtedly demand a voice. And in a world absolutely governed by robed men, that was an outcome that could not be allowed. So they gave her crowns, but consciously withheld a throne. Prayers, but never any decision-making power. Feast days, but no real institutional authority. They honoured her profusely in great statues and grand hymns. But beneath those lavish praises was a persistent, quiet fear. The fear that if people examined her image too closely, they might perceive something far greater. They might see a true reflection of the divine that did not look at all like them. And then there is the peculiar twist. In every era where Mary was deliberately pushed to the side, she returned more powerfully in personal dreams, in startling visions, in apparitions that Rome struggled constantly to control, always choosing to appear not to popes, but to simple children, to the poor, to women. The Vatican has always been acutely aware of her power. That is why they maintained her status as sacred but silent, holy but never truly divine. Because the truth is, a completely divine woman was never something they could politically afford. Not in those early centuries, perhaps not even today, but she patiently waits, as she always has, observing, listening, and perhaps, someday soon, speaking once again. In the earliest faint whispers of the sacred texts, long before established empires crowned bishops and massive cathedrals were built from stone, there was a single name spoken of with reverence and deep mystery: Sophia. Not a saint nor a queen, but something far more ancient. She was simply referred to as wisdom, yet she represented more than just a conceptual idea. She was a living presence. She possessed a voice. She was the divine feminine principle, cleverly hidden in plain sight and over time gradually forgotten or perhaps intentionally erased. In ancient clandestine writings, especially those texts kept outside the pages officially approved by the early church, Sophia was profoundly more than just a concept. She danced joyfully beside creation itself. She openly wept for all humanity. She descended directly into the chaos to reintroduce the light. Some early Christians, particularly within the Gnostic groups, spoke of her as the true soul of God's deepest longing, the living bridge between heaven and earth. They believed Sophia had fallen, not due to personal sin, but purely out of divine sorrow. And her complex journey perfectly mirrored our own, trying desperately to find our collective path back to the divine source. But such powerful ideas were considered dangerous. They intentionally created space for a powerful divine feminine. They presented a creation story that simply did not fit the restrictive, neat theological boxes the Vatican would later construct. A woman, the very essence of wisdom itself, co-creating, actively interceding, even suffering for the world's sake. That was definitively not the kind of theology the male-dominated church desired to promote. So Sophia gradually faded into a mere whisper. What happened next reveals something truly remarkable. As the cultural image of Mary dramatically rose in importance, Sophia seemed to equally decline. Mary became the Holy Mother, the gentle intercessor, the eternal Virgin, but the wild, intensely radiant spirit of Sophia. She vanished completely from public sermons and official scripture, not by accident, but by institutional choice. And yet, she stubbornly lingered in clandestine books, buried deep in the Egyptian deserts, in hidden paintings that contained cryptic symbols most people failed to notice, in the restricted corners of Vatican libraries. And here lies the surprising twist. Some dedicated scholars believe Mary and Sophia were never meant to be separate figures, that the Church, in its concerted effort to control Mary's narrative, effectively split her into two distinct figures. They granted her official purity, but stripped away her core wisdom. They gave her a symbolic crown, but denied her a true voice. If this is fact, it alters every single interpretation. It means the divine feminine was never truly absent. She was simply divided. Mary was left with the body, Sophia was confined to the soul, and neither one was permitted to be fully whole. The Vatican, with its incredibly long institutional memory and access to deeper archives than any earthly kingdom, likely understands this division. There are still texts hidden away, letters that were never published, ancient prayers whispered in the earliest centuries that directly speak of Sophia as the true light, the guide, the saviour. But to bring her back now would necessitate facing a truth the Church has actively avoided for centuries. That God's very voice might sound like a woman, that divine wisdom might not be rigidly chained in books or securely locked away in Rome, but is instead moving, breathing, calling out from the fragile edges of the established faith. Perhaps that is precisely why so many of the apparitions of Mary arrive not with a message of silence, but with powerful warnings and clear instructions. Maybe Sophia has been speaking through her all along, and the real, profound secret is not about what was permanently lost. It is about what has been patiently waiting all this time to be fully remembered. In the quiet hours of the early morning, when the last few candles flicker gently in the silent chapels and monks breathe their prayers softly into the cold stone walls, there is a distinct presence, felt more than clearly seen. It is never loud, it never issues a command, but it lingers persistently like a beautiful perfume in the cold air. Mary is present not merely as a mother or a queen, but as an absolute mystery. In the mystical traditions, she is not just historically remembered, she is actively and personally encountered. Long before standardized official prayers were mass-printed and Vatican seals stamped formal approval on all holy texts, mystics were actively recording personal visions. They perceived Mary not as a distant, frozen statue, but as a living, dynamic force. In the writings of Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century nun and respected mystic, Mary was described as a massive vessel of divine green light, her purity not a restrictive chain, but an overwhelming source of power that could completely transform the world. Hildegard called her the green branch suddenly bursting with life in a dry, barren land, and she deeply believed Mary's true voice continued to speak, not just through official scripture, but through powerful dreams and profound silence. Another mystic, Julian of Norwich, wrote in the 14th century of a gentle motherliness she strongly sensed in God. Although she never explicitly claimed it was Mary, many subsequent readers have wondered if Julian's gentle mother god bore more than a passing resemblance to Mary herself. It was a spiritual image not derived from official doctrine, but from a deep, intimate personal experience, one that dared to suggest the divine might comfort us exactly as a mother holds her own child. But here lies the complication. While these pioneering women experienced Mary in new and powerful ways, their profound insights were often ignored or quickly dismissed. The Vatican treated their vast writings with extreme caution. Some were even completely hidden away for centuries. Their unique spiritual experiences simply did not fit into the neat official boxes Rome had constructed around Marian theology. These powerful visions made Mary too immediate, too active, too spiritually free. And it was not only women who perceived her so differently. In the isolated deserts of Egypt, early Christian monks practiced deep silence, fasting, and intense prayer. Many of them openly spoke of visitations by a woman entirely clothed in bright light. They believed she was pure wisdom itself, a powerful bridge between heaven and earth. They did not refer to her as Sophia or Mary by name, but the general form of her persistent presence was familiar. What is most striking to modern observers is that across all these different lands, languages, and centuries, Mary kept persistently appearing. Not always as the serene, soft-faced woman in familiar church paintings, but as pure fire, as transformative music, as a profound, wordless peace. Mystics often claimed she instructed them without ever speaking a word, that she readily answered questions no one dared to ask aloud. That in her presence all fear instantly dissolved away. And perhaps that is precisely why her mystical legacy remains so potentially dangerous, because it suggests the divine is not strictly confined to cathedrals or councils, that the deepest secrets the Vatican once vigorously tried to guard may have always been entirely open to those who simply dared to listen closely. And in the final analysis, maybe Mary was never intended to be fully understood through rigid doctrine alone, but through overwhelming awe, through profound mystery, through the quiet, deeply personal places where belief finally transforms into something infinitely more. In the meticulously hidden corners of Europe's oldest libraries, there exist ancient pages burned at the edges, ink faded almost illegibly by the passage of time, complex symbols drawn with both precision and mystery. These are the sacred manuscripts of the alchemists, dedicated seekers of total transformation, both intensely physical and deeply spiritual. And among the strange signs and cryptic formulas, there is one particular name that appears far more often than many people would ever expect. Not Hermes, nor Solomon, but Mary, the Virgin. And she appears not just as a conventional holy figure, but as a powerful symbol of something much deeper, something completely hidden. To the dedicated alchemists, Mary was not only the mother of Christ, she was the sacred vessel through which ultimate transformation entered the earthly world. In their complex coded language, she was the vas hermeticum, the perfectly sealed jar in which base matter was purified into gold. She was purity in its absolute form, not merely as a moral rule, but as a state of boundless possibility. A sacred place where the divine could truly mix with the earthly and finally become something entirely new. Some alchemists secretly referred to her as the Black Madonna, not because of her skin tone, but for the profound darkness of the unknown, the fertile void where all things originate. She represented the crucial first stage of alchemy, the nigredo, the deep blackness that precedes the light. And yet she was also the ultimate final goal, the shining stone, the immaculate pure result. In one particularly mysterious text, she was explicitly described as the womb that gives birth to the legendary philosopher's stone. In another, she was cryptically called the Bride of the Secret Fire. These were not officially sanctioned monks diligently writing doctrine in Rome. These were mystics and deeply learned scholars, often working entirely in secrecy, sometimes under the constant threat of being executed. The Vatican officially viewed alchemy as highly dangerous and potentially heretical. It dared to speak of a world where rigorous knowledge and pure faith walked harmoniously hand in hand, and where Mary was far more than a quiet, obedient mother. She was inherent power itself, cleverly concealed in plain view. During the Renaissance, this secret, esoteric view of Mary subtly seeped into art and poetry. Look closely at the famous paintings in old cathedrals and you might spot it. A solitary rose blossoming in midwinter. A menacing serpent coiling harmlessly beneath her bare feet. A luminous moon glowing directly behind her head. These were not merely artistic decorations. They were complex codes, subtle whispers of an ancient idea that Mary was not simply chosen, she was absolutely essential. But the Church actively discouraged such potent ideas from spreading too widely, too easily. They inevitably invited destabilizing questions. If Mary symbolized complete transformation, what else in the world could be transformed? If she possessed hidden divine wisdom, who else among the populace might also possess it? And so slowly, this potent alchemical version of Mary faded completely from public view. Not permanently erased, but intentionally buried, securely locked in forgotten texts and heavily veiled in complex allegory. Yet the powerful image steadfastly remained. In people's dreams, in sacred symbols, in the quiet wonder of those who still sought deeper meaning beyond what they were officially told. And perhaps that is exactly where her greatest secret truly resides, not in earthly gold or carved stone, but deep within the human heart. A heart that yearns to believe there is something far more to the world than what meets the physical eye, more to Mary than ever made it into official church teachings. And maybe, just maybe, that was the one truth the Vatican could never successfully contain. In the massive, thick stone halls of medieval Europe, where dark shadows constantly lingered in the small candle-lit chapels and the resonant sound of armour echoed loudly through castle corridors, a powerful secret may have been quietly passed down from generation to generation. The Knights Templar, those legendary warrior monks explicitly sworn to protect religious pilgrims and sacred relics, possessed more than just swords and solemn vows. Some firmly believed they were guarding something far more ancient than mere gold, something vastly more powerful than any earthly crown. A profound, hidden truth about the Virgin Mary that even the Vatican dared not utter aloud. The Templars were not exclusively soldiers. They were also intellectual scholars, masterful builders, and devoted spiritual seekers. Following the conclusion of the First Crusade, they established a strong presence in the Holy Land, digging deep beneath ancient temples, gathering long-lost texts, and uncovering spiritual mysteries that had been buried for centuries in the sands of Jerusalem. There were persistent whispers of recovered scrolls from forgotten hidden vaults, of sacred symbols deeply carved into the bedrock. Among those meticulously kept secrets, some claim, was a strikingly different image of Mary, not as a simple, quiet servant of God, but as an overwhelming force of cosmic wisdom and divine power. To the official church, Mary was the perfectly obedient mother, holy, yet consciously silent. But to the Templars, she may have been the key to something much larger. The potent sacred feminine, once universally honoured, now dangerously suppressed. It was privately suggested that in their exclusive private chapels they did not worship in the traditional prescribed manner. Statues of a woman cloaked entirely in mystery, often dark-skinned and crowned with stars, stood in the place where others would place the standard crucifix. Some referred to her as the Black Madonna. Others believed she was not Mary, the Virgin, but Mary Magdalene, spiritually reborn as a powerful symbol of divine balance. This radical idea, if proven true, would have instantly shaken the very foundations of the Vatican's power. A divine feminine figure, consciously elevated and secretly revered, directly threatened centuries of male-dominated rule. The Church depended heavily on rigid structure, absolute obedience, and the strict hierarchy of man above woman. But the Templars may have seen past that carefully constructed veil, keeping alive a revolutionary ancient vision, one that stretched all the way back to Isis of Egypt and forward to the dangerous hidden teachings of early pre-Orthodox Christians. The final twist came violently in the early 1400s. King Philip of France, deeply in debt to the enormously wealthy Templars, worked closely with the Vatican to completely destroy them. Accusations of widespread heresy spread instantly like a wildfire. But beneath the officially stated charges were deeper, untold reasons. Concealed passageways below grand churches, obscure engravings within ancient masonry sprung forth without resistance. A woman wearing a crown and veil cradling a child with discerning eyes. These were reflections of a conviction too daring for its era, yet it was too resilient to completely vanish. The Holy See achieved victory in the conflict, though perhaps not the silence, because old tales persist. And when we examine the overlooked details of history closely, we might discover the outline of a divine mother, unlike any we were taught to recognize, an obscured Mary still needing to be fully understood. During the subdued quiet of the 1500s and 1600s, when rational inquiry and mystical arts still intertwined, a subtle movement began to germinate beneath the surface of the European continent. Within neglected libraries and sealed rooms, private fraternities started to circulate hushed stories about neglected truths. The Rosicrucian and Hermetic thinkers proclaimed their search for clarity and unity with the sacred, but underneath their transformative chemical formulas and esoteric emblems lay an even deeper theme, an unspoken mystery concerning the female principle, long suppressed and perhaps even feared by the Holy See itself. These private fellowships believed that genuine illumination originated not only from academic pursuit, but from internal change. They documented their thoughts in ciphers, using the vocabulary of celestial bodies, botanicals, and consecrated dimensions. Among their documents, one figure repeatedly appeared. Not a warrior or a fiery evangelist, but a woman. She was more than just Mary, the traditional virgin. She was something more ancient and potent, an emblem of sacred understanding, recognized by them as Sophia. Sophia signifies profound knowledge, not quick wit, but something more fundamental, almost revered. She was rumoured to have been present with the Creator before the beginning, a voice that sang the cosmos into existence. For the Rosicrucians and Hermeticists, Sophia was not merely an abstract concept. She was an existence, a hidden energy behind the world's grace and equilibrium. But there was an obstacle. This spiritual femininity was unwelcome in the rigid framework of the established church, especially within the marble edifices of the Vatican. The Vatican had, by then, spent centuries carefully sculpting Mary into a symbol of gentle compliance, pure yet passive. But to the clandestine societies, the female principle was anything but passive. She was the hidden ember, the sacred reflection, the custodian of secrets that no man could entirely dominate. In their writings, she was depicted as the pristine rose, the celestial queen, even as the intrinsic consciousness of Christ himself. And here is the paradox. Certain Hermetic writings suggested that Mary, not simply as a parent but as an emblem, was the human manifestation of Sophia. She served as the connector between the heavens and the earth, the one who held luminescence within her being and brought forth ultimate reality. But if Mary genuinely embodied Sophia, she was more than a mere saint. She was divine, her equal, and that for some posed a threat. It is hardly surprising, then, that many of these manuscripts were sought out, outlawed, or concealed. The Vatican maintained expansive archives, some never made accessible to the public. Could it be that within those fragile scrolls and locked containers were early accounts lauding Mary, not as an empty vessel, but as an authoritative voice? The Church spoke of enigma, but it feared disorder, and perhaps the notion of a divine female, perceptive, strong and unbound, felt too much like both. Still, the subtle exchanges persisted, in artistic renderings, in architectural blueprints, in lyrical verse, and symbols exchanged from one person to another. The image of the sacred woman endured. Even now, if you observe closely, you may still perceive her, not among the sculpted figures of St. Peter's Basilica, but in the quiet gaps between sentences, the places where concealed knowledge resides. In the shaded passageways of the Vatican, beyond the stone staircases and painted ceilings, there is a stillness that feels almost sentient. It is the type of silence that carries too much understanding, and if one listens closely amid the echoes of that quiet, there's a name frequently spoken softly, almost with adoration, almost with apprehension. Mary. but not the Mary celebrated in religious songs or depicted with shimmering auras. No, this was a distinct Mary, and among those who spoke of her most carefully were the members of the Society of Jesus. Established in the year 1534 by Ignatius of Loyola, the Jesuit order was founded on strict adherence, secrecy, and dedication to the Pope. They were not ordinary clergy. They were thinkers, tactical minds, and, many suspected, custodians of truths too potent for the world to grasp all at once. And in their private writings, their educational materials, and sometimes even in their cryptic supplications, the Virgin Mary repeatedly emerged, not as a tender mother, but as a crucial factor in a far greater puzzle. One former Jesuit who later lived abroad far from Rome once asserted that among the lessons imparted only to the most trusted members, Mary was not just viewed as the mother of the Creator. She was something more ancient, something that predated the faith itself. She was connected, he said, to the great maternal deities of ancient civilizations, from Isis in Egypt to Sophia in Gnostic texts. She adopted many forms, always reappearing during periods of great upheaval. That subtle communication, he claimed, was never recorded in any official document, but it survived, passed between members like a flame sheltered from the wind. The startling realization comes when you consider how closely the Jesuits worked with the core of Vatican authority. They advised leaders, shaped global outreach, and held positions in the most confidential assemblies. If any group had access to the Church's deepest records, it was them. So what did they find in those dark chambers? What documents did they copy, only to hide away? Again, one unconfirmed report, discovered in the notes of a Jesuit academic who died mysteriously in the year 1689, mentioned a prediction, a vision of Mary not as the humble Virgin, but as a woman of fire and cosmos, traversing between dimensions, holding within her grasp the secrets of equilibrium both spiritual and mortal. The scholar noted that this particular Mary would re-emerge when society was once more in disarray, not as a nurturer, but as a reflection, compelling humanity to recognize its true state. He was silenced shortly after his writings vanished. Today, some hypothesize that the Jesuits still preserve this profound interpretation of Mary, not because she is counterfeit, but because she is too authentic. Because a Mary who possesses authority, who utters prophecy, who stands equal to the divine, would dismantle centuries of meticulously constructed order. And so the quiet communications continue, not in sermons, not in published texts, but behind closed doors, where polished stone meets lamplight and the ancient enigmas still draw breath. Beneath the supporting arches and coloured glass panes of Europe's most antique cathedrals lies a feature most visitors never notice. It is not contained in the stone sculptures or in the candles burning next to representations of Mary. It resides within the precise layout, in the measurements, in the specific way light streams through certain apertures at exactly the right time of the year. It is a system of measurement, sacred spatial design, and in the world of Vatican secrets and timeless mysteries, it may be one of the most enduring keys to comprehending the Church's most guarded truths. At a quick glance, these temples appear constructed for devotion. But when structural experts and chroniclers began to chart their scale, they uncovered patterns that echoed ancient sanctuaries and astronomical alignments. Notre Dame of Paris, for instance, was not merely positioned where it is because the terrain was available. It was erected upon an earlier site once used to pay homage to the Roman goddess Diana. And even before that, some surmise it was sacred to terrestrial tribal cultures, the very same location, the identical orientation. Mary, the Perpetual Mother, was routinely situated at the centre of these cathedrals. Her effigy would rest above the sanctuary, her name engraved into the foundational elements. But why was she consistently oriented toward the stars? Why did certain cathedrals replicate stellar arrangements or indicate seasonal turning points? Why were the floor plans shaped like maternal chambers or floral designs or celestial bodies? The deeper one explores, the more peculiar the pattern becomes. Chartres Cathedral, one of the world's most notable Marian pilgrimage destinations, incorporates a circular path on its floor, a winding route that certain pilgrims navigate in prayer. But that circular path mirrors the configuration of Venus, the celestial body long linked with the spiritual feminine. It also aligns perfectly with specific earth energy lines, unseen currents believed by ancient builders to traverse the globe. This is where the unexpected detail becomes clearer. Documents from the Vatican dating back to the 12th century indicate that not all leaders supported these cathedral structures. Some believed too much influence had been borrowed from non-Christian origins. Others were wary of the increasing influence of Mary's representation not only as Christ's parent, but as a universal symbol of wisdom, the terrestrial and concealed energy. And yet the cathedrals were constructed repeatedly in different regions and, utilising diverse craftsmen, they adhered to the same perplexing configurations. Some researchers propose this was deliberate. They suggest that concealed fellowships within the church, perhaps the craftsmen recognised as the masons, encoded knowledge into the very stone, knowledge that would outlast rulers, conflicts, and even official decrees. In these Marian cathedrals, Mary became more than a carved figure. She became a symbol of veiled authority, etched into rock, illumination, and shadow. A cipher communicated through arches and slender towers, a presence too subtle to challenge directly, yet too compelling to disregard. And so the underlying inquiry: were these cathedrals places for devotion or repositories for confidential knowledge? And did the Vatican always possess the information, opting for discretion over public outcry, aesthetic appeal over admission? In the central point of Chartres Cathedral, beneath the luminescence of deep blue glass panels, lies a feature most visitors step over without even noticing its significance. It is not a grave or a holy artifact, but a circular path, a wide design inscribed into the rock floor with a convoluted route that coils and overlaps. Unlike a complicated puzzle, there are no incorrect paths, just one continuous measured progression toward the middle. And at the heart of that progression, though physically absent, resides a quiet entity, Mary. For centuries, spiritual travellers followed this pathway barefoot, uttering prayers or maintaining silence. Some believed that traversing it was akin to undertaking a spiritual journey to the Holy Land without leaving French territory. But others suspected something more profound was at play. The route, with its spiralling convolution, mirrored the structure of the human mind. It also echoed the ancient emblem of the feminine core. Why would such a pattern be situated at the entry point of a cathedral devoted to the Virgin Mary? Chartres was constructed in the 12th century during an era when the image of Mary was gaining prominence across Europe. She was more than just the mother of Jesus. To some, she had evolved into a symbol of ultimate knowledge, of the world, of secluded insight. The church promoted her moral integrity, but the common people perceived something more complex. They sensed it in her expression, in the gentleness of her hands, in stone figures, in the enigma of her quiet composure. The winding path may have been their tacit acknowledgement. As you follow its progression, you are gradually drawn inward. Step by step, the external distractions recede. By the time you reach the focal point, you are not merely at the centre of a stone design. You have entered a different state of awareness. Some recounted vivid experiences. Others claimed they felt Mary's spirit, as if the cathedral's enclosure became a vast mother figure, and the traveller returned to a point before conception, before conscious thought. Now consider the unexpected element. Historians discovered that other cathedrals built during this time also featured these pathways, but in numerous instances they were subsequently removed or covered over. Why? Some believed the Vatican grew uncomfortable with what the circular path signified. It was not about preaching or official doctrine, it was about individual realization, personal, mystical, and challenging to regulate. The pathway encouraged a direct connection to the divine, and not exclusively through the mediation of a priest. That could be volatile even today. The winding path at Chartres lacks an official explanation. It remains ancient and worn smooth. But its underlying meaning is not addressed by church authorities. Some state it is merely a medieval oddity. Others suggest it is an entrance to something older than the Christian faith itself, a female route, a sacred core, and in the tranquillity of the cathedral, beneath arches that seem to aspire to the heavens. You can still navigate that path slowly, in solitude, encircled by rock and narrative, pondering what the church once understood and what it chose to leave unsaid. In the undulating countryside of southern France, where haze drifts over aged settlements and fragrant fields whisper with the movement of air, an old narrative refuses to fade. It originates not in France, but in the Middle East, and it begins with a woman the Vatican once sought to relegate to obscurity, Mary Magdalene. According to established church teachings, Mary Magdalene was a moral offender who found forgiveness through the Son of God. But here, in the secluded valleys of Provence, she represents something entirely distinct. She is not a disgraced woman. She is a revered figure, an instructor. Some even suggest a spouse. Local narratives maintain that following the execution, Mary Magdalene escaped the region. With her, they claim, came a small circle of Christ's followers. They crossed the sea, evading danger and maintaining silence, landing on the southern coastline of what is currently France. There, near a place now known as Sainte-Marie-de-la-Mer, they disembarked. But what they brought with them was more than mere flight. It was a secret. In the community of Saint-Maximin-la-Sainte-Baume, deep within a cavern high in the mountainous terrain, devotees have journeyed for centuries to reach the place where Mary Magdalene is believed to have spent her final decades. They say she remained for 30 years in that natural recess, praying, fasting, communicating only with celestial beings. The church eventually constructed a major sanctuary nearby. But long before the structural elements were raised, people came to the natural recess not to confess, but to reflect. Here is where the complexity deepens. Local residents in this vicinity did not treat Mary as a peripheral figure. They offered her reverence, dedication, and something more. They referred to her as the messenger to the other messengers. They depicted her not bound by moral transgression, but clothed in profound insight, draped in a crimson garment. Her likeness began to appear in small devotional spots, her name uttered softly among women, particularly those who were healers and birth attendants. Some argue this dedication was not merely piety, but resistance. During the medieval period, while the Vatican sought to reinforce command over doctrine and belief, an unusual phenomenon occurred. In the very same regions that honoured Mary Magdalene, new spiritual movements began to emerge. The Cathars, for instance, embraced a philosophy of spiritual parity, where both sexes could teach and where the physical world was something to be transcended. The Church designated them as religious dissidents. They were pursued, burned, eliminated. But Mary Magdalene survived, not in Rome's official records, but in accounts shared by artificial light, in religious processions through remote communities, in the quiet natural recess where people still place floral tributes, hoping to sense her presence. The Vatican could not completely obliterate her, so it attempted an alternative approach. It redefined her. Sinner, not sacred figure, follower, not originator. But in the communities of southern France, the inhabitants never forgot. They believed she was more consequential than the Church permitted. They believed she carried not only a message from the Son of God, but perhaps something even more incendiary, a biological lineage. Regardless of its veracity, that enigma continues to attract spiritual travellers, continues to prompt deeper exploration, and still causes discomfort within the Vatican. High in the elevated terrain of southern France, there exists a community so small and tranquil you might overlook it if not for the secrets it conceals. Rennes-le-Château, once a forgotten medieval frontier, now attracts both the curious and the sceptical. From around the world, they arrive for the unsubstantiated stories, the hidden fortune, the cleric who suddenly became affluent, and perpetually in the background, one name surfaces among the murmurs. Mary Magdalene. It commenced in the late 1800s with a religious leader named Béranger Saunier assigned to the decaying church of Rennes-le-Château. He was impoverished and isolated. The community was secluded, the church crumbling. But shortly thereafter, restorative work commenced. Something shifted. The cleric began spending substantial amounts of money. He constructed an extravagant residence, filled it with rare volumes, and hosted affluent visitors from across the continent. He never disclosed the origin of the funds, but he did leave clues. Inside the church structure, Saunier installed peculiar symbols, sculpted figures of celestial beings in unconventional postures. A Latin inscription above the entrance that translates as "this location" is awe-inspiring, and perhaps most notably a figure of Mary Magdalene in scarlet, not azure, contemplating a human skull concealing something beneath her garment. Some believe Saunier discovered concealed texts during the church renovations. Others propose it was a cryptic map to a fortune. Whatever the find, he carried the knowledge with him to the grave. But the puzzle did not cease upon his death. It only intensified. Writers and chroniclers soon began connecting Rennes-le-Château to age-old legends. The community is situated near former Cathar territories, those very same spiritual nonconformists who once viewed Mary Magdalene as a respected mentor, not a fallen woman. Narratives circulated that she had arrived in the region following the execution carrying something sacred. Some say it was written documents. Others suggest it was a child, the central revelation. Many believe the treasure Saunier found was not precious metal, but information, a revelation concerning Mary Magdalene, that she was not merely a spectator to the Christ narrative, but the central curator of it, that she might have been his counterpart, even his marital partner, and that the church was aware. As the story gained complexity, Rennes-le-Château became a focal point for theories. Links were drawn to the warrior monks, to concealed fellowships, to concealed bloodlines and lost understandings, and in nearly every telling she reappears. The woman in the crimson attire, not simply a representation of moral failing, but of inherent authority, of memory of a truth the Vatican had reason to conceal. To this day, travellers walk the tranquil slopes retracing Saunier's movements, standing before the church with its strange emblems and silent warnings. They examine coloured glass and painted ceilings, searching for messages intentionally visible. Perhaps it is all fictional storytelling. Perhaps it is all misleading information. Or perhaps Rennes-le-Château still guards the memory of a woman who chose not to be silenced. A woman the church reduced to a mere footnote. But here, in this small settlement, she remains the core element of the narrative, clothed in red, shrouded in enigma, and possibly holding the key to a truth the Vatican never wanted the world to discover. Some narratives are too explosive to record directly. Others are so deeply buried that only faint recollections remain. Subtle accounts of hereditary lines concealed openly, of legends too fantastical to accept and too compelling to dismiss. And at the heart of all of them is a woman the church attempted to disregard. Mary Magdalene. The concept sounds like something from a children's story transformed into a suspenseful thriller. A sacred lineage, a secret descendant, a systematic suppression that extends from ancient lands to the marble-lined halls of the Vatican. But for those who hold this belief, it is not imaginary. It is the history of the Holy Chalice, not as a physical drinking vessel, but as a generative organ. According to this prohibited narrative, Mary Magdalene did not merely observe the crucifixion. She survived it carrying something far more essential than memories. Some say she preserved the teachings of the Son of God. Others suggest she carried his offspring. The hypothesis suggests that she fled the Holy Land to avoid danger, travelling across the ocean to the coast of southern France. There, within the security of concealed natural recesses and kind strangers, the hereditary line of Christ continued not in abstract ideas, but in living existence. It is a profoundly unsettling notion. If verifiable, it would imply that the sacred did not conclude with a sacrifice, but persisted across generations. That the spiritual world connected with the earthly and remained for hundreds of years. Such accounts existed only within confidential groups in the obscure corners of religious institutions, in the encoded pages of prohibited volumes. The Vatican ensured this control. Records were destroyed, religious texts suppressed, identities obscured, and Mary Magdalene, once referred to as the messenger to the original messengers, was reduced to something less significant, something easily overlooked. But the persistent narratives refused to cease. In the underground burial sites of the continent, the concept of a sacred hereditary line lingered like smoke. In secluded worship sites, peculiar symbols manifested, a crimson flower blossoming beside an upright cross, a mother figure visibly pregnant whose gaze seemed to possess timeless knowledge. In artistic representations from the revival period, some perceived more than just religious depictions. They perceived encoded hints. One unexpected interpretation came not from religious authorities but from artists and writers. The Holy Chalice, they asserted, was not an artifact at all. It was a linguistic play, a misunderstanding of terminology. Blood of a king, meaning royal blood. The chalice was not a vessel, but a continuous family descent. Some believe private organisations were established to safeguard it. The warrior monks, the sacred community of Mount Zion. Covert groups that understood the reality and protected it from both political rulers and religious heads. Their objective was not control, it was preservation, because to assert a divine hereditary line, particularly through a female figure, would shatter the fundamental foundation of the established church. The Vatican understandably has consistently denied this. No such child, no such narrative. And yet in older places of worship and distant devotional areas, Mary Magdalene is still honoured in ways that contradict her official biography. Not merely as a forgiven offender, but as a maternal figure, a representation of something revered and feminine and possibly spiritually significant. If the story holds true, then everything is different, and if it is not, then why has the Church tried so diligently to erase it? It began as a work of fiction, but for countless individuals it felt like an awakening. In 2003, the celebrated publication by Dan Brown moved across the globe like a powerful wind. People waited in long lines at book retailers, visitors swarmed historic cathedrals with fresh inquiries, art institutions were compelled to safeguard masterpieces not against theft but against reinterpretations, and somewhere amidst all that excitement, one question resonated most profoundly. What if there was truth to it? The literary work proposed a radical idea, that Mary Magdalene was not a forgotten adherent of Christ, but his spouse. That the Church had concealed this truth for centuries, that the Vatican itself had intentionally revised historical accounts to suppress the feminine aspect of the divine. A complex scheme wrapped in clues, secret language, and traditions passed through time. Initially, the Church dismissed the book as fantasy, but the more vehemently the Vatican responded, the more people were inclined to pay attention. Was this outcry driven by religious deviation or by the apprehension of being exposed? The famous Renaissance artist became the focal point of this controversy. His artwork depicting the last communal meal was suddenly under a new type of scrutiny. Was that truly the disciple John seated next to the central figure? Or was it a woman? Mary Magdalene, the book argued, had been deliberately obscured yet visible. The inverted triangular gap between their figures, a symbol of the female reproductive system. The absence of a ceremonial cup on the surface, a suggestion that the true Holy Grail was a person, not an object. It was captivating, but it was also provocative, because beneath the fictional narrative were verifiable historical fragments the Church had long kept quiet: the non-canonical religious texts, the deliberate recategorization of Mary Magdalene as a woman of ill repute, a title never found in the genuine religious writings, the abrupt disappearance of female voices in early theological documents. And then there were the real-world organizations discussed in both historical texts and anecdotal reports: the warrior monks, the sacred community of Mount Zion. Dan Brown transformed them back into legendary figures, but their actual histories, often more ambiguous and layered, still remain entangled in Vatican archives and sealed libraries. Critics of the novel scoffed, scholars pointed out inaccuracies, but that completely missed the point. The Da Vinci Code achieved something no preacher had managed in years. It caused ancient religious debates to feel pressing once more. It transformed established doctrine into a mystery to be solved, and it resurrected the voice of Mary Magdalene, at least in the arena of public thought. Of course, fact and fiction are uneasy partners. Dan Brown never claimed to be writing historical truth, but he tapped into a question older than the Church itself: the puzzle of what exactly was intentionally left out and who had the authority to decide. So was the book simply a thrilling fantasy? Or was it a spotlight aimed into the darkened corners of Church history? Perhaps the real distraction was not the book, but how quickly it was dismissed by those in power. Because sometimes the most secure place to conceal a truth is woven into the narrative of a story no one will ever dare to believe. Deep beneath the streets of Vatican City lies a place very few have ever witnessed. It is not a church or a saint's relic, but something more quiet and far more potent. Locked away behind heavy stone and protected by centuries of rigid tradition is the Vatican Apostolic Archive. It spans more than 50 miles of shelving lined with countless centuries of hidden information. Some claim it contains the undiscovered truth about everything, from gospels that were excluded to prophecies from the ancient world. But the actual question is not what records are housed there. It is what has consistently been withheld from the world. For the majority of history, the Vatican referred to it as the secret archive. That single name alone sparked intense speculation. Hidden scrolls, private correspondence, forbidden knowledge. The term secret did not originally mean mysterious. It simply meant private or personal. But that linguistic distinction never managed to stop the rumours from flourishing, especially when people realised just how much of the archive still remains strictly off-limits. The Church states it is protecting incredibly fragile documents, that translations require vast amounts of time, and that certain materials are personal writings of previous popes, not intended for public disclosure. But those who are sceptical argue something very different. They suggest that concealed within those shelves may be irrefutable evidence of voices the Church made an effort to silence. Visions attributed to Mary, forgotten teachings, even entire books of the Bible that were deliberately excluded because they did not align with the narrative Rome had chosen to present. In 1924, a German academic named Ludwig Pastor was granted very unusual access. He anticipated finding only routine church administrative records. What he actually found instead were diplomatic exchanges, political manoeuvres, and a deliberate shaping of the spiritual narrative. Some of the content read much more like strategic military planning than sacred scripture. Let us jump forward to 1960. The Vatican began the process of releasing a small selection of documents to approved historians. Not everything, just enough to create the appearance of transparency. But even now, in this 21st century, over 90% of the material remains sealed off. And then, the unsettling murmurs began to surface from within the walls. A Jesuit priest once hinted during a very quiet interview that there were complete texts on the Virgin Mary that have never been allowed to see the light of day. Visions she supposedly shared with the early Christian mystics, accounts of a divine feminine wisdom that was not compatible with established church doctrine. The irony? The Church may genuinely believe it is protecting its faithful followers. After all, if centuries of firmly held doctrine were constructed upon stories that are only partially true, what precisely happens when the missing half is finally revealed? That is the underlying conflict. Belief versus historical record, spiritual enigma versus physical manuscript. And so the sensational story endures. A secluded room deep beneath the beautiful marble floors of St. Peter's Basilica, a heavy, locked container, a fragile scroll, a specific name, perhaps Mary's name. What has been perpetually held back might possess far more power than what has been officially released. Because silence, particularly when it comes from an institution as ancient and powerful as the Vatican, is never truly empty. It is deliberately filled with conscious choices about what information to share and what to hold back indefinitely. And somewhere within that profound silence, Mary's complete story, her actual story, might be patiently waiting, tucked away in the shadows, on the brink of being found. In a quiet little coffee shop just outside the vibrant city of Rome, a man with world-weary eyes and a small silver cross hanging from his neck leaned closer and stated, "They explicitly instructed me never to even mention her name." He was not referring to a global political figure or a famous officially canonized saint. He meant Mary. Not the gentle version from the traditional Sunday sermons, but the version intentionally buried beneath centuries of systematic editing and deliberate silence. This man was once a respected priest within the very walls of the Vatican. Now he was outside the system and finally ready to speak. His name is unimportant. He requested that we do not use it under any circumstances, but what he chose to share opened a door that few would ever dare to knock on. He had served within the Vatican's education department, reviewing the instructional materials used to train incoming priests. One afternoon, tucked away inside a dusty, forgotten drawer of old teaching notes, he discovered various references to texts he had never encountered, writings which strongly suggested Mary's purpose was not simply that of a mother, but something considerably more profound, a revered teacher, a prophet, perhaps even a divine figure in her own right. When he questioned his superiors about these materials, the answer he received was immediate and severe. That path only leads to confusion, they sharply warned him. But it was not confusion he felt growing inside him. It was a stunning clarity, a brilliant spark of something that had been concealed for too long. He began to investigate even deeper. That is when the doors of the establishment began to systematically close around him. Another former priest, now residing in Germany, described a nearly identical experience. He had spent years leading youth church retreats, repeating the well-known stories of saints and miracles. But in his private time, he studied the forbidden Gospels, the very ones that spoke directly of a feminine, divine wisdom of Mary. Not always simply standing beside Jesus, but sometimes leading the way, he explained to us, I suddenly realized that what had been left out was just as holy as what had been intentionally included. When he introduced this concept during a seminary meeting, he was immediately transferred to a remote, far-flung parish. Within 12 months, he voluntarily resigned. Not every individual who left the priesthood did so because of Mary, but many suggest that the pervasive silence surrounding her, the Church's highly selective memory, definitely played a major role. A priest from South America confessed that he once delivered a sermon that specifically referenced the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. The following day, he received a formal, stern warning from the local bishop. "We must not confuse the people," he was told. "We simply provide them with what they need. But who is actually authorized to decide what they truly need? That is the persistent question that haunts these men. Not bitter anger, not a desire for revenge, but a profound yearning for the complete, unedited story. The mystery, the important missing elements. One priest whispered that among the Vatican's restricted files there existed numerous written accounts of Marian visions that had never been formally declared false, only systematically disregarded. The secrets, he said thoughtfully, are not always outright lies. Sometimes they are difficult truths the world was simply not prepared to handle. Perhaps that is the core issue. These former priests did not lose their faith. They lost the necessary permission to ask difficult questions, and when the Church ordered them to forget Mary's other hidden face, they found they could not obey, not anymore. In a quiet, sun-drenched town just outside Florence, a woman once knelt every single morning before a small statue of Mary. Not the enormous, gilded figure typically found in grand cathedrals, but a simple, worn, almost forgotten image tucked safely into a niche right next to her garden. She explained that it reminded her of her own mother, kind eyes, quiet, internal strength. But as a child, she never once saw this kind of woman celebrated in the church. The Mary she grew up learning about was meek, perfectly obedient, untouchable, flawless but clearly not real. Holy, yes, but very distant. Now try to imagine that same story being repeated endlessly across centuries, across entire families, across the minds of millions. When the Church carefully moulded Mary into a symbol of total submission, always pure, always silent, always simply saying yes, it did more than simply create a religious icon. It fundamentally shaped how millions of people, especially young girls, perceived themselves over time. Something profound and deeply hidden took root in the subconscious, a crucial lesson that was never spoken but was undeniably felt. If the holiest woman in all of history never once raised her voice, never dared to ask a challenging question, never led armies or authored books or delivered a sermon in the temples, then what was the underlying implication for any woman hoping to do exactly that? In psychological terms, this is often called internalized silence. People begin the process of silencing themselves before anyone else even has the chance to. A girl who feels a strong calling to speak might hesitate and pause. A woman who feels a deep sense of injustice might instantly second-guess her own instincts, not because a superior told her to stop, but because the foundational example she was given never gave her the permission to start. It is not only about women, either. Men who are rigidly taught that the feminine divine must always be silent, perfectly pure, and utterly passive may gradually develop a fear of any other expression of power in women. Deep emotions become perceived as threats. Nurturing instincts become mistakenly identified as weakness. The natural balance is severely broken. Now here is where the narrative becomes genuinely compelling. In the most ancient stories, the ones buried deep within apocryphal texts and explicitly banned gospels, Mary is not consistently silent. Sometimes she bravely teaches, sometimes she openly challenges. In one specific text, she is the one who calmly comforts the other disciples when they are paralyzed with fear. In another, she speaks with an innate wisdom that Peter himself openly questions. That presented a serious problem, not for God, but for the mortal men attempting to control the entire spiritual message. The Vatican may never publicly admit that their edited version of Mary has had this deep and lasting psychological effect. But therapist historians, and even some sympathetic priests, have all quietly noticed it. They observe the quiet inner suffering, the deep yearning for a sacred mother who genuinely understands both profound sorrow and immense strength, not just as abstract symbols, but as deeply lived human truths. What actually happens to a human soul raised without the full, unedited image of the mother? In traditional fairy tales, the missing mother figure often foreshadows a coming danger. In our most comforting bedtime stories, she is the crucial figure who keeps the pieces of the world held together. Without her, the entire world unravels. The twist. Maybe it already has completely unravelled. And perhaps the silence imposed around Mary was never about protection. Perhaps it was a silent warning, one we were never meant to disregard. In every truly great story, there is always a pivotal figure who patiently watches, silently waits, and then decisively steps in when all hope appears to be lost. Sometimes she gently holds a vulnerable child in her arms. Sometimes she carries a symbolic sword deep within her heart. In the specific case of Mary, she carries both. And that is precisely what makes her more than simply a biblical character. She is a powerful archetype, a fundamental shape the human soul inherently remembers. For many centuries, Mary has been meticulously painted with soft, muted colours and calm, placid expressions. She is exclusively the mother, the one who offers comfort, the one who ceaselessly prays, the one who humbly kneels. But look a little more closely and you will begin to find something much deeper hidden beneath the folds of blue and white robes, something potentially dangerous. Mary is also the determined intercessor, the one who bravely dares to speak on behalf of the common people. At the wedding in Cana, she calmly informs Jesus the wine has completely run out, and with one subtle request, she fundamentally shifts the course of his early mission. It is a subtle action, but exceptionally bold. She does not issue a command. She simply reveals a pressing need, fully trusting he will act immediately. And he does. But perhaps the most systematically forgotten aspect of Mary is the one that caused certain leaders in Rome to grow nervous: the rebel. In the very earliest Christian communities, Mary was not just formally honoured, she was perceived as immensely powerful. People composed elaborate prayers asking specifically for her protection. In times of armed conflict, women consistently followed her as a spiritual example, not simply for her perceived obedience, but for her inspiring resistance. Even in her silence, she consistently challenged the powerful structures surrounding her. That kind of widespread influence made her a dangerous figure. By the 4th century, powerful church officials began the deliberate process of reshaping her public image. With extreme care, they systematically carved away her strength and carefully preserved only the softness. They intentionally concealed her in the shadows of male saints and politically powerful popes. Her essential mystery remained, but her inner fire was intentionally buried. Here is the ultimate twist. Every single time history has attempted to forcibly tame her, Mary has returned even stronger. In times of profound darkness, she appeared in overwhelming visions, in locations the Vatican had absolutely no control over. A simple field in Portugal, a remote hillside in Mexico, a quiet cave in France. She persistently returned, and she did not always arrive bearing a sweet, gentle message. Sometimes she issued firm warnings. Sometimes she openly wept. Sometimes she demanded immediate systemic change. That is the fundamental nature of archetypes. You cannot completely erase them. You can hide them away in dusty, forgotten cathedrals. You can meticulously rewrite the official stories, but they survive in our dreams, in shared symbols, in quiet whispers. Today, open-minded scholars are re-examining those old texts. Innovative artists are painting Mary with a determined fire visible in her eyes. Mothers are deliberately naming their daughters after her, not because she was meek and quiet, but because she fiercely endured. The Vatican may continue to try and guard its closely held secrets, but the story of Mary, the full, unedited story, is simply too vast for a single book, too untamed for a single dogma. Mother, intercessor, rebel. She is all three roles simultaneously, and perhaps that is the true enduring miracle. In a quiet forest clearing deep in ancient Gaul, long before soaring cathedrals were constructed and Latin hymns began to echo, women routinely gathered under the full moon to softly whisper prayers to a mother goddess. She was known by countless names: Isis, Cybele, Diana. Her carved statues often depicted her holding a child, a glowing crown of stars above her head, and eyes that seemed to possess the knowledge of your deepest secrets. She was definitely not Mary, and yet somehow she essentially was. When the nascent Christian movement spread throughout the immense Roman Empire, it did not entirely wipe the cultural slate clean. It simply wrote its own new stories directly over much older ones. Many of the local people baptized in the cold, rushing rivers had only recently been standing in sacred groves. The cultural shift was not always violently forced. Sometimes it was subtle and gradual. Sometimes it was exceptionally clever. And nowhere is this phenomenon more mysterious than in the widespread rise of the Virgin Mary. In the 3rd century, as the colossal power of Rome began its slow collapse, people desperately needed comfort. The former gods of war and empire no longer guaranteed peace, but the ancient mother figures, the ones who gently cradled and freely forgave, were far harder to completely forget. The Church may not have openly admitted it, but it deliberately offered Mary as something culturally familiar, a perfect bridge between the old beliefs and the new ones. In the remnants of temples once sacred to Artemis, newly converted Christians lit simple candles to Mary. On altars where religious offerings were once laid out for the Queen of Heaven, people now solemnly left rosary beads. The transition appeared to be absolutely seamless, or so it seemed on the surface. Here is where the history takes an unexpected turn. Some early powerful bishops immediately noticed the striking similarities and grew deeply concerned. They feared that in Mary's rapidly increasing popularity, they were witnessing a forbidden return of pagan ways. If she physically resembled the ancient goddesses too closely, would the people confuse her with them? Would they begin to pray to her as a fully divine being? That growing fear quickly escalated into a quiet but intense fight. Behind the locked doors of the early councils, the Vatican, still in the process of forming its permanent identity, was forced to make a defining choice. Was Mary merely a saint, or something much more significant? They settled on a compromise title that sounded inherently safe: Mother of God. But even that official title sparked immediate and heated debates. Because once you formally label a woman the Mother of the Divine, where does her actual power ultimately end? Behind the beautiful stained glass and the quiet Latin prayers, the powerful cultural echoes remained persistent. Observe medieval art closely, and you will clearly see it. Mary standing serenely on a crescent moon. Mary proudly crowned with numerous stars, Mary decisively crushing a dangerous serpent beneath her feet. These were not just simple artistic symbols, they were enduring cultural memories, powerful echoes of ancient, forbidden myths deliberately reshaped by the framework of a new belief system. Even the formal rituals surrounding Mary carried distinct whispers of the past. Pilgrimages to ancient sacred wells, slow midnight processions carried out by flickering candlelight, documented miraculous healings in remote mountain caves. These ritualistic acts mirrored the old pagan ways far too closely for the overlap to be simply a coincidence. And yet, the Church has never fully acknowledged the profound overlap. Instead, it has kept Mary simultaneously close and yet emotionally distant. A comforting, nurturing mother, but never a true goddess. A revered figure to admire, but never to truly worship. The delicate balance they struck was extremely fragile and remains so today. In every single historical era, Mary consistently reflects what the common people deeply long for. In ancient times, that longing was for the eternal mother. Today, perhaps it is something even deeper, a significant truth purposefully buried under centuries of deliberate rewriting. But the forest remembers. The silent statues still whisper, and the powerful echoes never truly stop. In the beginning was the Word. That is the opening statement of the Gospel of John. But before there was ever a spoken word, before there was any sound or sermon delivered, there was only silence. And cradled inside that profound silence, a womb. The pivotal story of Mary begins not with overwhelming miracles, but with an inherent mystery. She makes her first appearance in the canonical Gospels, with almost no fanfare, a young girl from a very small, unremarkable town, informed by an angel that she was chosen to bear the Son of God. No one bothers to ask what she thinks about this, not initially. But in that defining moment, absolutely everything changes forever. The word divine, the word eternal, the word unshakable, suddenly depends entirely on her physical body, on her free will, on her simple consent, and she firmly gives it. But what is the profound meaning when the single most powerful idea in all of Christianity, the literal incarnation of God, begins not with a glorious, intimidating throne, but with a vulnerable human womb? In the earliest centuries of the newly formed church, this foundational question quickly became more dangerous than comforting. The womb, after all, was considered something messy, inherently hidden, quintessentially feminine. And yet, it was now established as the literal gateway to eternal salvation. That immediately posed a major theological problem. By the time the Vatican began the process of actively shaping official doctrine in the 4th and 5th centuries, men were firmly in control of the entire narrative, and they were distinctly uncomfortable with this reality. How could they confidently preach about the ultimate, all-powerful authority of a male god, while simultaneously being forced to admit he willingly entered the world through a young peasant girl's body? So they attempted to create a rigid separation of the sacred from the earthly flesh. They officially declared Mary to be perfectly pure, not only morally, but physically too. No lingering stain of original sin, no lingering trace of earthly desire. She officially became the Virgin, utterly spotless and completely untouched. But that was not the whole, unedited truth. Behind the closed doors of the councils, early debates raged intensely. Some powerful bishops whispered that her body must have been more than a mere passive vessel. If God deliberately chose to enter the world through her, did that not inherently grant her spiritual power too? Not just physical power, but profound spiritual authority? Could it possibly be that the Word needed the womb more than the womb needed the Word? Other powerful voices fought hard to ensure that this revolutionary idea remained perpetually buried. At the pivotal Council of Ephesus in the year 431, the Church finally gave Mary the official title Theotokos, God-bearer. It was intended to officially honour her, but it also rigidly set clear boundaries. She was merely the one who carried the divine, not the divine being herself. She was sacred, but strictly only in service to a male god. Still, the pervasive image of her gently holding the infant Christ-child was simply too powerful for the people to ignore. People saw much more than just dry theology in that iconic picture. They saw a fundamental balance. They saw deep mystery. They saw a woman who firmly held the Word and was not destroyed by its overwhelming power. They saw a woman who gave physical flesh to something eternal and did not vanish when he eventually spoke. In cathedrals built all across Europe, that powerful story continues to play out visually in stone and magnificent glass. Mary seated strong, absolutely unshaken, with Christ held securely in her arms. Not simply a mother, but a living throne. Not simply a biological womb, but the precise place where heaven and earth finally touched. And maybe, just maybe, the Word continues to echo and resonate because of where it first began. In silence, in deep darkness, in her, in the grand, echoing halls of the Vatican, where every winding corridor seems to quietly whisper the secrets of past centuries, there exists a palpable silence that feels almost too deliberate to be accidental. Buried deep within the Church's complex history, intentionally hidden between the well-documented councils that formally shaped Christianity, lies the persistent shadow of something that may never have officially occurred, or perhaps it did, but was systematically and carefully erased. Historians often call it the missing council. Most people are familiar with the great church gatherings at Nicaea in the year 325, Constantinople in the year 381, and Ephesus in the year 431. These crucial meetings formally defined core beliefs, successfully fought perceived heresies, and either unified or divided the faithful flock. But there are persistent whispers, strange, nagging inconsistencies, and cryptic, encoded letters that suggest another secret gathering actually took place, one that was never formally recorded in official texts. A gathering where Mary, the humble mother of Jesus, was suddenly at the very epicenter of a major storm. According to a few extremely rare manuscripts found only in forgotten, isolated monasteries and obscure private collections, there was a secretive meeting held between powerful, nervous bishops sometime between the Council of Ephesus and the Council of Chalcedon in the year 451. Some vague clues place its location in Alexandria, others point to Antioch, and the fiercely argued question was whether Mary should be officially seen not just as the Mother of God, but as something even more, a divine co-figure seated alongside Christ. The implications of this idea were absolutely enormous. If Mary were formally granted divine status, it would undeniably mean that feminine power had a rightful and permanent place beside the traditionally masculine authority of the church structure. It would fundamentally challenge the entrenched idea of a solely male Godhead, and it would seriously threaten the very foundation of the Vatican's strictly male-centric structure of power. One obscure letter, reportedly written by a bishop named Theodorus and cleverly concealed inside the hollow cover of a 5th century gospel, strongly hints at the inherent danger. He writes, "We were sternly warned never to speak of it again. The shocking image of her crowned was physically burned before our very eyes, but some had already managed to flee with copies. What exactly were those images? Who were those who fled the meeting? And why were they so aggressively silenced? No scholar knows for certain, but some firmly believed that the sudden, very sharp shift in official doctrine right after Ephesus, where Mary was honoured only as a mere vessel, not as an active participant in divinity, was not just theological progress. It was a correction, a rapid cover-up, a deliberate silencing of a council that had dared to wander too far into forbidden territory. In the vast, subterranean archives beneath the Vatican, tightly locked behind numerous doors no external scholar has ever been permitted to fully open, some claim the actual minutes of that missing council still exist. But if they do, the Vatican has never openly admitted it, and those individuals who ask too loudly often find themselves politely but firmly removed from the ongoing conversation. Perhaps the most haunting tangible clue comes from a medieval carving located in an old, quiet chapel in southern Italy. It clearly depicts Christ seated on one side of a throne, Mary seated on the other side, both figures equal in height, both firmly holding globes of ultimate power. Above them is written clearly, in Latin, "In the beginning, she was there." Was that the revolutionary conclusion of the missing council? Or was it the very reason it had to instantly disappear? In the gentle glow of candlelit chapels and the deep shadows of monumental stone cathedrals, her image is completely ubiquitous, draped elegantly in blue, head humbly bowed, arms open wide in acceptance. Mary, the Virgin Mother, soft, serenely peaceful, silently compliant. But that familiar image represents only one side of her complex story. Beneath the layers of deep reverence and formal ritual lies something else entirely, a profound power that once strongly stirred the very roots of immense empires and very nearly changed the entire course of the Church forever. In the earliest centuries of Christianity, Mary's assigned role was definitely not quiet or passive. She was not just a background figure in the grand story of salvation. She was perceived as powerful, even dangerous. Some early Christian communities spoke of her as wisdom personified, divine Sophia. Others openly hinted at her role not simply as the mother of Jesus, but as the essential bridge between the human and the holy. Not every powerful figure agreed with this revolutionary vision, and that is precisely where the bitter struggle truly began. There were influential leaders in the nascent church who sincerely feared what might occur if Mary's power became too central to the faith. Because if Mary was genuinely divine, if she was definitively more than just a mere vessel, then she could easily become a rival, not to Christ, but to the patriarchal structure built in his name. The Vatican, rapidly growing in both size and influence, demanded strict order, absolute male authority, one unified voice, one singular teaching. There was absolutely no room for a woman with perceived divine authority, no matter how deeply revered she was by the common people. The conflict climaxed in the 4th and 5th centuries when debates over Mary's proper title completely boiled over. Some passionately called her Theotokos, the God-bearer, firmly placing her at the centre of the divine drama. Others desperately tried to limit her to Christotokos, the one who merely bore the human Jesus. That one single word difference carried centuries of profound consequence. Behind closed doors, powerful bishops openly clashed. The faithful commoners lit countless candles in her honour, dreamed vivid dreams of her, saw profound visions. Meanwhile, inside the Vatican, the walls of the establishment quickly tightened. A divine woman would inherently mean divine feminine power, and that immediately signalled change, risk, and a direct challenge to the establishment. So her divinity was strategically softened into acceptable dogma. Her authoritative voice was systematically rewritten as meek silence. Her inner boldness became humble subservience. Over a period of time, the inherent fire faded. The Virgin Mary officially became a symbol of obedience, not of leadership, of fragile purity, not of powerful presence, but undeniable traces of what might have been still faintly flicker in forgotten, isolated places. In the high plateaus of Ethiopia, some ancient texts speak of Mary as the second Eve, the one who consciously undoes the fall of mankind. In hidden, obscure corners of France, she is vividly remembered not simply as a mother, but as a queen in her own right. And in the transformative dreams of mystics, even today, she speaks not in gentle whispers, but in resounding thunder. What if the Church had fully embraced her power? What if the Vatican had dared to elevate a woman to sacred spiritual leadership? It is a hypothetical question that quietly lingers like heavy incense smoke in an old cathedral. A profound secret buried beneath countless centuries of enforced silence. A revolutionary bedtime story deemed far too dangerous to ever fully tell. Because the inherent power she almost possessed was not simply spiritual, it was deeply, politically revolutionary. In the very heart of the bustling city of Rome, just past the highly polished marble floors and gleaming golden mosaics of the Vatican, silent whispers travel secretly through hidden halls no one outside ever sees. Whispers of a specific woman few have ever known by name, yet whose immense shadow stretches across centuries of documented history. She is not painted into the grand, imposing ceilings or formally named in the official public books, but make absolutely no mistake, she is definitely present, always quietly watching, always patiently waiting. To the outside public, the Church rigidly presents only order, men in robes, strict hierarchy, unbreakable tradition. But if you carefully follow the historical threads far enough, you begin to see something quite different. In every major turning point of church history, there is a quiet figure standing just out of the main focus. Her fingerprints are found not on stone tablets or official papal decrees, but in the frustrating gaps where original stories were deliberately lost, where powerful voices were intentionally silenced, where fundamental mystery was buried just deep enough to be forgotten by most. This is the significant woman behind the proverbial curtain. Some firmly believe she is Mary, not the gentle, soft-spoken virgin of Christmas cards, but a primal force older than the Gospels themselves. Others believe she is the collective echo of the lost feminine divine, a powerful presence that could never be completely erased, only cleverly hidden. Still others conclude she is many courageous women rolled into one composite figure. Apostles, mystics, prophets, even perceived heretics whose simple truths were considered far too dangerous for the official altar. In the earliest recorded councils of the Church, when bishops intensely argued over core doctrine, there were actual texts on the table that clearly spoke of a feminine voice placed at the very centre of creation itself. But these early writings did not make it into the final, approved cut. The Vatican loudly declared them heresy. They subsequently vanished one by one, yet even now determined researchers still stumble upon fragments hidden in the desert or buried beneath old monasteries. And sometimes what they manage to find changes absolutely everything about our understanding. One such rare scroll was discovered in Egypt, burned badly at the edges, brittle and fragile as dried leaves. It spoke specifically of a woman who walked directly alongside Jesus, not merely behind him. A teacher, a revealer of deep mysteries. Her powerful words were never recorded in the New Testament. But why were they excluded? Who possessed the authority to decide which voices historically counted? The painful answer may lie buried deep in the Vatican archives, where millions of pages sit perpetually in darkness, completely untouched for hundreds of years. Only a few carefully selected people hold the keys. Fewer still are granted actual access. What exactly do they fear might be discovered? Perhaps a name, a distinct face, a story considered far too close to the unsettling truth. There are persistent whispers among former priests, too. Men who deliberately left their collars behind because they could no longer keep turning away from the hidden woman. One claimed he saw her likeness intricately carved beneath the foundation of an ancient chapel, forgotten but not completely gone. Another claimed her face vividly appeared to him in a vision, not as a gentle ghost, but as a strong, determined challenge. Remember me. She may never be officially recognized. The Vatican may never speak her actual name aloud, but she absolutely does not require official permission to be vividly remembered. She lives persistently in the unanswered questions the Church cannot face, in profound dreams that will not simply fade away. The powerful woman behind the curtain may not be permitted to stand directly at the altar, but she is unquestionably still here. And one day, the metaphorical curtain might finally fall. Somewhere beneath the beautiful golden glow of the Vatican's official candlelit halls, past the public teachings and the carefully guarded dogmas, something vital quietly stirs. It is not a physical relic or a tangible object. It is a fundamental way of thinking, a truth that was once openly spoken, then slowly but surely pushed into the deep shadows. It is a hidden theology, and like all important secrets, it is cleverly hiding in plain sight. The Church teaches its complex doctrines in multiple layers. What most people typically hear on Sundays is only the very surface, but meticulously hidden below are persistent whispers of an older, much more mysterious faith, one that granted equal necessary power to both the masculine and the feminine aspects of the divine. In those forgotten roots, Mary was not only a gentle mother or a meek symbol of obedience, she was something significantly more, something holy, something inherently dangerous. It was not always this restrictive way. In the earliest centuries, long before the monumental marble domes and formalized Latin chants, believers gathered in secret, quiet rooms and remote desert caves. They read from ancient scrolls now officially considered forbidden. In them, the Virgin was not only deeply honored, she was deemed absolutely essential to truly understanding the divine. Some boldly called her the mirror of Sophia, the living wisdom of God. Others vividly saw her as the second Eve, not simply born from Adam's side, but carrying securely within her the necessary key to a brand new kind of life, a life that perfectly balanced mercy with truth, power with grace. But that critical balance gravely threatened the rising, purely male-dominated structure of the established Church. And so the sacred feminine was systematically wrapped in silence, not entirely erased, but intentionally buried. Her powerful voice survived only in heavily coded language, in deliberate paintings where Mary's hand discreetly pointed to hidden symbols, in quiet stories passed down from mother to daughter, priest to trusted mystic, quietly, like a beloved bedtime story no one was supposed to fully remember. Then arrived the major councils, the immense gatherings of bishops where definitive decisions were made about heaven and earth, which books to officially keep, which to physically burn, which names to formally honour, and which to completely forget. The profound theology of Mary as co-creator, as the supreme revealer of divine wisdom, as a powerful intercessor with real spiritual power, was deliberately cut out. Not scientifically disproven, just pointedly left out. And in its cleared place, a gentler, far more controlled Mary was offered to the public, the one who humbly bowed, the one who perfectly obeyed. But something very strange consistently happened. Even with the official, sanitized version firmly set, the common people kept seeing her, in vivid visions, in recurring dreams, in the endless stars above. From Lourdes to Fatima she appeared again and again, often with serious warnings, often with overwhelming light, and always surrounded by mystery. Behind the thick, secure walls of the Vatican archives, scholars know something the public does not. Ancient documents, some in Greek, others in Coptic, tell of a distinctly different Mary. They are kept tightly sealed away, not because of their inherent danger, but because of their revolutionary questions the established church may not yet be truly ready to answer. And so this hidden theology stubbornly lives on, not in official cathedrals, but in the devoted hearts of those who bravely dare to look deeper, who inherently sense that behind all the ritual and the robes, behind the incense smoke and the enforced silence, there is a fundamental story not yet fully finished, a powerful truth not yet completely told, a voice still patiently waiting to be heard by all. In a quiet, forgotten corner of Paris, inside a dimly lit, cold stone chamber beneath a long-forgotten church, a man once carefully traced his fingers across an intricate carving hidden beneath centuries of grime and dust. It was not a cross. It was not a symbolic sword. It was a perfect rose, curving, layered, and elegant in its design. At its very centre, a single letter, M. To most onlookers, it meant absolutely nothing significant. But to those individuals who knew the secret stories whispered in remote private rooms, it was an undeniable symbol of something sacred, immensely powerful, and deeply buried. It was Mary. For centuries, her revolutionary image has moved in complete silence through the shadowed halls of numerous secret societies. From the powerful Knights Templar to the Rosicrucians, her figure has represented much more than simply a holy mother. She was consistently viewed as the true keeper of divine wisdom, the hidden bride, the silent, ultimate queen. And to those who firmly believed the Church had wrongfully stolen her inherent power, she was the last unedited truth left completely untouched. But how did Mary, the perfectly obedient virgin of countless Sunday sermons, become a secret, hidden symbol for forbidden knowledge? The complex answer begins in the intense Middle Ages, when the Vatican held the entire Western world securely in its grasp, and anything outside its rigid control was immediately labelled heresy. Books were routinely burned. Mystics were quickly silenced, but some revolutionary ideas simply refused to die out. Some intentionally hid themselves inside complex symbols, the rose, the chalice, the crescent moon. Mary completely transformed into a protective code. In the towering cathedrals constructed by secretive stonemasons who never signed their names, her face is subtly carved into prominent columns. No one publicly notices. Her distinct silhouette is found precisely where the sunlight strikes the high altar at just the right hour, only twice a year. She is ingeniously hidden in the geometric patterns of the floor tiles, the specific number of petals in a window, the very architectural shape of the sacred buildings themselves. More than mere artistry, this was a clear statement. And who exactly were the ones who built this? Some suggest they were the Templars, returning from the Holy Land with secrets the Vatican urgently wanted to suppress. Others point toward the Freemasons, who claim to possess Solomon's ancient knowledge. What unites these groups isn't solid evidence, but a shared objective. They held a profound belief that Mary was far more than the Church would acknowledge. Not simply a human vessel, not just a woman, but a powerful divine energy. The Vatican naturally never publicly confirmed any of these theories. However, they never explicitly denied them either. Why the ambiguity? Perhaps remaining silent is simply an easier path than outright conflict. Or maybe, deep within its private records, the Church recognizes the actual truth is more complicated than they care to admit. Then came a major shift in the 19th century, as apparitions of Mary suddenly surged across Europe. Some were quickly dismissed, others were embraced. Yet a few, like the visions reported in La Salette, contained grim predictions, openly criticizing corruption inside the Church itself. These weren't the gentle words of a submissive mother figure. They were serious warnings that certain secret societies instantly took note of. They carefully copied these powerful visions, concealed them within their own writings, and passed them down with a single crucial directive: safeguard the symbol. Because if the symbol endures, the fundamental truth could eventually surface again. And so, Mary moves through human history quietly. She wasn't eradicated, just hidden. She remains waiting, watching, shrouded in deep mystery like a powerful children's story too intense to be spoken out loud. Long before the widespread printing press, before church bells resonated over quaint stone villages, and even before Latin became the official language of authority, a subtle, profound devotion was already gaining ground. It was not shouted loudly from elevated pulpits. It did not originate with papal decrees or church councils. It started as whispers, inside rooms lit by candles, in songs sung by women, and the name constantly on their lips was Mary. She was intended to be honoured, not truly worshipped. The Church drew a clear line there. Worship or adoration was strictly reserved for God alone. Veneration, not outright worship, that was the established protocol. But what actually happened in real life was something completely different. In countless villages, statues of Mary were frequently taller than those of Christ. People didn't just pray to her, they openly wept before her image. They carried her statues in solemn parades. They adorned her with beautiful flower crowns, and they constantly shared stories not just of a tender mother, but of a fierce queen, a divine healer, a powerful protector against the darkness, a figure whose power was inherent, not borrowed. The Vatican was fully aware. By the 12th century, they were actively attempting to enforce a boundary. Theologians passionately argued over her proper titles. Was it acceptable to call her Queen of Heaven? What did it mean if people lit candles to her, just like they did for saints or even for God himself? Was this simply blasphemy, or was it something far more ancient than anyone wished to acknowledge? Because the further you delve into history, the stranger the whole matter becomes. In ancient temples, long before Christianity's rise, various goddesses were worshipped under many different names. Isis in ancient Egypt, Inanna in Mesopotamia, Artemis in Greece, all mother archetypes, all considered divine, all incredibly powerful. And their associated symbols, the moon, the star, the rose, were gradually absorbed into the devotional practice dedicated to Mary. The Church officially called this mere chance syncretism, a harmless borrowing of ideas to help convert pagans. But in the background, others began to question if it was something else entirely. A continuation, a simple transformation. The great goddess never truly vanished, they suggested. She simply adopted a new identity. By the time of the Middle Ages, this devotion had intensified even further. Pilgrims travelled across mountains just to kneel at her many shrines. Tales emerged of incredible miracles, of spontaneous apparitions, of rapid healings. People claimed she spoke directly to them, that she warned them of impending famine, war, and the end of the world. And when these personal stories directly conflicted with official doctrine, when they came too close to outright heresy, the Church's response was not celebration, but absolute silence. or something much worse? Monasteries received stern warnings, nuns were quickly silenced, and entire movements dedicated to the feminine divine were officially branded as dangerous. But the underlying devotion never faded. Even while the Church struggled to contain it, Mary remained fundamentally untouchable in the sincere hearts of the common people. Here is the quiet realization. No one speaks it aloud. For many, Mary was not just a figure to formally honour. She was someone they loved deeply, someone they feared and trusted more than the God preached from the altar. She felt immediate, close, and maybe, just maybe, genuinely divine. So was she truly worshipped? Not by official declaration, but in the deep hearts of millions, spanning centuries and languages, in secret devotion and in their songs, the answer was always a definite yes. The stone floors of St. Peter's Basilica have echoed with countless footsteps for hundreds of years. Pilgrims arrive from every single corner of the globe, lighting small candles, whispering quiet prayers, kneeling before one figure more consistently than any other. Mary, the Holy Virgin, the magnificent Queen of Heaven. They do not dare call it true worship, they call it humble veneration. But what is the actual meaning of that term? The Vatican has always maintained an extremely clear separation. Worship, or latria, is meant only for God. Veneration, or hyperdulia, is reserved for Mary. Saints may be given honour, but Mary receives greater honour. It sounds like a secure doctrinal line. One simple word used to protect theological doctrine. One simple word used to hold back a powerful flood of devotion. But not everyone believes the distinction is truly meaningful. In reality, the profound devotion to Mary often seems exactly like worship. In many small villages, her towering statues are marched through the streets, dressed in expensive robes and adorned with genuine gold crowns. People openly kneel. People sincerely weep. People truly believe she actively performs miracles. Some believe she has actually saved their lives. And when priests remind them it's merely veneration, not worship, it frequently feels like a game of words. Theologians can debate definitions all they like, but human hearts are not guided by rigid rules. They are moved by tangible presence, by profound mystery. And Mary has consistently felt close, tender, yet undeniably powerful. A compassionate mother and a majestic queen, and sometimes even something far beyond that. During the Middle Ages, this spiritual tension reached its highest point. A rapidly expanding wave of deep Marian devotion swept across the entire continent of Europe. Poets composed epic songs in her honour, monks painted her figure as the very gateway to heaven, and mystics proclaimed she spoke to them personally in their dreams. Meanwhile, the established church leaders fiercely debated whether the whole phenomenon had gone completely out of bounds. Had the common people entirely blurred the crucial line, or had they stumbled upon something far older, something quite dangerous? Here is the covert understanding. Some people inside the church quietly believed the line was never meant to be a permanent barrier. That veneration was a convenient placeholder for something much deeper. That Mary's inherent power was not simply granted by God, but was something ancient, something hidden, even actively feared. Whispers inside the Vatican suggested that truly ancient symbols had seamlessly integrated themselves into the practices of Marian devotion. The moon positioned beneath her feet, the star shining above her head. Images that historically belonged to completely different goddesses. Isis, Artemis, Sophia. And while the official church line insisted that Mary shared nothing with them, the striking similarity was impossible to fully ignore. So is veneration really just a word, or is it more accurately a protective shield? A way to bestow honour upon the divine feminine without daring to speak her true name? Some argue it represents a difficult compromise, a delicate dance between legitimate power and official permission. Others believe it is a silent, ongoing rebellion, one that has quietly endured for many centuries. A mother archetype concealed in plain view, adored in secret behind the official language of obedience, and hidden deep in the heart of the Vatican. where prayer candles flicker and ancient secrets sleep behind sturdy, locked doors. Perhaps even the chosen word itself holds the genuine truth. Veneration is just a convenient word, but the depth of devotion it attempts to mask, that may be something truly older, profoundly deeper, and far more challenging than anyone ever dared to openly admit. In a small, quiet chapel beneath the magnificent golden dome of a long-forgotten cathedral, a statue of Mary stands perfectly still, bathed in the soft light of dozens of candles. She looks downward gently, her open hands suggesting peace. But at her feet sits a feature that seldom captures full attention. Something small, yet incredibly meaningful. A silver crescent moon meticulously carved into the stone, wrapped in layers of mystery. To most casual observers, it's just simple decoration, a familiar symbol drawn from the Book of Revelation, a woman clothed with the sun, the moon beneath her feet. But some serious scholars, even certain priests, have wondered if this seemingly small detail conceals an infinitely older truth, one not taught in standard catechism, one that makes certain high-ranking cardinals deeply anxious. Long before the image of Mary appeared in any Christian artwork, the moon symbol belonged to someone else. The goddess Isis of ancient Egypt was consistently depicted standing on a crescent. She too was widely known as the Queen of Heaven. She too was revered as the Divine Mother. Some surviving ancient statues of Isis and her son Horus look almost identical to later medieval portrayals of Mary holding the infant Jesus. Their eyes, their overall posture, even the delicate tilt of the head. The profound resemblance is truly unnerving. As Christianity began to spread throughout the various pagan lands, the established church found itself facing a serious dilemma. How do you successfully introduce a brand new faith without entirely erasing the deeply entrenched old one? One simple solution was to cleverly transform familiar existing symbols to formally baptize them, and perhaps the crescent moon was one such symbol, a potent piece of ancient magic, deliberately hidden inside a wholly new narrative. By the 4th century, when Rome officially adopted Christianity, images of Mary started to noticeably change. She was no longer exclusively the humble, simple handmaid. She was suddenly the powerful intercessor, the cosmic mother, the woman adorned by the stars. The moon was formally placed beneath her feet, as if fully crushed, yet subtly remembered. That specific detail should have faded away naturally over time, but it did not. Instead, it reappeared over and over again on church altars, on vibrant frescoes, on official Vatican seals. Always subtle, always quietly present, as if the church simply could not bring itself to fully abandon the moon's enduring mystery. In the 20th century, a Jesuit scholar diligently studying Marian symbolism stumbled across a strange discovery inside the Vatican archives. Hidden among countless banned texts and crumbling scrolls was a clear reference to Luna Mater, the Moon Mother. She was not directly identified as Mary, yet neither was she completely different. A sort of bridge figure, a deliberate merging of the old and the new. He published his sensitive findings in a private academic paper, which was immediately and quietly suppressed. The scholar was quickly reassigned. His radical research was never seen again. But the moon symbol remained, and now contemporary pilgrims visit various shrines in Poland, in France, in Mexico, kneeling before Mary and lighting devotional candles at her feet. The crescent softly glows beneath her holy robes, largely unnoticed by most, but never physically removed. The question remains unresolved. Was the moon genuinely crushed or actively protected? What if the real secret of the crescent moon is not merely that it survived, but that it was always intended to endure? What if it was a deliberate signal? A silent code transmitted from the distant past to the future, carefully hidden in stone and shadow? And what if Mary herself is the true key needed to unlock it all? In the deepest private chambers of the Vatican, behind massive doors most will never even approach, the question has never been formally inscribed on parchment or carved into elegant marble, but it hangs heavily in the air like strong incense. Is the Vatican actively afraid of the feminine? From the very beginning, women were undeniably present. They followed Jesus closely. They financially supported his ministry. One woman stood directly beneath the cross when nearly everyone else had fled. Another woman was the very first person to witness the empty tomb. And yet, when the official foundations of church power were established in the early councils, their critical names were completely omitted. Not by chance, but by deliberate choice. As time progressed, Mary was indeed elevated, but only in an extremely narrow, specific role. She was not publicly portrayed as a leader or an intellectual. She was the virgin, the devoted mother, the perfectly obedient handmaid. Her absolute silence became holy, her complete submission sacred. A clear message was being subtly whispered between the lines. Feminine power is tolerated, but only if it is entirely controlled. But what actually happens when the feminine force simply refuses to remain silent? In 1917, 3 innocent children claimed to see a heavenly lady. The apparitions at Fatima immediately attracted thousands of visitors. And then came the shocking secrets. One of them, never fully disclosed, hinted at a significant threat to the church itself. Not just physical danger, but something much deeper, something truly spiritual. Some observers believe it related to a major shift in authority. A prophecy, one that placed a woman, not the Pope, at the central core of the world's future. The secret was immediately locked away. Why? A former Vatican translator who insisted on total anonymity once confessed a strange detail. He claimed that early drafts of certain Marian texts showed undeniable signs of heavy editing. Entire lines had been physically removed. Passages that spoke clearly of genuine authority, not just purity or significant influence, not just passive humility. Someone, somewhere inside, had actively censored the story. That translator was promptly reassigned, his personal documents officially confiscated. Centuries earlier, when quiet rumours of Gnostic texts reached Rome, the response was swift and uncompromising. Burn them all. Ban them completely. Especially the ones where Mary Magdalene is shown actively teaching the other apostles. Where she is not a deeply weeping sinner, but a true voice of wisdom. A potential rival, perhaps. Or even worse, an equal. It is hardly surprising that the powerful image of the feminine was so meticulously shaped, adorned with gold, crowned with majestic stars, but always looking downward, never truly speaking. And yet, outside the high walls of Vatican City, something is undeniably shifting. Pilgrims still arrive, but increasingly they are asking difficult questions. Why are so many reported apparitions of Mary either ignored, quickly dismissed, or utterly suppressed? Why does the Church hesitate to canonize women of true vision and fire, while their male equivalents are rapidly elevated? One retired priest, no longer afraid of reprisal, once stated that if Mary ever spoke her complete truth, half the Church would simply not recognize her, and the other half might actually choose to follow her instead. So is the Vatican truly afraid of the feminine principle, or is it primarily afraid of what might occur if she is no longer hidden from history, but fully revealed? Perhaps the real fear is not in what she actually represents, but in what she clearly remembers. Long before grand marble statues and glowing golden halos, there may have been a completely different Mary. Not merely the gentle figure, dressed in blue robes, watching silently from stained glass windows, but someone more complex, more personally powerful, more fiercely human. Some scholars genuinely believe that the earliest Christian communities viewed Mary not solely as the mother of Jesus, but as a sage teacher, a keeper of ancient mysteries, a woman who understood things others were too scared to ask. Her unexplained silence in the later Gospels, then, is truly bizarre, too strange to entirely overlook. Hidden deep in apocryphal texts, those sacred books the Church officially chose not to include, are clear indications of a Mary who speaks not about cooking or cleaning, but to offer counsel, to provide spiritual guidance. In one lost Gospel, now existing only as fragments, she provides comfort to terrified disciples. After the crucifixion, she gently advises them not to fear death. She speaks profoundly of inner light. One man describes her voice as more soothing than the open sea. But if that version of Mary once stood at the very centre of the narrative, why was she systematically pushed aside? That painful answer may lie in the shifting political currents of the early Church. In the nascent centuries, while the Church was fighting fiercely for its very survival, the leadership felt compelled to choose between broad inclusion and absolute control. And power, more often than not, strongly favours simplicity. A powerful woman at the centre complicated everything. So Mary, the complex, multifaceted woman, became Mary, the pure, simplified symbol. Her sharper edges were smoothed over, her life history sanitized, her passionate fire extinguished. And yet, undeniable traces of the other Mary still persist in certain remote locations. Older shrines depict her with darker skin and fuller, stronger features. In some traditions of Eastern Christian art, she is formally seated on a royal throne, not passively standing in the background. In Egypt, Coptic Christians talk of her travelling far and wide, not merely hiding but actively protecting. What if these older stories are actually closer to the truth than we currently understand? In a highly restricted document from the Vatican archives, reviewed briefly before it was tightly resealed in 1965, a single line was heavily underlined in Latin. She was more than a vessel. That telling annotation was never officially explained. A local priest in southern Italy once claimed his elderly grandmother had passed down a private version of Mary's life story that included powerful dreams, profound visions, and clear prophecy. She was, in their personal family tradition, a gifted seer, a woman who possessed knowledge of what would come long before it occurred. That priest was immediately silenced. So what if the Mary we are taught about is just one highly edited version? What if the real Mary, the Mary that could have been, was not a quiet figure in the corner, but a true rebel, a powerful mystic, a woman totally unafraid to speak her mind? Maybe that is precisely why her story was so dramatically reshaped. Not because it lacked sufficient wonder, but because it contained far too much. And maybe, just maybe, somewhere deep within the layers of forgotten writings, suppressed voices and lullabies whispered by the soft glow of candlelight, her complete, uncensored truth is still patiently waiting to be heard. Close your eyes for a moment and try to imagine entering a sanctuary not built primarily around a man affixed to wood, but centered around a woman who physically gave life. The air inside smells not of burnt incense and cold stone, but of warm jasmine and rich earth. There is still a sense of silence, still profound reverence, but something feels fundamentally different, warmer, gentler, yet absolutely not weaker. What if the Church had initially grown from Mary instead of the Apostle Peter? Not the Mary we recognise today, silent and perfectly pure, hands folded and eyes cast down, but the Mary she might have truly been, brave, fierce. A loving mother, yes, but also a decisive leader. A woman who endured deep pain and possessed great power in equal measure. The one who stood firm beneath the cross while others ran away. If a global church had been built around the authority of her voice instead of her mere womb, would its entire narrative have been altered? Perhaps the seating arrangements would have been circles instead of straight rows. Perhaps leadership would have focused more on shared responsibility than strict ruling. Perhaps confession would feel less like harsh punishment and more like gentle healing. Historians frequently skip this uncomfortable question. The Vatican never officially asks it, yet it lingers like a persistent ghost in the shadows of holy sites across the world. What would the entire church look like if the very first stone had been laid in her holy name? In 1588, during a tense private debate in Spain, a small group of female mystics was quietly accused of heresy. Their perceived crime, writing prayers that openly imagined God not as a stern father but as a comforting mother. One of them claimed that Mary appeared vividly in her dreams and spoke of a church that had completely forgotten the essential smell of birth. Her words were forcefully suppressed for centuries, but stories of this kind refused to vanish. In isolated corners of the world, communities still exist that fully honour Mary not only as the mother of Jesus, but as the perfect mirror of God's own heart. In Ethiopia, in southern France, in the high mountains of Colombia, there are whispered accounts of women who successfully taught, healed, and led others because Mary had originally done it first. And yet, time and time again, those powerful stories were systematically silenced. Would a church built on Mary have openly embraced women as genuine equals? Would authority have flowed in a different manner? Would compassion have always taken precedence over rigid doctrine? Imagine if the Council of Nicaea had begun with her profound words instead of Emperor Constantine's decree. Imagine if her simple human tears had been considered as sacred as blood shed in battle. Imagine if, instead of constructing a formidable fortress, the church had ultimately built a welcoming home. One priest who finally left the Vatican in 1973 once reflected, "We created a kingdom when perhaps we were truly meant to build a garden. And in that garden, Mary would not have stood passively behind anyone. She would have stood right beside them." The critical question is not just what might have happened. It is what could still happen now. Because this ancient story is not finished. Not yet. It always begins with a quiet whisper. Not a loud trumpet blast or a crashing thunderclap, but something far softer. A simple name carried gently on the wind. A specific symbol precisely carved into cold stone. A soft lullaby, half remembered from earliest childhood. Mary. She is not always called by that familiar name. In some distant lands, she is called Theotokos. In others, she is Queen of Heaven. In more ancient languages, she simply referred to as the Mother. She is never openly shouted, but she is absolutely never departed. In the dark catacombs beneath the city of Rome, etched in old candle smoke and deeply scratched into the walls, there are specific markings the Vatican has never fully explained. One depicts a woman with her arms outstretched, with bright light seemingly falling from her fingertips. Above her is neither a cross nor a crown, but a clear crescent moon, dated before the year 300. It bears a single name. Not Jesus, not Peter, but Maria. Was this genuine worship? Was it subtle resistance? Some people suggest it was both things at once. In the 4th century, as the Church convened to formally decide its future, powerful bishops met behind strictly locked doors to establish exactly what the faithful would be permitted to believe. The Council of Nicaea generated official creeds, exiled certain gospels, and fundamentally reshaped the notion of the divine. But not everything disappeared entirely. Mary remained never loud but always present. In 876, a monk in France wrote about a vivid dream where a woman bathed in brilliant stars spoke of a forgotten time before the split between heaven and earth. He was subsequently silenced by his monastic order, but his precious scroll survived, carefully hidden in the hollow of a church wall until its rediscovery in 1947. The Vatican officially dismissed its significance, but the scholar who first translated it reportedly wept because the powerful voice felt deeply familiar. Throughout the ages, Mary has embodied both aid and danger. Her likeness was used on battle shields for victory and carved into fountains to bless new births. The powerful built grand churches using her name. Yet, the forgotten murmured her name in the darkness when no other comfort came near. In Mexico, her image appeared on a common farmer's cloak. In Portugal, she gave children a warning about a coming disaster. In Egypt, she shone above a church ceiling while soldiers aimed their guns at the night sky. Always, when hope seemed lost, she appeared not to offer rescue, but to simply offer a reminder: you are never alone. Why has the Church both praised her highly and limited her influence? Why surround her with treasures but muzzle her message? Why declare her holy, yet never let her speak out again? Perhaps the fear wasn't that Mary was too gentle, but that she was too powerful. Perhaps the Vatican holds more knowledge than it releases. Perhaps the mysteries inside those walls aren't merely about religious study, but about the impact when the divine takes a human female form. Some claim her story is complete, the rules set, the ultimate truth declared. But as the night arrives and candles flicker, when the burdens of the world feel too heavy, her low voice returns. A comforting song older than all kingdoms, a sound that continues its journey through time, still waiting to be acknowledged. The accepted tale was so neat, so flawless. A humble girl, a radiant messenger, a consent that shifted history. That was the account most people knew, the one celebrated in hymns and written with golden ink. Mary, quiet and submissive, offering her body to the will of heaven. But what if that account was shaped less by actual events, and more by what needed to be widely believed? Deep inside the Vatican's archives, tucked between layers of ancient documents, lie earlier versions of Mary's life. Some depict her as fearful, not serene. Others hint that she raised questions, instead of just agreeing silently. One even suggests she hesitated, meaning she made a conscious decision that changed everything. The issue with a choice is that it gives a woman authority. It means she was not simply a container, but a voice, an equal partner in the sacred process, not just a passive receiver. That kind of Mary causes apprehension. Because if she chose once, what else might she choose later? The Vatican never formally denied she made a choice, but they never openly affirmed it either. Instead, they enveloped her in symbols of silence, queen, mother, and virgin, layers so immense they almost obscured the real woman underneath. In the year 431, the Council of Ephesus proclaimed Mary to be the Mother of God. It was a significant designation, one that placed her above every other female figure in history. But it also confined her to one single function. Not a deep thinker, not a guide, only a mother. Was this a deliberate falsehood, or was it a decision, not hers, but the Church's? Because the earliest writings imply there were alternate ways to share her story. In one account, Mary talks to angels as equals. In another, she instructs the apostles. Following the execution, there is even a text where she leads prayers that are said to shake the heavens. But those accounts were dismissed, hidden away, and deemed dangerous. The Vatican declared they were fiction. But were they a threat because they were untrue, or because they promoted freedom? A pope once suggested that Mary was the path by which Christ entered the world. But what if she represented more than just a path? What if she was the source of something entirely new? Some women in history chose to remain quiet. Others had silence imposed upon them. The true question isn't only whether Mary said yes. The question is whether the Church ever allowed her to say anything else. Perhaps the most significant secret is not who Mary was, but who she might have become if the complete story about her had been allowed to flourish. Not simply the quiet girl in the blue robe, but the woman who encountered an angel, questioned the impossible, and still gave her consent, using her own free will. Not out of fear, not due to duty, but because she felt she had no other option. A misrepresentation, a judgment, just not one she made herself. In the dim light of a candle within an old stone sanctuary, a question drifts in the air like perfume. What is factual, and what is merely repeated tradition? For hundreds of years, the Vatican has served as the protector of official teachings. Doctrine signifies approved belief. It represents what the Church asserts is right, sacred, and unquestionable. But official teaching is not the same as truth. Truth is unpredictable. Truth has boundaries. Truth can make people uneasy. And that is where Mary exists, suspended between the two. She is the most revered woman in the world. Yet, very little of what the public believes about her originates from the Bible. There are only a few verses, a few brief moments, and still vast belief systems have been constructed in her name. Sculptures, supplications, hidden knowledge, even conflicts. In the 2nd century, initial Christian manuscripts portrayed Mary as knowledgeable and resilient, not simply pure and reserved. Some referred to her as the modern Eve, a woman who revised the narrative of women by accepting her destiny instead of being blamed for original sin. Others said she was the connection between the divine and humanity, not simply a mother, but an enigma. But those specific texts were not all included in the official collection. That term, canon, denotes the formal selection of books the Church approves. Others were labelled as apocryphal or concealed and were considered unsafe. Some were secured within the secret corridors of the Vatican's records. Some simply disappeared, and yet their echoes linger. A major shift occurred in the year 1854. That is when the Church announced the teaching of the Immaculate Conception. It claimed that Mary was born completely free of original sin. No historical writings stated this. No apostle recorded it. It was not mentioned in the Gospels. It was formally announced, and once it became doctrine, it was set in stone. But even among clergy members, doubts began to surface. An elderly academic in Rome once shared with a junior colleague, "There exists the Mary of belief and the Mary of reality. And they are not always the same person. Consider that possibility." Behind locked doors, some scholars quietly inquire, if Mary shared our humanity, then wouldn't it be more impactful to believe she struggled, that she had doubts, that she was afraid, yet still held on to her faith? But the Church fears uncertainty, so it constructs barriers of doctrine to safeguard belief. And within those barriers, Mary is simplified, made flawless, sacred in a way no one else can ever replicate. It is a comforting tale that calms the spirit, but perhaps it conceals a deeper truth. The truth is not always gentle. Sometimes it is peculiar. Sometimes it is challenging. Sometimes it arrives clothed in the symbols of a woman who was never asked if she wished to become a symbol. Mary existing between reality and official teaching. Not just the maiden in blue, but the woman the Church could not fully comprehend. So they chose to give her a crown and left the rest unsaid. It did not happen with loud noise or flames. There was no enraged crowd or public announcement. Instead, it was done subtly at a meeting table behind stone fortifications among robed men. A single assembly, one single conclusion. And Mary, once honoured as the Queen of Heaven, was quietly moved to a less prominent role. It was the year 325, the Council of Nicaea. Religious leaders from across the empire gathered to determine the structure of the Christian religion. But while much of the world remembers this council for solidifying Christ's identity, something else was silently taken away. Something delicate, something sacred. Before this period, Mary had been more than just a representation of virtue. She had been venerated as a powerful intermediary figure, a bridge between the spiritual and the mortal. In many early Christian writings, and even in the devotion of ordinary followers, Mary was viewed as more than just the mother of Jesus. She was strength wrapped in compassion, and insight dressed in humility. But that was not acceptable to everyone. The authorities were concerned not about Mary, but about what her character represented. Power that did not need permission. A female figure who could be both holy and ordinary. So as religious rules were established, were her important roles removed? Not directly. That would have been too obvious. Instead, her importance was buried beneath layers of formal language and church customs. She was no longer considered a co-worker in salvation. She became blessed, not divine. And then came the surprising result. While Mary was being sidelined in official meetings and writings, her influence among the people only grew more intense. In the devotion of the faithful, in concealed shelters, in private prayers, and in family tales shared from older generations to younger, she remained present, sometimes crying, sometimes illuminated, always attentive. But the Vatican viewed this situation with caution. If she was considered too close to the divine, would that destabilize the established hierarchy? Would followers start looking to her for guidance? Instead of the clergy, the bishops, or the Pope, would they listen to her voice above the voice of the Church? That was a risk they were unwilling to accept. And so her history was rephrased once more. Her power was replaced with submission. Her miracles were turned into mysteries. Her questions disappeared completely. Only her quietness was preserved, yet even now beneath painted scenes and stone monuments, her gaze seems to hold a message, not of anger, but of understanding, as if she recalls who she truly was before. A thinker once remarked, "History is written by those who succeed." But perhaps there is another kind of history written not with documentation, but with deep reverence, the kind that exists in the glow of candles and repeated hymns in stories shared before falling asleep. The Church may have attempted to define Mary, to limit her scope, to tame her influence. But the reality is, Mary was never just a name. She was a movement, a nurturer, an unsolved mystery. And even if the time arrived when her status was reduced, her story did not end there. It simply moved into secret spaces, continuing, perhaps waiting for the world to finally comprehend. There is an old saying, "Inside the walls of the Vatican, some truths are too profound to be openly acknowledged." But what happens when those truths begin to circulate regardless? Some believe that if the actual story of Mary, the full account, ever became public, the Church itself would be shaken. Not because the truth is disturbing, but because it is too enlightening, too empowering, too unlike the version taught in religious buildings and schools. Imagine for a moment a form of faith where Mary was not only a humble servant, but a guide, a spiritual seeker, even a leader. Imagine documents that depicted her not just as a silent mother at the base of the cross, but as an advisor standing alongside him, a voice equal to his. Now picture the fate of 2,000 years of rigid structure when that version is finally revealed. There have always been rumours within the Vatican's records about missing texts, sealed letters and undisclosed visions. Not all of them can be verified, but some were once credible enough to cause a panic. In the late 1940s, a record was secretly secured after its discovery in a small sanctuary in the south of France. It discussed a divine female energy that walked alongside Jesus, not merely following him. A cardinal read it and never returned to his position in Rome. That is not an invented detail. The concern is not just about changing deeply held beliefs. It is about fundamentally changing power structures. The Church is organized like a strict chain of command. If Mary is elevated beyond the position where she was placed, if she becomes more than a symbol of simple compliance, that structure begins to falter. Questions will follow. Who else was forced into silence? What other truths were modified, lessened, or suppressed? But here is the unexpected element. The collapse might not signify an ending, it might signify a new beginning. In modest chapels across Latin America, women light candles and address her with titles not found in official church teachings. In Egypt, Christian believers speak of her appearances bringing profound healing, not stern warnings. In Poland, during the most challenging periods of conflict, Mary was described as manifesting in the sky, with open arms, not in distress, but giving commands. These narratives never sought formal approval. They survived without official consent. They moved throughout the world like familiar songs you do not remember learning but can never forget. So, Would the faith totally dissolve, or would it transform into something more authentic? Not a rigid system of rules, but a collective understanding of truth. A religion that no longer fears a divine feminine figure. A church that finally remembers it originated from the body of a woman. Perhaps the Vatican is already aware of this possibility. Maybe that is the reason the silence has been so long-lasting. But silence is not the same as lasting peace, and truth, once brought into the light, will not simply fade away again. Below the stone foundations of Vatican City, beyond where light and visitors can reach, is one of the world's most concealed locations. The Vatican Apostolic Archive. Countless rows of secured areas, ancient scrolls, official seals, and documents that have been shielded from light for hundreds of years. Some claim it is merely historical data. Others suggest it is something deeper, a secure repository of truths considered too dangerous to reveal. In the year 1929, when the Vatican was officially recognized as its own sovereign country, the authority to safeguard its secrets was written into its fundamental charter. And since that time, rumours have intensified about what information lies secured behind those closed entrances. Among these rumours, one question persistently resurfaces. Is the full truth about Mary still being concealed there? In the late 1970s, a young researcher named Louisa was given rare permission to enter one of the reading areas. What she discovered were small pieces of correspondence, not officially listed, not yet translated, but carefully preserved. One line mentioned a religious council that was never held. Another spoke of sightings of a woman in blue who interacted with the earliest followers, sharing her own lessons. The papers were taken from her the following morning, and her access was immediately cancelled. She was informed the materials had been misplaced. Louisa resigned from the church shortly afterward. Was this a genuine mistake, or a quiet attempt to control the narrative? The narrative continues. Over the years, several popes have directed parts of the archives to be reclassified. Some spaces were renamed, and some access was restricted even more. Why? The official explanation is for preservation purposes, but the rumours suggest something different. They speak of ancient writings from Egypt that describe Mary as more than a mother, more than human. They discuss hushed debates about whether she should have been declared divine alongside Jesus. And they mention a forgotten religious group, long banished, whose entire belief system centred around her. The key detail is not that these hidden facts exist. The key detail is that some of them may already be known, just not to the general public. Cardinals pass on certain knowledge in secrecy. Archivists whisper names never officially recorded, and sometimes the lack of official documentation speaks volumes louder than any book on a shelf. A priest once confessed, "We do not conceal the truth out of fear. We conceal it because we are not yet ready to handle it." But who holds the power to decide readiness? In the darkness of those vast halls, where the dust of centuries settles on unopened containers, rests a profound mystery. Not just what is being concealed, but why it remains concealed. Is it to protect the religious faithful, or to protect a specific interpretation of the faith? One day someone may break that prolonged silence. A page may finally turn, and when it does, Mary may emerge from the shadows, not as a piece of art, but as a genuine voice. The archives may protect the past, but truth is not intended to be suppressed indefinitely. In a quiet reading room situated among the mountains of southern France, a woman named Clara dedicated her days to manually transcribing forgotten religious manuscripts. She was not a nun, not a professor from a prominent institution, and certainly not someone the Vatican would ever invite to share her views. But Clara was certain of something that had cost others their credibility and even their personal liberty. She believed Mary had been a more substantial figure than the Church had allowed her to be. Clara had pursued a sequence of recurring images through antique stained glass, deteriorating monastery walls, and long-forgotten devotional texts. She stated that the same female figure consistently appeared not only as a mother, but as an educator, a prophetess, and sometimes something closer to a divine being. Her research notes occupied entire rooms, but no one in authority wished to review them. Still, she kept documenting her findings. That is the nature of those who fight for truth. They record their thoughts even when ignored. And Clara is not an isolated case. All over the world there are women and men who still quietly share the parts of the story the Church has attempted to obliterate. In 1983, a female religious order member named Sister Miriam gave an anonymous radio interview. She described dreams filled with symbols the Church had once deemed unorthodox: a flower, a snake, a guiding star. She believed they all referenced a version of Mary that had been stripped of her true strength. The following week, her religious community relocated her to a remote, mountainous region where radio waves could not reach her. Even within the Vatican itself, there have been silent acts of defiance. A Jesuit priest once leaked pages from an old council discussion transcript. It detailed an intense argument. Should Mary be titled co-redeemer? Or was that designation too close to equality with Christ? The authenticity of the pages was never officially confirmed, but the widespread alarm they generated suggested someone had exposed a critical vulnerability. Then there are the creative minds, artists who subtly embed double meanings into halos and body positions, musicians who compose scores meant not only to be heard, but to be deciphered. Their creations endure, not because they had the Church's stamp of approval, but because their true meaning was not yet obvious. And in small candlelit gatherings from Ireland to Brazil, women continue to share family stories about the Virgin that bear no resemblance to the accounts heard in Sunday services. In those narratives, Mary moves through intense challenges. She challenges male authority. She uses her hands to heal. She does not wait for formal permission. Some of these stories are thousands of years old. Others are being created right now. The effort to convey her true history has never truly ended. It has only changed its form, shifting from texts to musical compositions, from private conversations to digital media, from the obscurity of monasteries to the devices in our hands. The Church may attempt to control the official narrative, but the truth finds its own way to spread. And every time someone tells a version of Mary the world was not prepared for, she becomes more tangible, not merely a lifeless statue, not merely an abstract symbol, but a voice that consistently grows stronger. They do not carry large banners. They do not sing hymns publicly. They walk quietly through old winding roads and secluded forest trails, unnoticed by observers and recording devices, toward locations the world has forgotten existed. Their footwear is worn out. Their tales are older than modern maps. They are the unseen travellers, and they are seeking the person the Vatican never fully permitted to speak. At first glance, they appear unremarkable. An elderly woman lighting a taper in a modest village sanctuary. A man kneeling before a dilapidated monument in a field covered with vegetation. A young child tightly holding a charm that depicts not the Mary of grand ornate churches, but a dark-skinned, sorrowful figure adorned with symbols that predate the establishment of the Church. They do not make pilgrimages to Lourdes or to Fatima. Those sites are too popular, too closely monitored. These travellers follow hints concealed in wall paintings or in family histories passed down in kitchens and in shared dreams whispered between strangers who somehow recognise each other. They visit worship sites that were never officially approved by any pope, natural springs where women once congregated, and hidden caves that were said to hold visions no religious leader ever sanctioned. No one publicly announces these locations, and yet the pilgrims continue to arrive. In a coastal town in southern Italy, there is a chapel built directly into the rock formation. No signage points the way to it. No official government records mention it. But every Friday at sundown, women from the nearby communities arrive, walking barefoot, placing local plants and fine fabrics on the stone altar. They explain it is for the mother figure, though they never use the name Mary. They refer to her as the one who waits. When asked for the meaning, they only offer a knowing smile. One scholar attempted to follow them once. His name was Gabriel, and he had dedicated over 20 years to studying the theology surrounding Mary. But academic texts had failed him. The accounts he read of Mary's supposed innocence, silence, and total compliance did not align with the images etched into ancient chapels or quietly shared in border communities. So, he stopped reading and started travelling. What he discovered was not a single Mary, but a multitude. A defiant figure, a healer, a protector, a visionary, and something else entirely. A memory that simply refused to be extinguished. He never documented his findings. He feared that if he did, someone would conceal the information all over again. One evening in 1997, he encountered an aged woman who claimed to be the last guardian of a cavern hidden in the hills near Lyon. Inside was a wall painting of Mary unlike anything he had ever seen. She stood with her arms extended, not in supplication, but in a gesture of authority. Surrounding her were figures thought to have been lost to history. Sophia, Isis, the Dark Madonna. The Church had tried to eliminate them from history, but there they were, rendered in paint and light, preserved. Gabriel inquired why the woman had never informed anyone. She replied, "We did. You simply were not ready to listen." The unseen journey continues, not openly, not with approval, but with unwavering confidence. Because some truths do not require permission to survive, they only require the devotion of a few travellers. She is perpetually present at the edge of every religious image, always just outside the main focus. In large churches and majestic cathedrals, her likeness shines brightly in the colourful glass. But her actual voice never seems to rise above a whisper. Generations kneel before her image, pleading for assistance, for recovery, for optimism. And still she remains, not because she is forgotten, but because she has been restrained. In the early eras, she was considered more than just a mother. To some, she was a fierce defender. In lost manuscripts, concealed beneath layers of official Vatican records, Mary was known by names that suggested something more profound. Theotokos, cosmic queen, vessel of divine knowledge. But as time passed, these names were softened, neatly integrated into official teachings, and modified to fit within the constraints established by men. And yet she persists, not in open defiance, but with deep patience. A young nun in 1943 believed she heard Mary speak directly, not in formal Latin, not in scripture, but in her own language, filled with a mixture of profound sadness and intense emotion. The message she received was not about blind obedience, it was about true authority. The nun attempted to share the words she heard. Within weeks, she was moved to another location. The Vatican dismissed it as delusion, but others continued to hear her. In regions devastated by conflict, she appeared not as an officially crowned queen, but walking barefoot. Sometimes in sorrow, sometimes radiating intense light, always positioned near the struggling, always close to women, and always without the Church's formal sanction. Each time the Church launched an inquiry, each time they hesitated to make a final judgment. Because her messages were never simply comforting, they were often deeply disruptive. In 1981, a bishop received a letter supposedly from Mary herself. It spoke of a future where the Church would be forced to confront its own internal flaws. It warned of truths hidden for too long, of female voices suppressed like forgotten artifacts. He read the letter. Then he immediately secured it away, and Mary waited. She waits in the quiet corners the public eye never reaches, in the quiet prayers of older women lighting small candles in privacy, in the hands of birthing assistants who invoke her name during labour, in the quiet compliance of young girls who, even today, are instructed that their purpose is to observe, not to lead. But Mary is not simply observing, she is actively listening. She is the resonance within every tale that was nearly shared, the moment of anticipation before a truth is spoken aloud, the moment when a child gazes at her statue and questions why she is never allowed to respond. Some argue Mary is only an abstract representation. Others claim she is the final connection to something the Church is terrified to confront, a divine feminine energy, a source of wisdom that could completely reshape the nature of religious belief itself. Perhaps she waits not for formal approval, but for inner strength. Not from a divine source, but from us. She waits because we are not prepared. Not yet. But she holds the belief that we could be. There is an underground chamber beneath the Vatican that no visitor has ever been allowed to enter. Not because it is hidden by thick walls, but because it is protected by an intense silence. It is not marked by heavy iron gates, but by ancient agreements older than recorded memory. Inside this chamber, it is said, lies one ultimate hidden truth. Not the kind discussed by academics or debated by religious leaders in secret. This is a truth that was never intended to be uncovered, a truth that could dismantle a historical narrative the Church has diligently protected for centuries. Its story begins not with a written record, but with a simple sound. In the winter of 1962, a custodial worker named Luca noticed something peculiar while cleaning a hallway below the main Vatican library. A quiet rustling sound, a low humming noise, then a soft exhalation of air. He followed the sound, assuming it was a confused priest or a malfunction in the plumbing. But what he discovered was an unmarked door with no obvious handle and no way to insert a key. Only a strange symbol, a crescent moon cradling a single rose. He told absolutely no one, not at that time. Years later, Luca would share the story with his granddaughter, not with fear in his voice, but with a sense of wonder. She dismissed it as a childhood story. But decades after his passing, while working as a historian herself, she saw that exact same symbol once more. Not on a door, but on a disregarded folder buried deep within the catalogue of banned literature. Inside was one single statement, written in ancient Latin, which translates roughly to, "She who held the word still waits to speak it." That specific folder vanished the very next day. Why was it swiftly removed, and what was its true meaning? Some believe it references a suppressed religious text, one in which Mary, not the Apostle Peter, delivers the final teaching. A version where the mother figure was not merely a container, but an active communicator, a teacher, a revealer of sacred knowledge. Others think it alludes to a prophecy that has not yet materialized, one that foretells her reappearance not in miraculous sightings, but in undeniable truth. A select few senior officials within the Vatican are rumoured to possess this knowledge, but when questioned they merely smile or skillfully change the topic, or occasionally they simply state not all truths are meant to be widely known, but that has never silenced the whispers that continue. In Seville, an elderly monk once asserted that the ultimate truth was not a prophecy or a specific book, but a fundamental choice. That long ago, the Church reached a critical juncture. To fully elevate her, or to gradually erase her influence, they ultimately chose control, rigid rules, and prolonged silence. And yet the hidden truth continues to live. In prophetic dreams, in strange, unplanned connections, in the persistent feeling that an essential part of the story is missing. We were told that this final hidden truth was meant, not to destroy religious conviction, but to finally complete it. Not to cause the Church to fall apart, but to unlock a sealed door inside its structure, a door with no handle. a crescent moon cradling a rose, and beyond that doorway, not condemnation, not the pursuit of power, but simply her authentic voice, still waiting to be heard. She exists everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, in religious paintings that adorn ancient sanctuaries, in the quiet conversations of travellers walking on aged stone floors, in the consistent rhythm of devotions shared by candlelight. Her given name is Mary. Her visual representation is clear, but her complete narrative has always remained just beyond comprehension, like a moving shadow on a surface that shifts as you approach it. The Vatican officially recognises her as the Mother of God, but that formal title, though majestic, is strangely devoid of meaning. It signifies reverence, but not inherent strength. It speaks of dutiful obedience, but not of any act of rebellion. For hundreds of years, Mary has been deeply respected, but also carefully managed, adorned in rich fabrics and gold, positioned high above, yet consistently kept at a respectful distance. Why this careful control? Some speculate it is due to the intense events she witnessed. Others believe it is because of the words she might have uttered. Words that were never documented, or perhaps documented and then systematically eliminated. The earliest writings concerning her are incomplete fragments. The Gospel of Mary, which was found in Egypt in the late 19th century, describes a woman who offers comfort to terrified male followers and openly challenges the Apostle Peter when he questions her profound vision. But the text abruptly ends with missing pages. Were they deliberately removed or simply lost? No one knows for certain. The Vatican rarely acknowledges that particular gospel. They state it is not formally heretical, they say, just simply unnecessary, and yet the profound silence surrounding it is highly suggestive. Imagine a Mary who was not merely a passive observer, but an active instructor. Not merely a mother figure, but an official messenger. That version of her personality does not fit comfortably into traditional religious artwork. In 1950, Pope Pius XV formally declared the Assumption of Mary as an official dogma, meaning she was taken in her physical body directly into heaven. But he never provided any detailed explanation of how this event happened. No scriptural basis was offered, no personal vision, only a formal statement, a truth presented without any clear evidence. And while the devoted rejoiced in this declaration, academics quietly shared their doubts. What vital information were they deliberately withholding? There are rumours that in the deepest, most secure vaults of the Vatican's official records, there are documented reports, accounts of miraculous visions, unusual letters, and personal testimonies from spiritual seekers who claimed Mary spoke not just of heavenly matters, but of the deep suffering on earth. Warnings, some claim, or profound revelations. But those particular documents, if they truly exist, are highly restricted. Even high-ranking cardinals are denied official access. Still, the underlying themes continue to surface. In Poland, a secluded nun once created a painting she claimed Mary had shown her. It featured not the expected gentle expression, but a serious, stern look, her hands holding not a religious chain, but a tightly rolled scroll. The nun passed away before anyone could inquire about the inscription on the scroll. The painting was quickly moved, effectively forgotten, but it was not destroyed. This is the silent contradiction of the Church's structure. It publicly praises Mary's quiet compliance while simultaneously fearing the potential power of her authentic voice. And perhaps that is the ultimate key, that the Vatican never had to reveal anything at all because the mystery itself was the essential point. A story that remains only partially told, a female figure only partially revealed, and in the space between what is openly stated and what is actively suppressed, she remains, waiting not to receive another crown, but simply to be heard. Thank you for staying through this entire piece. If any aspect of Mary's obscured history surprised you or left you with more lingering questions than clear answers, please share your thoughts. We pay attention to every single comment. If the night's enigma resonated with you, please subscribe and activate notifications. Our exploration of the hidden, the quiet, and the profound continues onward. Remain inquisitive and catch us for the next compelling narrative.